All right. Good evening, everybody. It is June 16th, and it is approximately 6:38. So we are about 38 minutes late in starting the announcement period. So we are going to dispense with the announcement period, but use a couple minutes for all the council members at home. If I could have your undivided attention, as we are going to do just a little bit of technology level setting so that we start this right and everybody is on the same page. All right, so again, council members, if I could have your attention so we are all on the same page with technology here. So tonight we are going to use the iLegislate system. And what that means is that in WebEx, you at home only really need to worry about your mute and unmute button. In iLegislate, which if you're not logged in, you should hopefully be by now, or please get logged in. In iLegislate, we'll be using that system and the request to speak button. So again, in WebEx, you should only have to really worry about your mute and unmute button, okay? Now, as we know when we've tried this before, the challenge is that iLegislate was really designed to be hardwired. So for those of you at home, when your internet connection goes out, you do not know that your internet connection has gone out until it's time to call for a vote. And when the system comes up and you don't see buttons, of course, the first thing you want to do is call a bunch of people or get on WebEx and start asking questions and trying to figure this out. We believe we have a simple method of mitigating that. So when the vice mayor calls for a vote and the clerk opens up the machines, we are not going to conclude that process until we ensure that everybody has had a chance to vote. And if you haven't, or if you don't have your buttons there, don't worry. Like I just said, we're going to make sure that that everyone's vote is counted, and that also will allow one of our IT folks to call you to help reset the system and get you logged back in. Okay? We are going to make this work. And for those at home and in the audience here, running the third largest local legislative body in the nation remotely has been an extraordinary challenge. But we are going to make this work. All right. So, okay, if there was any questions on that, you may unmute yourself and ask if you'd like. Other than that, those are pretty much the ground rules, and I think we'll make this work. When the vice mayor comes up and starts the meeting, we are going to do a live test, okay? When we call the roll, all right, we are going to be using iLegislate to make sure that you're in and that you can use it and it works successfully. So with that, I believe that's all I've got. Everybody ready? So for those at home, what we see here is everybody, little screens, like you see me, and then everything next to that are everybody at home. And that's basically what the vice mayor or I see up here. All right, folks, thanks very much. With that, that concludes the announcement period.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Councilman Syracuse?
Yes.
This is Councilor Murphy. I joined a little late coming from rules. Is there a contingency plan that I missed if iLegislate is not working for people? Is it like, do we already have that laid out? Did I miss anything about that?
Sure, let me just go over that one more time. Absolutely. So, because when you first log into iLegislate, if you were to move your laptop or your internet connection were to go out, you won't know that your internet...
I got that. I mean, if we don't use the machines, like if they aren't working, do we know what the plan is? Or like, will they announce we're not using the machines anymore, or are we just going to guess?
We are going to use iLegislate.
Okay, thank you.
If we are not going to close the vote, though, until everybody has had a chance to vote. What I was saying was that you won't know whether you are still logged in until it's time to take the vote. So at that time, we're going to make sure everybody's had a chance. And that also helps our IT folks to identify who needs help, and they will call you so that the next time we open it up, you should be good to go. Any other questions? And again, the Vice Mayor is going to be coming up here to do a live test once we call the roll. All right, everybody. Thank you.
Tonight's meeting of the Metropolitan Nashville and Davidson County Council is coming to you live from the council chambers and is a public affairs presentation of the Metro Nashville Network. Good evening, everyone. I'm Pat Nolan, your announcer for this program. Tonight, the 15th Metropolitan Council holds the 20th business meeting of its four-year term. It has held 11 other business meetings so far in 2020 and one adjourned session, which was last week. The most important purpose of the council meeting tonight is to approve an operating budget for fiscal year 2021 and approve a property tax levy for both the city's urban services and general services districts. Under the Metro Charter, a balanced budget and a tax levy must be adopted by June 30th of each year, or the mayor's budget goes into effect automatically. In the wake of the sudden economic downturn caused by the community shutdown to deal with the coronavirus pandemic, the city has seen a tremendous loss in revenues. To deal with that, Mayor John Cooper has proposed a 32% property tax increase, or $1 on both the USD and GSD tax rates. Up to 4 council members have proposed alternate budgets over the last few weeks, and tax rates as well, with the Budget and Finance Committee Chairman Bob Mendez proposing a slightly higher rate of $1.07 increase, or a 34% property tax increase. Numerous council members are proposing separate budget amendments to cut, reduce reserve funds, and or move funds between departments, including several proposals that would cut public safety and criminal justice funds in response to the defund police request that several speakers demanded during the council's public hearing on the budget, which was held in this chamber on June 2nd. None of these amendments will decrease the property tax hike more than a dime or less if either of those are adopted tonight. There remains 2 other alternate budget and tax plans. One is from Council Member Freddie O'Connell. It will rely on significant federal grants, which the city's finance department says Metro is not eligible to receive. Therefore, it does not appear the O'Connell plan will be presented to the council tonight. It includes a 37-cent property tax increase, along with tens of millions in cuts for various departments. The other alternate plan is from Councilmember at Large Steve Glover. It would call for a property tax hike of 68 cents, along with significant cuts in almost all city departments, except for fire and police, along with an increase in the wheel tax. Right now would be roughly generating $35 million, or just about double the wheel tax, both the motor vehicle tax and the commercial vehicle tax. There are several council members suggesting varying wheel tax increases on their amendments as well. We'll see whether the council is going to adopt any of those. There was a question at the last meeting whether it requires a 27 or 2/3 vote majority to deal with that because the council, some members feel like, and some legal officials felt like, it needs at least a 2/3 vote under state law for a wheel tax to be adopted. In all, the council has been going through 28 different amendments along with alternate budgets and the tax proposals we talked about earlier. Put it all on paper. It comes to about 160 pages. Looking at those in committee and perhaps here on the floor at night. The Budget and Finance Committee is recommending the Mendez budget and not approving the Glover or McConnell budgets. Those budgets and amendments could be heard again tonight and could be considered here on the floor. It's not clear exactly when, at least it wasn't earlier today, exactly when the council would act tonight. The budget and tax bills are on pages 16 and 17 of an 18-page agenda. It does appear at this point they will be brought up out of order, so this will be taken up early in the meeting and not late into the evening. The budget bill, by the way, if you're looking for it, is BL 2020-286. The tax levy is BL 2020-287. There are also resolutions on the agenda regarding employee pay plans, longevity bonuses that could come into the budget and tax debate tonight. It's also possible, but not likely, the council could defer action tonight and hold special meetings next week on the 23rd or even on the deadline date on June 30th. Because of concerns of the coronavirus pandemic, the council tonight is conducting its business virtually for a 7th straight meeting under emergency rules. Due to health concerns, the public has been requested not to be present, although because we have slightly restricted, rules that have been changed slightly, we do have some members, including some of the protesters that have been outside the council chambers and outside the courthouse, are also present in the back. Again, in both areas, we're trying to keep within the 25 limit number of people, and where I think we're adding the front of the building, the front of the chambers here as one meeting, and the people in the back as 25 as well, as a separate meeting. Vice Mayor Jim Shulman will be here to conduct the meeting tonight. There'll be members of the Budget and Finance Committee and some of the council members who have amendments who are here in the chambers. The rest of the council members will be participating online. Along with the vice mayor, we'll have at-large member Bob Mendez, who's here, who'll be obviously handling the budget tonight, as well as Jeff Syracuse, who's the chairman pro tem. He'll run the meeting tonight if the vice mayor cannot. The executive order issued by Governor Bill Lee which allows local governments to meet electronically during this time of emergencies to handle necessary business. That executive order has been extended to stay in force until the end of this month. As I mentioned, the council has an 18-page agenda tonight. That includes 1 page of elections and confirmations listed on the agenda, along with some non-zoning related public hearings, but also 6 pages of resolutions and the acceptance of 14 various state and federal grants. Just 1 page of first reading bills tonight, 2 pages of second reading ordinances, and 8 pages of third reading bills. Many of those are zoning bills that were approved on public hearing on second reading 2 weeks ago. If you want to follow tonight's council meeting as it progresses, you can find the agenda online, as well as the council staff analysis with explanations of the legislation. Just go to the Metro Council portion of the Nashville.gov website and to the Legislative Information Center. We'll also be placing the bill numbers on the screen as we go along tonight when they come up for consideration, so you can follow along and keep up with what's on the meeting agenda. Let's now go to Vice Mayor let's go now to Vice Mayor Jim Shulman. He'll be gaveling tonight's meeting to order, again with a little bit of a technical work early on to make sure that the voting system tonight is working. Let's go now to Vice Mayor Shulman.
So will the meeting please come to order? We welcome you to the Metro Council. Today is Tuesday, June 16th, 2020. Will all members of the council as well as the public please rise for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilmember Aaron Evans, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Tonight's invocation I have brought to you Pastor Tommy Dove from the Grace Place Church on Central Pike in Hermitage. Pastor Dove was instrumental in helping so many people on my side of town with the tornado. And I wanted to share that if you are still somebody who's challenged with tornado recovery, the Community Foundation of Middle Tennessee, in partnership with the Tennessee United Methodist Church, has put together the Tornado Recovery Helpline. And that phone number is 615-270-9255. So if you're still struggling from the tornado, please call 615-270-9255. And with that, I'll turn it over to Pastor Tommy Dove.
Would you pray with me? Our Father, we are thankful for these who have gathered to serve our community and our city. We pray tonight that you would provide them with wisdom and discernment and courage. And Lord, that during these troubled times that you would protect them from the attacks that the enemy would send their way. And we pray tonight the words of St. Francis when he said, Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. And where there is sadness, joy. O divine Master, grant that I may not so much seek to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love. For it is in giving that we receive, and it's in pardoning that we are pardoned, and it's in dying that we are born to eternal life. We pray these things, Lord, in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Councilmember Evans.
Pastor Dove. Yes, sir.
There you go. Pledge of Allegiance.
Now we're ready for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember Evans. You did a great job. So you may be seated. For people who are in the back, council members know this, and for people who are watching, we remain in phase 2. We thought we might be in phase 3, but we remain in phase 2. So we are limited in the number of council members that we can have in the chamber. We have obviously the budget up tonight, and we also have amendments and substitutes up tonight. So we invited as many as we thought we could probably fit in here A couple members couldn't come, but they are all watching and being a part of this meeting by teleconference. With that, the way we do this, because of being in different places, the way we take the roll is we ask the clerk to call the roll. So, Madam Clerk, you're recognized for calling the roll.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Mendez. Present. Councilmember Hurt. Here. Councilmember Allen. Present. Councilmember Glover. Here. Councilmember Suara. Present. Councilmember Hall. Councilmember Toombs. Here. Okay, I'm marking Councilmember Hall present. Councilmember Toombs. Councilmember Gamble.
Present.
Councilmember Swope.
I'm here.
Councilmember Parker.
I'm present.
Councilmember Withers.
Present.
Councilmember Benedict.
Present.
Councilmember Van Rees.
Present.
Councilmember Hancock.
Present.
Councilmember Young.
Present.
Councilmember Hager.
Here.
Councilmember Evans.
Present.
Councilmember Bradford.
Present.
Councilmember Roten.
Present.
Councilmember Syracuse. Councilmember Welsh.
Present.
Councilmember Sledge.
Present.
Councilmember Cash.
Present.
Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember Roberts.
Present.
Councilmember Taylor.
Present.
Councilmember Hauser.
Present.
Councilmember Druffel.
Present.
Councilmember Murphy.
Present.
Councilmember Pulley.
Present.
Councilmember Johnston.
Present.
Councilmember Nash.
Present.
Councilmember Vercher.
Present.
Councilmember Porterfield.
Present.
Councilmember Sepulveda.
Present.
Councilmember Rutherford. Councilmember Stiles. Councilmember Stiles. Councilmember Lee.
I'm here.
Councilmember Henderson.
Present.
Councilmember Rosenberg. Calling last time for Councilmember Stiles. May I mark her present, Vice Mayor?
Mark her present. Okay, so we actually have all 40 members. Very good. All right, as if you heard during the announcements by Deputy Pro Tem Syracuse, we are using iLegislate tonight. But I've been given some instructions about how to make sure that we've got this correct. We have a big night in front of us. We have a lot of votes coming up. So a couple things, I'll go through this and we'll make sure that you don't have any questions. And then we're going to do a test run to make sure that we've got this right. So this evening, we will be using WebEx to conduct the meeting to provide audio and visual facilities for those members who are connecting remotely. Most of you should already be in iLegislate. Hopefully everybody is. General reminder that we will be using iLegislate, that application for voting and requesting to speak during the meeting tonight. So again, you're going to be using iLegislate for voting and a request to speak if you want to be recognized, all right? You will not be using the raise your hand in WebEx as we've done in the past. So we're going to do a test vote in just a minute to confirm that all council members can use the voting function. Metro ITS is monitoring this exercise. We'll be contacting you should you have any trouble. If you are having trouble, contact Metro ITS. Once everyone has voted, the clerk's going to verify the names of those members who did not vote, and we will at least know that you may be having trouble in terms of using the system. Again, instead of the WebEx raise the hand function, we will be using the request to speak function. I know members of the public may not be all that interested on all this stuff, but this is how we make sure that we conduct a meeting from afar and make sure that we recognize people as they come into the queue. Again, when you wish to speak, members, please click on the Request to Speak button at the bottom of your iLegislate screen. And when you are done, please click the same button to withdraw your request to speak. If you have any issues with the system, again, this is a very important meeting. We have a lot of votes coming up. If you have any problems, please get in touch with Metro ITS. So it's my understanding what we are going to do is we are going to simply open up the machines right now and ask you to vote. There is this is a test. It doesn't mean anything. But Madam Clerk, what I would like for you to do is open the machines. Members of the council, you can vote yes, no, abstain. We just want to make sure that you show up in the system so we don't have any problems. So with that, Madam Clerk, are you ready?
Yes.
All right. Madam Clerk, if you will open up the machines, council members, you're ready to vote? So this is designed, I think what we're going to do is we're going to find out who's not showing up on the system, so during the voting, we can actually call on those members and make sure we've got their votes recorded. Madam Clerk, you tell me when you're ready to indicate if everybody's on.
Okay, I can go through these names, Vice Mayor, for folks who don't have a vote.
All right, so ITS, you're listening. So council members, what we're going to do is we're going to indicate those members that are not showing up on our iLegislate system, since we may have to call on you for votes later on during the evening. Madam Clerk, you're recognized.
Councilmember Hancock.
Point of order, before we go through that, nothing popped up on my iLegislate. I'm logged in and everything. Are you saying that this is one of those times that my internet would have gone down?
So hold on. Councilmember Murphy, is that you? Okay.
Yeah.
So Councilmember Murphy, so what we're doing is we're simply asking you to vote yes, no, or abstain. Are you hitting a button right now?
I don't nothing popped up for me to vote. Am I supposed to be like in the call to order or the roll call view?
Right now you're on the call to order and invocation. Is that, I think that's right. Is that right?
We have roll call activated, and you, if you would have clicked the join meeting button, that could be a function that's limiting what you're seeing right now.
Okay.
All right.
I guess we'll just try it out.
So we're taking our time, make sure we got this right. So Councilmember Murphy, are you having trouble getting into the system? Okay. We're going to give you.
No, I'm in the system. Nothing popped up for me to vote on.
Okay. All right. We're going to give you a call and make sure you get in. Madam Clerk, who else is having trouble that we don't see?
Councilmember Hancock.
Councilmember Hancock. Okay.
And I did receive the pop-up on my screen, and I answered yes, and then it went away.
Okay.
Hey.
Madam Clerk, anybody else?
Councilmember Young.
I just wait and I click join.
This is Councilmember Young. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Councilmember Young, Councilmember Murphy, and Councilmember Hancock having trouble. Who else is on that list?
Judy Roberts, I'm having trouble as well.
In the meeting.
I can't get in.
Meeting. Yes. I can.
Okay, council members, hold on. We're just going through the list. Councilmember Roberts is also on that list?
Yes, and that one, Vice Mayor, I think that I'll need to talk to ITS about the profile.
All right. Anybody else who's having trouble?
Councilmember
Yes, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Stiles.
I did that. I clicked on it.
Councilmember Stiles?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I'm in the agenda. You want me to go back out of the agenda and refresh?
So,
Please let me know when to proceed, Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Murphy, I think they're going to call you, so you may want to put your system on mute, and then they'll walk you through it. Okay. So what I've got, let me make sure I've got this right. Again, this is very important tonight. Councilmember Young, is having trouble getting through. Councilmember Murphy, Councilmember Hancock, Councilmember Roberts, Councilmember Stiles.
Yes, I still need to go through my list, Vice Mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
Councilmember Sledge.
Councilmember Sledge, you're having trouble?
I didn't feel like I was. I pressed the button.
Okay. Who else do you have on your list, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Pulley.
Councilmember Pulley? All right. Anybody else?
I was able to get it up on the vote just before you cut it off. So I think I've got mine working, but I wasn't able to get a vote in before it went away. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. Who else? Who else?
Councilmember Vercher.
Councilmember Vercher is having trouble? I am going to recognize Councilmember Allen.
Vice Mayor, I'm in the same boat with Councilman Pulley. It flashed up on my end, and I wasn't able to vote before it disappeared. So my recommendation would just be to exercise a little more patience before closing it. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd also ask if we can do a test of the request to speak button, maybe if everybody pushes them and you can tell us if you see them all or not, so that we won't discover later on that that didn't work either.
Okay. All right, we're going to do that in just a minute. Let me make sure I get through this part first. Madam Clerk, anybody else who's having trouble getting into the system?
That is all.
Okay. So I have got Councilmembers Young, Murphy, Hancock, Roberts, Stiles, Sledge, Pulley, and Vercher that we need to double check on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so we have eight members that we have to make sure that we get squared away. We've got a little bit of time to work on that before we get into actually some of the issues coming up. All right, so based upon Councilmember Allen's request, I think that's a good idea. So council members, what I'd like for you to do is hit your request to speak button so I can make sure that that's working as well. Here they come, okay. Again, council members, hit your request to speak button so I can see how many people I've got. Okay. All right, let me see. So I have got 32 members that have listed to speak. We have 40 members. So I'm going to double check real quick. 33 members. Now, let me see if I'm seeing the same people. Councilmember Murphy, did you hit your request to speak button? Councilmember Murphy? Okay, you did.
My request.
Yeah, you're now listed.
Shocking.
Councilmember Young, I've got you. Councilmember Murphy, I've got her. Councilmember Hancock is on. Councilmember Roberts.
I do not have a request.
Okay, you don't have the way to hit the button? Okay.
No, all I have is one.
Councilmember Stiles. Councilmember Stiles is not on this list.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Stiles, have you hit your request to speak button?
No, I unfortunately am completely unable to get into my laptop. It was not allowing me into the meeting originally. Now it's not allowing me to even get the opening screen after I restarted. I'm completely.
We're doing this in front of the public.
Councilmember Sledge, can you hit your request to speak button?
It is hit. I'm hitting it like 14 times.
Okay, Councilmember Sledge, you're not showing up. Oh, I just found you. You were way at the bottom. Okay. Councilmember Pulley is on. Councilmember Vercher is on. So let me try one more time.
Now we're all mute. We've lost it. Sound. Oh. Okay. So big.
Councilwoman Roberts, you're not muted.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good.
Councilmember Roberts, you are actually in the meeting twice, and your video is on one feed and your microphone is on the other feed.
There's also an entry that says evil clone next to one of your names, but that's probably the name.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, and members of the council, again, we're having some technical difficulties. We have 8 members that somehow cannot vote, and then we've got an additional group of people that somehow can't hit their buttons. Tonight is obviously, we've got our budget in front of us. It's going to take a little while to get through, but we want to make sure we get this right. So it is 10 after 7. We're going to go into recess for 10 minutes, not long. We're going to go into recess for 10 minutes and come back at 7:20 to make sure we can see if we can get everybody else online. Councilmember Glover, do you wish to be recognized?
Yes, sir. Please. If we could, I'm trying to understand who's in the chamber, who's sitting in the chairs. Could we do that, please, if you wouldn't mind, just because some faces I don't recognize. And then before we take the break or after we take the break.
You mean actually in the chambers? We have a couple of folks from Metro, the finance department.
I just don't recognize.
Oh, okay.
I recognize Mr. Crumbo, and I recognize Mr. I think
Edelman.
There's others I don't recognize, okay. And so I'm just asking to make sure I understand who's in here with us.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to go into a 10-minute recess. I am so sorry, but we're going to take a 10-minute recess, and then we will be back at 7:20. We have to proceed ahead. So what we will be doing as we fix it, we'll take care of it. But when we have votes, we'll go to iLegislate. You can make your vote, and then the clerk will then poll those individuals who are not showing up on the system to make sure we get your votes recorded. And then she will then announce the overall vote. Again, we apologize. We have been working on this for the last 2 months. We still have issues with this, obviously. Anyway, that's how we're going to proceed ahead. We have lots of work ahead of us tonight, so we are ready to keep going. All right? So hopefully we'll be fixing this along the way, but we'll make sure if there's a problem, just let me know. We want to make sure that everybody's vote counts. All right? So we are now on A motion, is there a motion for adoption of the minutes of the meeting from June 9th, 2020? It's proper motion, properly seconded. Without objection, the minutes of the meeting will stand approved as written. Madam Clerk, are there any messages from the mayor?
No, Vice Mayor, there are no messages from the mayor.
All right, Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized for a motion. I do. Councilmember Rosenberg, your microphone is on. Do you know what your motion is?
It's the electronic meetings motion.
That's right.
I'm pulling up right this second. Mr. President, I make a motion that the June 16th, 2020 Metropolitan Council meeting agenda constitutes essential business of this body and the Metropolitan government, and that meeting electronically is necessary to protect the health, safety, and welfare of Tennesseans in light of the COVID-19 outbreak.
All right, thank you. You've heard the motion, properly seconded. Any discussion on that motion? Let me just double check in the queue. Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Okay, the vote is 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Good to go, that's the vote. All right, so before we get into elections and confirmations, I have one announcement. I believe it has been sent out to all the members of the council. This is important for both the council members and for the viewing audience. We have, unfortunately, a school board vacancy that we need to fill. So let me go through the notice that's required for me to give to you all. Notice is hereby given of a vacancy on the Metropolitan Nashville Board of Education, which pursuant to state law is to be filled by the Metropolitan Council. This vacancy is the result of the untimely death of School Board Chair Anna Shepard on Monday, June 8th, 2020. Ms. Shepard represented the School District 4. Pursuant to state law, the individual selected to fill this vacancy will serve until a successor can be elected at the November 3rd, 2020 general election, so it's a limited time frame. Ms. Shepard's term is set to expire on August 31st, 2022. Nominees must reside in School District 4. The procedure for filling this vacancy is set forth in Council Rule number 49. This is the time frame for this process to be as follows. This is the process to be used. 1, the vacancy shall officially be announced at the June 16th, 2020 council meeting. That's tonight. All members of the council, as well as members of the public, including candidates themselves, may nominate a person to fill the vacant seats. All nominations shall be in writing and filed with the Metropolitan Clerk no later than 4:00 p.m. 1 week following the June 16, 2020 council meeting. So no later than 4:00 p.m. 1 week from today, June 23rd, 2020. Any nominee who fails to complete the required questionnaire to the Metropolitan Clerk within 3 business days after the candidate's nomination shall result in the candidate's nomination being automatically withdrawn. Nominees will be announced at the July 7th, 2020 council meeting. Nominees will be notified to meet with the council's Rules, Confirmation, and Public Elections Committee. And I believe last time they came in, that was done in coordination with the Education Committee, which is fine. On Tuesday, July 21st, 2020, that's the date that they will meet with the nominees. And an election to fill the seat will be conducted at the council meeting on that evening. Any nominee who fails to appear before the Rules Committee on July 21st shall be deemed to have withdrawn his or her name from nomination. If there are any questions, about this process, please contact Council Director John Cooper at the Metro Council Office, 862-6780, 615-862-6780. I believe that takes care of that particular situation. Again, Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So, Chair Lady Shepard and I literally lived down the street from one another. And I asked her to run for the seat, and she did. And while we didn't always agree on every aspect of it, I'll tell you something. She always fought for every child in this city. And so, therefore, Mayor, or Vice Mayor, if you wouldn't mind, I would like for us to take a moment of silence. I know you did it before, but I'd like to do it one more time because she was a trooper. She was a trooper for every child in the city, in that school district, and I'm sorry, but I would like to do that if you would not mind, sir.
All right, so we're going to take a moment of silence. If you would please rise. Thank you. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I'm going to miss her. I'm going to miss her. Yeah. One other question before we proceed ahead, because of the school board vacancy. I know that information has gone out to council members. Madam Clerk, is it posted on your website?
Vice Mayor, this announcement was published today by the council office.
Okay. Is it going to, so just in case people are interested and they're not sure how to find it, will it be posted on your website starting like tomorrow so people can find it?
We'll be happy to do that.
Okay, that would be great. So again, if you're watching, if you're in the back of the gallery, if anybody's interested in this particular vacancy, if you didn't listen tonight or you didn't get the information, please either contact a council member or contact the Metro Clerk's office for the basic information, because the timing of this is fairly quick. Again, if you are interested, all nominations shall be in writing and filed with the Metropolitan Clerk no later than 4:00 p.m. 1 week following the June 16, 2020 council meeting, which is tonight, June 23rd, 2020. Again, it's to fill a limited vacancy, but the turnaround time is fairly quickly. All right. All right. Moving ahead, we are on to elections and confirmations. Councilmember Rosenberg, do you have a report from Rules and Confirmations?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I do. So we, the Rules Committee, considered a number of elections and confirmations. We had the Airport Authority, the reappointment of Mr. John Dirge for a term expiring April 5th, 2024, the appointment of Ms. Joycelyn Stevenson for a term expiring April 5th, 2024. Those were both 6 in favor, none against. The Civil Service Commission, the reappointment of Ms. Joanne North for a term expiring March 31st, 2025. That was 6 in favor, none against. Planning Commission appointment of Mr. James Lawson for a term expiring March 31st, 2024. That was 6 in favor, none against. And the Social Services Commission, the appointment of Mr. Michael McSurdy for a term expiring April 3rd, 2025, and the reappointment of Mr. Brandon Tompkins for a term expiring April 3rd, 2025. Those were both 4 in favor, none against, and I move approval of all of them.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Rosenberg. You've heard the motion to approve all the nominations that came before the Rules and Confirmations Committee, properly seconded. Any discussion? Any discussion from any of the members? Again, if you want to speak, you're going to have to hit your request to speak button. I see nobody in the queue. We're on the motion to approve, properly seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Any abstentions? Okay, the vote to approve all is 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? All right, so what we did was reappointed Mr. John Dorge for a term expiring April 5th, 2024 to the Airport Authority, and also appointed Ms. Jocelyn Stevenson for a term expiring on the same day. Civil Service Commission, reappointment of Ms. Joanne North. The Planning Commission, the appointment of Mr. James Lawson for a term expiring March 31st, 2024. And the Social Services Commission, appointment of Mr. Michael McSurdy for a term expiring April 3rd, 2025. And the reappointment of Mr. Brandon Tompkins for a term expiring April 3rd, 2025. On behalf of the entire Metro Council, I know they're not here. It was more fun when they were here, so we can actually thank them. But we do thank them for their willingness to serve and volunteer their time and expertise to help Nashville and Davidson County. Thank you all very much. At some point, we'll get them back in so we can properly recognize them. Okay, so let me explain where we are. We know that most people are here on the budget. We have 2 resolutions on public hearing tonight. Here, hold on just a second. Councilmember Hurt, I'm sorry. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I apologize, but I wanted to go back to the Airport Authority, and I know that Dr. Dexter Samuels served on the Airport Authority for several years, and I just wanted to recognize him for the outstanding work that he did as a member of that authority. He actually went over the terms that is allowed for members because of the great work that he did, but I did not want this time to pass without recognizing him for having served so well.
I think that's a proper statement. I'm going to let that be heard. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Hurt. Okay. All right, we are now on resolutions on public hearing. We have 2 tonight. These are resolutions on public hearing. They both deal with, I believe, beer permits. They just happen to be on the schedule. And so we're going to take those up before we get to the budget. So I believe this is the way it's going to work. Again, 2 of them, we'll call it the resolutions one at a time. We will then refer to the sponsor. Unless the sponsor moves to defer the public hearing, sponsor will call for a public hearing if you wish to speak. I believe we have some people already on the system. We may have some people outside, and I believe we may have a number to call. I think it's the same number if people want to call, 629-255-1931. We have somebody who can take the calls. Again, this is on 2 beer permit resolutions. So I'm going to read the caption of the matter twice, give people time to call in. Then we'll open up the public hearing, taking callers from either side. After that process, I'll close the public hearing and then refer back to the sponsor. So we're going to call up the first resolution. It is Resolution RS 2020-331 by Councilmember Sledge, a resolution exempting St. L, located at 1420 3rd Avenue South, from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to Section 7.08.090E of the Metropolitan Code. Councilmember Sledge, I know you've also got a committee report, but do you plan to have a public hearing on that measure tonight?
I do not, Vice Mayor.
Okay. Do I need to get the committee report? Councilmember Pooley, do you all have a report? Public safety.
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor, we deferred by rule, as we understand that the sponsor wanted to move it down, wanted to defer it.
So all Councilmember Sledge is deferring it to what date?
I'm deferring it to the next meeting. Vice Mayor, the first meeting in July.
July 7th. All right. So we are deferring that measure till July 7th. Any objection to that? Seeing none, that resolution is deferred, so there is no public hearing on that tonight on 2020-331. Okay, we're now on Resolution RS 2020-357 by Councilmember Withers. Resolution exempting Vinyl Tap, located at 2038 Greenwood Avenue, from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to Section 7.08.090E of the Metropolitan Code. Again, Resolution RS 2020-357. Councilmember Withers, you are recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor. Could I get committee reports, please?
You certainly can. Public safety, Councilmember Pulley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Public safety recommended approval, 6 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Withers, I'm going to read the caption one more time in case somebody wants to call in on this. A resolution exempting Vinyl Tap, located at 2038 Greenwood Avenue, from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to section 7.08.090E of the Metropolitan Code. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
All right, I declare the public hearing open. So I have to go about this a couple different ways. If anybody is either out in the gallery, if people are out in the hallway, if you would come in if you wish to speak. I need to find out if there's anybody on the WebEx that is interested in speaking. If you do, if you'd unmute so I can recognize you. And is there anybody on the phones?
There are no speakers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay.
Callers.
Okay, I'm going to give it another little bit of time to make sure we don't miss anybody. Okay, again, I thought we had people outside. Not on this one? Okay. All right. So if anybody's listening outside and is interested on the resolution exempting Vinyl Tap, please come on in. If anybody's in the back of the chamber interested in Vinyl Tap, please come up to the microphone. If we have anybody on the WebEx and wants to speak, let me know. And again, Ms. Godin, is there anybody on the phone line?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, Councilmember O'Connell, you got your hand up, recognizing you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was just going to ask the sponsor if he knows if the alcohol by volume at this location is going to go up to 11. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we're, I see people moving around in the back, but I don't know, I don't think they're interested. So just to make sure we've got it, the two individuals who just came in, we're on a public hearing on a beer permit. Are you all interested in talking about that? Okay. All right, and I'm not going to have Councilmember Withers answer Councilmember O'Connell's question. The what? Nora O'Connell. Yeah, I got it. All right, so nobody else is in the queue. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move approval.
Okay, so I got a motion to approve. We're on RS 2020-357. See a second on the approval. Any questions, any discussions? What happened? Okay, so we have a caller, so we're going to reopen the public hearing. All right. So Councilmember Withers, we are reopening the public hearing because we do have somebody on the call. All right.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Ms. Godin, you can go ahead and let them in. All right, welcome. I need your name, address, and you've got 2 minutes. And if you would, tell us if you're for or against the resolution.
My name is Tim Jewell. I'm at 313A Manchester Avenue, 37206. And I am against the resolution because I don't understand why any business gets an exemption simply because the council member is actually listening to that single constituent's concerns. Because I've been trying to contact Brett Withers all day to find out how he plans to vote on another issue tonight, and he refuses to acknowledge my existence. So while he's making an exemption for a business in my neighborhood, he's refusing to acknowledge my existence. So I'm against everything he's proposing tonight, and I intend to call and be against everything Brett Withers stands for tonight. Thank you.
All right. So anybody else in the queue?
more callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would like to renew my motion to approve with brief comment.
All right, so I got a motion to approve. It was properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you. Many people who've been around East Nashville for a while will remember this as the old vinyl, or the old Family Wash location. Was a beloved neighborhood gathering spot for many years. They moved to a different location and unfortunately closed. Vinyl Tap came in. They offer, in addition to beverages, they have a really great vinyl record store. So they have been a great neighbor for a long time for us in Eastwood, as well as the sort of adjacent Rosebank Neighbors Group. We'll sometimes have meetings there. And just really support Todd, the business owner, and all that he has brought to enliven that corner of the Eastwood neighborhood. And so with all of that, I renew my motion to approve. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Withers has renewed his motion. I'm looking to see if anybody has any questions in the queue. I see nobody in the queue. It's a proper motion, proper second. We're voting on Resolution RS 2020-357. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? All right, vote is 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Resolution passes. All right, that takes us to the consent agenda resolutions, and that's where we are now going to take up the Metro operating budget. So obviously the Metro operating budget is before us tonight, along with a number of other bills and resolutions. Historically, we have taken up the budget and all budget matters first. Because it takes a lot of time. We want to make sure we have proper time to focus on it. Without objection, we will proceed in that matter. For purposes of the council and the viewing public, this is the order that we will proceed in. And Councilmember Mendes, make sure that I've got it right, Mr. Cooper. And if you have a copy of our agenda, you can follow along. So the first bill up will actually be the budget. It's on page 16 of your agenda. It'll be BL 2020-286. And then we'll go to BL 2020-287, 289, 294, which is on page 18 of your agenda, 295, 299, and then we have resolutions at the beginning, which should be on page 2. Sorry, thank you. Resolution, it should be on page 2. It's resolution RS 2020-358, 359, 360, and 361. Mr. Cooper Mendes, did I get all those right? Okay. So just for you to watch, because I see people taking notes, we're going to go back over that so you'll know kind of the process of how we do this. BL 2020-286, 287, 289, 294, 295, 299, 358, 359, 360, and 361. All right, so I sent to all council members this morning, and I think I passed out sheets to individuals who were in the back that lays out a budget procedure for the process of dealing with the budget. Because we have the budget, we have substitutes, we have amendments, we have late filed amendments. I think we have late filed amendments, 2 late filed amendments. So I'm going to go over this sheet. I don't like to take too much time, but this is very important. I want to make sure that nobody has any questions as we proceed ahead. Okay, and then once we get through that, then we will be on the budget. I'm making sure that I have no questions before I start. Okay, so here's the process for those of you watching at home, and again for council members. This is the exact same process we used for the last 2 years when we had extra substitute budgets. So here's the voting procedure. Councilmember Mendes, as the sponsor, as the budget chair, will move the ordinance and is expected to move his substitute operating budget. If seconded, the Mendes substitute will then be debated and a vote will be held on his substitute. Doesn't mean you're passing the budget, you're just getting the substitute in front of this body. If the substitute is approved, amendments will then be considered to the ordinance as substituted. We have a series of amendments, but there's a series of amendments that just fit onto Councilmember Mendes's substitute, and so those amendments will be taken up one by one. After Councilmember Mendes's substitute and all of the amendments have been considered, each of the sponsors of the additional remaining substitutes will be called on for discussion of the respective substitutes in the order of submission. So historically, for years, we only had one substitute. We never had additional substitutes. This happened a couple of years ago, and we had to figure out a process to make sure that everybody got heard in the process. So basically, assuming that Councilmember Mendes moves his substitute and starts taking on amendments, before he passes for a final approval of his substitute, out of professional courtesy, we then refer to the other sponsors of the substitutes, Councilmember Glover and Councilmember O'Connell. Each of them will describe their substitute. Full discussion should be allowed on those two substitutes. Then each of those second substitutes will be subject to a vote without amendment. Under our rules, you cannot amend a second substitute. So we have 2 second substitutes. Under our rules, you cannot amend it. You can amend the first one. You can't amend the second one. And we actually have 2, so you can't amend the second one and the third one in this case. We'll never have a third, but but there's 2 substitutes out there that want to be second, and we can't amend that, just so you'll know. Then each of these second substitutes will be subject to a vote without amendment. However, once a second substitute has been approved by a majority, no other substitute may be voted on. There can be no third substitute, basically. These second substitutes will be voted on in the order of submission. Councilmember Glover's will be first, Councilmember O'Connell second. If any of those substitutes prevail, it becomes the ordinance that we then vote on for the budget. If Councilmember Mendes's substitute, which is the first one that we've gone through, and it had been previously approved as the first, if it's his, you will be the first substitute. The second substitute, if it gets a majority vote, would then replace the first substitute, and that first substitute would no longer be an option. However, I know this is fairly complicated. If none of the second substitutes prevail, if Councilmember Glover's fails, if Councilmember O'Connell's fails, the council goes back to Councilmember Mendes's substitute as potentially amended, and then there will be a vote to approve his substitute again with any amendments. Now that's a little tricky. There's actually a couple votes involved in this. At that point, all we're doing is approving and basically getting the council member substitute, if that's where we get to, approving Councilmember Mendes's substitute as amended. But that doesn't end the process. If you're watching your thing, number 9, the vote to accept a substitute is by simple majority. Once all the substitutes have been considered and a substitute, if any, has been approved, the ordinance as substituted and as amended, if you've got amendments on it, will then be moved for adoption. Then we are actually voting on the budget. Sponsor of the prevailing substitute will move approval of the ordinance as substituted for a final vote. If the ordinance receives 21 votes, it's the budget. If the ordinance receives less than 21 votes, which happened last year, the mayor's budget takes effect on June 30th. Okay? Now, that's a lot of information. For the members returning, it's the exact same process we've used for the last 2 years. But the new members, we have 18 of you all. You all certainly have questions. We'll go through this slow, but there is a process that we use. Just follow along. And again, if you have questions during the process, just hit your button and ask. Mr. Cooper is here. We've been through this before, but we're going to take our time and make sure that we have this right. Any questions from anybody? Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Well, it's not a question, it's a statement. You know, you have done a phenomenal job in this process. It's been a challenge. We've all taken a lot of hits. We've taken a bunch of hits. And when we finish tonight, what I really hope for is that we each reach out to one another and we embrace one another, because right now, Nashville needs us. Nashville needs us. So let's do our job. Let's be leaders. You've been a leader. And you have tried to hold all this stuff together in things that you and I would never have dreamed of. You and I have known each other for, what, nearly 20 years now. We've been through a lot of things. Never anything like this before. But you have been a phenomenal leader. And sometimes we read stuff in social media and we think we're saying things about one another that's probably incorrect. There's not one person on this floor or that's on the phone or watching this, on their computers at their home right now that ran for the office just to run for the office. They did it because they believed they could make a difference. Let's make a difference. Let's do our job. Let's embrace one another. I'm a Republican, yes. Others are Democrats. Others are independents. Right now is the right time for us to come together and unite. So the only thing I would request, and when I finish this right now, Vice Mayor, when we finish tonight, let's embrace one another. It's important that we do that. It's been a hard fight. It's not over. You know, the financial challenges are not over. But there's nobody in this room that I don't consider to be a friend of mine. Whether we agree or not, I think it's important that tomorrow morning when we get up, we understand that we're all trying to work collectively to take care of Nashville. And Vice Mayor, thank you for leading this body. And I congratulate you for everything you've done. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, sir.
Well, Councilmember Glover, thank you. I appreciate the remarks, and I appreciate particularly remarks about everybody working together. I will tell you that when everybody gets up in the morning, we may still be here in the morning, so it may not be that we get up.
Please don't say that.
Well, I'm just thinking we may be here tomorrow, and that's a lot of nice things to say, but I don't vote on any of this stuff, so it's okay. So I'm just letting you know. But anyway, I do appreciate that. I will, ladies and gentlemen, I know that there's been a lot of things going on. This is not easy for council members. It's not easy. A lot of people have lots of opinions, and we appreciate that. But I've been through 12 of these, I think, with Mr. Glover as well, and some other members have been through a lot as well. I know Councilmember Allen has been through a lot. Councilmember Hurt has been through these things. They're not easy. Do you want to speak? Okay. Or did you just want to tell me you got a phone call? I'm hitting your button. Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized. I wasn't sure why you were pointing to your phone.
Thank you,
now
Mr. Vice Mayor. And I wanted to make sure that you allowed me this time to speak. I thank Councilman Glover for those words, but my comments are a little bit different. We've received thousands upon thousands of emails from constituents, but there was one letter that we received that I have been unable to rest, and I am compelled to respond. That letter was from the state comptroller, and I want him to know that each and every one of us serves on this council because we love our great city and its residents. I am so passionate about being a council person because people count on me and all of us to do the right thing for Nashville. They elected us to be their voice, their representative, and their servant leader. I am deeply concerned when non-elected outside parties use their positions of power to silence the voice of every Nashvillian. You silence our voters, residents, and taxpayers when you limit what this Metro Council can do in the best interest of our city. If we discriminate or bring harm to citizens, then the state should step in. But when we are debating the appropriate tools to fund our city's budget or how much rainy day fund is necessary, the people's voice should be and the only voice we respond to. Nashvillians elected us to be that voice. We are now told to shut up because a non-elected powerful outsider wants the budget his way or the highway. I wanted to vote for a specific budget that I am told won't be approved by the state. Today I will comply, but I don't believe in this 32% tax increase because I don't think it should be on the backs of the citizens and those vulnerable populations. And I also don't take kindly to threats. Threats to take over Davidson County's Metro Council and its responsibilities and judging my priority, for it is and shall always be taking care of the people of Davidson County, especially knowing that for the past 3 years, Davidson County tourism has visitors come here and they've spent over $20.5 billion in 2018 alone, had $7 billion direct visitor spending, provided 71,140 jobs, provided $1.9 billion in paychecks for tourism, and the state and local taxes of $522 million has been paid from those dollars. One day, those who wield their power, use strong-arm governance, and impose their will on us will have the federal government do the exact same to them. For as we all know, what you reap, you will sow.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Hart. All right, I'm checking in the queue, but we are just about ready to get to the budget, even though we've already started actually talking about the budget. All right, so unless there's anything else, unless there's any other questions about the procedure.
Mr. Vice Mayor, is my hand showing or my request to speak button? This is Councilman Young.
Councilmember Young, no, it's not. Oh, wait a minute, here it is. You know, when you have two things going on at the same time. Councilmember Young, hold on. Councilmember Parker, you're actually in front of Councilmember Young. I just saw you. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized, and then Councilmember Young, I'll go to you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you for the explanation of the process. You know, I'm new to this, so I just want to be clear on something. Under what circumstances would and where in the process would the mayor's budget proposal be amendable?
It's a little complicated, and I'm going to look at Mr. Cooper to make sure I get this right. Or Mr. Cooper, do you want to just answer it? All right, so the process is the mayor's budget is in front of us as soon as we call up the ordinance. If Councilmember Mendez moves to substitute and it gets a second, we are then on his substitute. We're no longer on the mayor's budget. We then go through, we're going to be here for a while, we're going to go through every amendment and make sure that we get this taken care of. Again, at some point, Councilmember Mendez will have all the amendments and whatever else shows up on his, not the substitutes, but all the rest of the amendments will be sitting on his substitute as amended. He then, out of professional courtesy, allows the other members with substitutes to speak. We vote on those. If they pass, then we're on theirs. if we vote those down, we're back on Councilmember Mendez's substitute as amended, and then he is going to move approval of that substitute as amended. That's not the budget quite yet. I know that makes, sometimes people get confused, but we are basically approving that substitute as amended. Did I say that correct? I'm looking at Mr. Cooper to make sure I don't say anything wrong on this. Mr. Cooper?
So technically, you would vote first to accept the substitute before putting amendments on or second substitutes.
And we are going to do that as soon as we're going to debate the substitute, and then it's going to be a vote just to get it in front of the body so we can put amendments on. I'm sorry about that. So once we do that, we are off the mayor's budget. If we get to the point where a substitute is before the body for approval, it's approved, and then we vote, and it gets 21 votes, that substitute, whoever's it is, becomes the budget, and that's the budget. There's the only situation, I believe, and I'm not sure if we can even get back there, is if no substitutes pass. We have already passed the mayor's substitute, and I'm not sure if we can get back to that.
The only way to get back to the mayor's budget is if the chair's substitute or no other substitute is accepted. So that initial vote to accept, if that failed, then you're back on the mayor's budget. If the vote to accept the chair's substitute or any subsequent substitute is approved, then the mayor's budget essentially goes away.
All right, Councilmember Parker, I'm just telling you this is a very difficult process. We take our time through this, but does that answer your question?
Yes, Vice Mayor, that was my initial understanding, and you all have confirmed it for me, so thank you so much.
All right, thank you. I've got Councilmember Vercher. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I know there were some amendments just specifically for the mayor's budget. Are we able to put the amendments on the mayor's budget before the chair moves his substitute? In the event any substitute fails, we'll be back on the mayor's budget as amended.
So Mr. Cooper is going to answer that question.
So theoretically, the council could put amendments on the mayor's budget, but then if a substitute is accepted, all those go away. So the better approach is to see if the chair's substitute is accepted. If someone wants to vote on the mayor's budget, then they would vote no to accept a substitute. But that's how you would get back to amending the mayor's budget.
Councilmember Vercher?
Thank you, Attorney Cooper. Just asking for clarity so that all understand the process. Thank you.
All right, thank you. It was a good question. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Mr. Cooper, can you repeat again? We have to accept his budget or just motion it and second it, and then it opens the floor up for discussion in order to take the amendments?
Mr. Cooper?
A motion and second opens the floor for discussion on the budget, but then there's a vote to make that become the budget.
At the end?
At the end of the whatever discussion is on the chair's budget. Once the vote to accept the substitute is up, it is then amendable at that point. So anyone can offer any of their amendments or substitutes.
All right, I'm slow. So we have to accept the budget from the chair before it can be amended?
To get it before the body, yes.
So we don't move it and it gets seconded for discussion and then amendments as we normally discuss in order to put amendments on it. We have to actually adopt it prior to doing amendments?
That is the process that was laid out in the procedure that the Vice Mayor sent out.
So, Councilmember Glover, we're doing the exact same process that we've done the last 2 years, and it's just the way it does with the motions. So you will have another chance. Obviously, you've got your substitute.
No, I know.
You will have a chance at some point to talk about it. But in order to get it properly before the body, the discussion 2 years ago, when Councilmember Weiner was the vice chair,
right,
this was the process that they worked out.
So I guess my question would be back to where I originally started. If we adopt the substitute with no amendments, then does that put us into adopting the substitute as written?
Mr. Cooper?
Let me see if I understand this. Okay, so there will be a motion.
If we have to pass it before, amendments can be given, then have we adopted it, and does it
you have not
negate
adopted it.
everything else?
The only thing it does is it makes the substitute, whatever substitute is pending, become the bill.
Okay.
And so then,
But it's my understanding that substitute 2 and 3, in this case, is not amendable. So that's why I'm asking the question that I'm asking.
The first substitute is amendable.
Right.
By rule.
Yeah, and we all agree on that
right.
piece.
So once there's a vote to accept the substitute, he will move the substitute, move the bill as substituted. At that point, any amendment that is applicable can be offered, and any other substitute can be offered.
Okay.
If another substitute is accepted, the chair substitute goes away.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor. So, so it will come back, and so we're going to take 2 and 3, and we'll determine if it's up for play or not, if it gets a majority vote or it does not. Then it comes back. I just want to make sure I understand where we're going with everything tonight, because we only do this once a year. I don't always remember all the procedures, and I read them, but thank you, Vice Mayor.
Oh, you're welcome. Just so this happened last time, ladies and gentlemen, people in the gallery, members of the council, this is, again, technically difficult, so you'll see me up here with my phone. So I've got council members saying that they can't get in different places. So if you see me working on the phone, that means I'm looking at council members trying to make sure that they're getting heard. So we're doing the best we can to make sure everybody gets understood. So let me make sure I've got everybody else, I think, in the queue has been heard. Anybody else have questions about the procedure? All right. I believe that's it. Just double check. Okay. So looks like we're ready to go. We are now ready for the budget. We are on page 16 of the agenda, if that's what you've got. It is BL 2020-286 by Councilmember Mendez. A bill to be entitled the Budget Ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, Tennessee for fiscal year 2021. Councilmember Mendez, you are recognized. There you go.
Thank you. I guess I do want to ask, do we want all the committee report for all the amendments and substitutes up front, or do them one at a time as the amendments come up?
It may be easier to do them one at a time so people understand what's going on. Mr. Cooper, any suggestions? It just seems easier to do it that way.
All right, so I'm going to then give no committee report at this point. All right, so yes, so my substitute got a committee report of 8 in favor, 1 against, 1 abstaining, and I think that'll leave us doing all the amendments and other substitutes as they come up, committee report 1 at a time. All right, with that, following the script here, I'll move the ordinance first.
Okay, I got a motion to move your substitute. That's what you're. Moving the ordinance first, I'm sorry. Vice Chair Toombs seconds.
All right.
Okay, you're on the ordinance.
And then going to item 2 on the budget process, I am moving my substitute.
Okay, so Councilmember Mendez has moved his substitute. Again, Councilmember Toombs seconds. Councilmember Mendez, you're on your substitute.
Sure. I'm going to offer a brief explanation. I think we all understand the process. The next vote we take is just to get the substitute in a position where it can be amended. It's the next vote we take is not a final vote on anything. I think this is the time for me to describe the differences between what we started with the mayors and what's in the substitute. I would start by saying for several years now it's been clear the property tax rate needs to be changed. And we came into this downturn with literally the worst savings in America for the 25 biggest cities. And as Councilmember Hurt so eloquently described, the comptroller's been in our face for a while now. And that's all before COVID-19 hit. I appreciate that the mayor's budget got us in the ballpark. He honored a campaign promise to get more money out of downtown. If he hadn't achieved what he's done over the last 6 months on getting more money from the Music City Center and the Convention and Visitors Corporation, the tax rate would have to be some 13 to 15 cents higher to make up for that. So I appreciate all his work on that. Through this process, while we've had COVID-19 going on and with the downturn, we've gotten unprecedented amount of input from the community. Councilmember Toombs and I started going around the county in the beginning of February to talk about this. We've held online meetings. We've held a bunch of meetings live before the COVID-19 hit. And we've gotten literally 10,000 emails about this, maybe 8,000. It's thousands and thousands of emails, and we had the all-night meeting. We've gotten unprecedented input. The main differences between where the mayor started us off and what's in the chair's substitute is 5 major categories that are all designed to get the people hurt most by the tax rate increase that's so needed and really unavoidable to be able to deal with it better. Category 1 is on education. Trying to get $7.5 million above the minimum maintenance of effort, as well as getting $15 an hour minimum wage for 1,500 employees that are currently below that, in addition to other programs like the grad program and Opportunity Now. On the second category of what I've called community building, we're being able to add finally actually implementing body cams into the operating budget for the first time, add a chief diversity officer, open community centers on Saturday evenings, all things to help community be able to absorb what's going on right now. The third category is economic development, and I won't itemize all the things, but you guys have seen the one-pager that shows the changes. I've tried to systematically add more for on-the-ground organizations that are out in the community trying to make life better for Nashvillians. The fourth category is cultural, in adding to the Metro Arts Commission. The Metro Arts Commission translates into a lot of jobs and is also present in all our communities. And the last category, very briefly, is
Councilmember, this is important. You keep going.
All right, thank you. I'll wrap it up here. The fifth category is general government. One of the largest employers in the county is Metro, and through the last downturn, Metro systematically squeezed employees on pay and has created an extreme hardship for every type of employee, in that from the middle years of employment, from say 5 to 15 years, there's an extreme crunch where there's almost no advancement in pay. And it's important that during this downturn, we not do the same thing to Metro employees. This is an investment in who we are as a city. It's not a giveaway. It's for a job well done, and it's money well earned. And so the substitute includes step increases and a 1% COLA for Metro employees. These are the differences. It raises the rate a total of 6.6 cents, split evenly between the GSD rate and the USD rate. And I would ask that the body adopt the substitutes so we can move on to the amendments and later have the final vote about whether this would be the budget after we listen to and consider the other 2 substitutes. So thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman Mendez. Okay, so Chairman Mendez has moved to accept the substitute. It was properly seconded by the Vice Chair. Questions on accepting the substitute for purposes of starting this discussion on amendments? Any discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Vote is 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Council member, you're recognized. Your substitute is accepted.
All right, so at this point, I guess you're going to go one at a time through the amendments?
Yeah, and I guess...
so I'll move the substitute, move the bill as substituted.
Okay. So I got to move the bill as substitute, properly seconded, and now we can start taking up amendments. Is that correct? All right. So, Councilman Mendes, I'm happy to do it, or I'm happy to turn it over to you if you want to call on the members.
I will do that.
Okay.
And Mr. Vice Mayor, if it's okay with you, I am going to skip over the ones that relate to the mayor's budget only, because they're inapplicable at this time.
Okay, so just to make sure that all members are clear and the viewing public and the people in the back, there were a number of amendments that were filed. Some amendments actually applied to the mayor's budget. Some amendments applied to Councilmember Mendes's budget. Councilmember Mendes's budget is the budget now in front of this body. So what he is going to go through are the amendments that apply to Councilmember Mendes's substitute. The mayor's budget is not before us at this moment. Councilmember Mendes's substitute is. So we're taking the amendments that actually apply to Councilmember Mendes's substitute. Okay. Any questions about that? All right. Seeing none, Councilmember Mendes, you're recognized.
All right. So as far as procedure, if it's okay with you, I'll read whichever one's next, give the committee report, and then we'll find out whether the sponsor wants to move it.
That's fine.
All right, so and Mr. Cooper, check me if I skip one I shouldn't skip. I think the first one we'd look at would be Amendment 2 from Councilmember Rosenberg. The committee report was 3 in favor and 5 against, and we would ask Councilman Rosenberg whether he wishes to move this one.
Councilman Rosenberg?
I do, Vice Mayor. So many of us are aware that we as a body are almost entirely dependent on the Department of Finance for analysis of bills, resolutions, grants, everything. And while I have a lot of faith in our Director of Finance, we as a city have gotten in trouble in the past accepting the Director of Finance's word as gospel. It's also true that we give a handout of $175,000 to the Nashville Chamber of Commerce, a politically powerful group of corporations that brings in $10.6 million a year to their own balance sheet. They have a $5.7 million payroll, and the president of the chamber alone makes $488,000 a year, almost half of which we fund. So what this amendment does is shift that $175,000 to hire additional finance staff for the council, hires that could potentially save us millions of dollars by advising us, alerting us of to potential errors and opportunities, and ensuring that far after we, our mayor, and our finance director have moved on to other things, we are acting responsibly. Again, this moves the money away from the corporate leaders who have benefited in Nashville for a long, long time, and instead puts that towards saving us dollars that can go to important underfunded priorities in our city. And I move adoption.
Councilmember Rosenberg has moved adoption of amendment number 2. Do I have a second?
Second.
Got a second? Second. All right. Back to you, Councilmember Mendes, for discussion.
All right. So the one thing I want to point about on this one is that the source of funds for this is the $175,000 to the chamber, and this conflicts with 2 other amendments, number 11 from Councilman Bradford and number 27 from Councilmember Welsh. And it is important that we not, we need to either vote for to approve one of these or 0 of these, but not more than one, because we'll end up with a problem in the budget. I think it's fair to give Councilmember Bradford and Councilmember Welsh a chance to talk about what their amendments 11 and 27 would do, just so people know that before voting on this number 2.
All right, that may be a little difficult, but we'll try to figure out how to make this one work. I've got people in the queue. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess I would ask the administration, my understanding from years past in discussing this is that this is sort of a contract for service. I don't know, this was not, to my understanding, in the administration's budget to reduce by this amount. I'd be interested on a comment if they see this contract as something they're going to pursue, if they have an opinion on it. Thank you.
So I think Mr. Jamison is going to respond. Mr. Jamison, you're recognized.
Sorry, Vice Mayor, I was catching up. This is number 2, the Partnership 2020 cut that would fund the Metro Council office for additional staffing. We would note that the council office and Metro schools were the only 2 departments that didn't sustain a baseline cut. Having said that, though, however, the administration has no strong feelings either way on this and is neutral on this proposal.
Just, Mr. Jamison, just to be clear, am I hearing that the administration is not looking at this on a contractual basis?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember O'Connell, anything else? Okay, good. Thank you. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So, Mr. Jamison, don't get up yet. Let's keep talking. So, I had a long conversation with them today, and I'm not real happy with some of the choices they make. But overall, the amount of money we've invested in that arena, have we lost money there? Have we, the money we spent in that arena for economic development, have we lost money?
No, Councilman, we have not.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Glover. Councilmember Nash, you're recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Vice Mayor, I'd like to speak against the amendment also. I think the Chamber of Commerce provides a vital service in recruiting businesses and developing businesses. I think we get good return on our investment.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Nash. I'm back to Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think it's first important to note that the Nashville Chamber is going to continue doing economic development. I'm sure they'll be recruiting businesses to Nashville in addition to Williamson County. This was originally put in the budget as a one-time allocation and somehow magically became a recurring thing that has become sacrosanct among some. This is not money that we need to give them. They're not going to stop providing the services they provide. They'll still have another $10.5 million to play with. It just won't be our tax dollars. And with respect to the fact that there are 3 amendments seeking to do different things with this money, I would just ask that as members consider their votes on it, that as we go down the line, if we all split our votes only between our favorite one of the 3, then none will pass. So if mine doesn't, I would ask that you support one of the latter ones. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Rosenberg. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering if someone, perhaps the administration, could give a little bit more specific description of what Partnership 2020 does. My understanding is that they respond to RFPs that, I don't know if they come to us or to them, or just if I can get a little bit more information on how that RFP process works and what role they play, and if we have a department that can now do that.
Mr. Jamison.
It is a collaborative effort with the mayor's office, but they do respond to RFPs. They do also outreach to incoming companies and corporations with some relocation work for other companies. As Councilman Glover would point out, it has been estimated to provide dividends for Nashville that exceed the funds that are provided, but they are a welcome partner for the mayor's office and Metro generally.
Councilmember Allen. Okay. Councilmember O'Connell, your hand is still up. Do you have another question? Okay. All right, so that's Councilmember Pulley. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The only thing I wanted to add is in talking working with them. I know that economic development is a focus for Partnership 2020, but they're also, the Chamber is moving into an assistance with a business recovery mode, considering what's happened in the pandemic and the COVID response. So this money will also be going towards that effort. I have nothing further.
Councilmember Pulley, I'm sorry. Did you have a question? Just a statement? Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, that's it.
We were dealing with a technical issue. Thank you, Councilmember Pulley. Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jameson, do you have offhand how many jobs have been added to the Nashville marketplace in conjunction with Partnership 2020 in the last 4 years?
I do not, Council Lady. I was about to say I could get that for you by the morning, but I imagine that's probably going to be too late.
I know that a lot of the new major developments, like Amazon and EY and Alliance Bernstein, all of those came through the program. Is that correct?
That is my understanding. Yes, Council Lady.
Okay. I caution my colleagues to not separate the administrative expenses from the jobs and the economic impact. We keep saying we want jobs in our area, and this is a way that a strong tool in the toolbox to make that happen, and I will vote against all of these amendments.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Van Rees. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Previous question.
Okay, Councilmember Sledge has called the previous question on voting on amendment number 2. So we're on the previous question. We are not voting on the amendment, just the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions on the previous question. We were on Councilmember Rosenberg's motion to approve amendment number 2. Okay, it was properly seconded. So that's what we're voting on right now. So we made a decision at the beginning of this thing that we would do it by legislate because we think we have a number of people voting on different sides. So we are ready to vote. Madam Chair, are you ready to take a vote on this?
Vice Mayor, I'll just need one moment to set up our voting.
Okay, so while she's setting it up, you will be voting by legislate. And then for those members that we could not get on the system, the clerk will call your names, and then we will actually put out the vote. And it's my understanding, based upon the great technology we have, is that you'll be able to see the vote on the board. It's a first for us in about 3 months, okay? Of course, now that I said that, it probably won't work. Again, we are voting on Councilmember Rosenberg's amendment number 2. Just to make sure you all remember, this is amendment number 2 to Ordinance BL 2020-286 as substituted by decreasing the allocation total for Partnership 2020 for a total net decrease of $175,000 and by increasing the allocation for the Metropolitan Council for a total net increase of $175,000 for additional staffing for Council's Finance Division. That's the one we're voting on. It's amendment number 2.
And we're ready to put that amendment out to a vote.
And we are ready to vote. We are voting on Councilmember Rosenberg's motion to move amendment number 2. Madam Clerk, open up the machines.
Mr. Vice Mayor, my caption says the budget ordinance of Metropolitan Government of Nashville, Davidson County, Tennessee for fiscal year 2021. It doesn't mention the amendment.
So it's just a motion to adopt amendment number 2, but it should be fine.
Okay.
Okay. You know, if you're for the amendment, vote yes. If you're against the amendment, vote no. Or if you don't want to vote, abstain. And Madam Clerk, you tell me when you're ready to call the roll. Not everybody. Again, what we're doing is we've got certain people who have capability of voting. We have that record, and then we are going to call out the people who somehow can't get onto the system.
Vice Mayor?
Is there a point of order? Remember, we're still voting.
Yes, point of order. I am now in my computer and my iLegislate works.
Councilmember
So I
Stiles,
voted in the system.
are you saying that your system now works?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So she probably will not call on you if it's working on the system. So thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
I'm consulting with ITS, Vice Mayor. Shall I go ahead and call for the votes that I haven't received?
Well, I want to make sure that we, this is difficult. So ladies and gentlemen, we have the machines open right now, and so we don't want to be talking about the vote. Are we just waiting to make sure that we call on everybody who is not on the system? Is that where we are? Yeah.
Allegedly. No, I believe you.
So members of the council, ladies and gentlemen, we have had issues with our system ever since we started this virtual meeting system. We were hoping that we would get into the chamber for this meeting. We were really hoping we would be in phase 3 because it has been very, very difficult to do this and to try to get votes to make sure that we have this right. So what we're hearing is that we're not even picking up votes on the legislative system, that we know people are voting and we can't pick them up. These amendments are important. A lot of people have put a lot of work into these things. They're very important. We need to make sure on these amendments that we are getting the accurate totals. That's how we work. And so what I'm being advised is that the only way to make sure we get the right totals is to have roll call votes. I hate to inform you of that, but I can't take a risk on the system that we're not recording it properly. I just can't do that. So until they can fix this, we're going to have to do roll call votes on any of these amendments, and I'm sorry to say that, but I don't know, in order to be fair and make sure we get the right number, we are going to have to take this. Okay? So I've got people's microphones open. It's the only way at this point. If we can fix it later, we will, and I apologize, but I don't know what else we can do. We got to make sure we have these votes correct. We've got some votes coming very close, and I need to make sure we've got these right. So, Madam Clerk?
Respectfully, Vice Mayor?
Is that Councilmember Benedict?
Yes, sir.
All right. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Is there any chance that we can hide how other members are voting so that we can make sure that it's a blind vote as it normally would be in the chamber?
I'm not sure how we can do that if we take a roll call vote unless you cover your ears.
What I mean to say is that if we do something like via the microphone or, I'm sorry, through the WebEx, if we're going to be raising our hand or doing anything like that, it's very easy for someone to change their vote. Just, I don't know if it's possible at all, but if our IT folks could think about that, it'd be great.
Well, and I appreciate the concern. Look, we are back to the basics. We have been working on this for 5 meetings. And I know a lot of people have put a lot of time in on this, but we can't take the risk of, and I understand, when you vote, sometimes you listen to somebody else's vote, but I'm not sure what else to do. I know Councilmember O'Connell is getting ready to tell me something, but we have to make sure that we have votes counted, and we have a machine or system that simply is not working right now. So let me go to Councilmember O'Connell. Hold on. Okay. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'm going to have to agree with Councilmember Benedict here. I think that if we are going to undertake, this, which you have highlighted, a lot of people put a lot of work into, and understanding that the rolling process of a roll call, we have seen multiple times in this chamber, impact the vote in process. I would honestly, if we know we're going to be spending this much time on it, I'd rather start passing out, paper ballots and doing it that way if we're gonna proceed without the technology.
Okay, so everybody hold on. So I've got a point of order from Councilmember Glover. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
So I think every vote we do has to be public. We vote yes, or we vote no, or we abstain. Have I missed the point here?
Well, I think Councilman, I think I understand from Councilman O'Connell. So you're not hearing people vote before you vote. Everybody turns in a paper ballot at the same time, and then we record.
Okay. Well, I was just when we talk about a blind vote, I'm like, I don't think we can do that. That was what concerned me. So,
okay.
Thank you.
So, Councilman Rutherford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to mention that when all the members are present under normal circumstances, we're not truly giving a blind vote, if you will, because I sit on the back row, and at any given time, I can personally see half the members' votes. So that's not a blind vote.
Thank you, Councilmember Rutherford. All right, I thought about asking everybody to put their heads down on their desk and raise their hands, but I'm not sure if that's going to work. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd be glad to set up a survey monkey that we can all go to.
Councilmember Syracuse, Rosenberg, sorry, Councilmember Syracuse. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're out of order.
Excuse me, Vice Mayor, I have my hand raised.
I'm looking on this and it's not on there, but Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. And I know that this is so hard, and I appreciate you doing everything you can to make sure this goes as smoothly as possible. We have been sitting logged into our legislature for a very long period of time without voting. In the past, when we log out and log back in, it has been able to recognize some votes. Is there any way, before we go through roll call votes on such important legislation that will likely take an extremely long period of time, is there any way that we could just quickly log out and log back in to see if our legislate will then allow us to vote using the technology that we have paid for and that we're trying so hard to get this right?
So I remember the television shows where they said, did you try turning it on and off again? I'm not sure if that's going to work. So what I'm going to do, I hate to do this again, is take a 5-minute recess. I think we have to figure out how we're going to proceed on this thing. So it is 9:45. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. We'll be back in 10 till 9. So here is how we are going to proceed. It may take a little while tonight, but we're going to make sure we get this right. So on amendment voting, we're going to call for a voice vote. And we're going to see if we can tell, based upon the voice vote, if the measures are adopted or if they fail. If it's at all close, the best way for us to do this is roll call. Obviously, it would be nice to be able to write it down on a piece of paper, but I've got half of you someplace else. So I think the only way we can do this is by roll call vote. So that's how we are going to proceed. It's the only way that we can think of at this point to proceed. And so we are going to go in that direction because it allows, again, for us to take an initial vote, and then if we have a question, we will go back and verify, right? So I'm looking, since I last left my screen, it has moved, so now, oh, okay, now I know why it's moved, because I legislate. Okay, so I've got people with their hands raised, so I'm going to go to them. What? Oh, we're in the middle of a vote. So unless there's some type of point of order, I've got Joy Stiles and Courtney Johnston, then I can't recognize you because we're in the middle of a vote. Point of order from any of the two? Seeing none. Okay, we're on the vote. So we're going to do it by voice vote. This is amendment number 2 to ordinance number BL 2020-286 as substituted by Councilmember Rosenberg. Again, remember what it is. A total net decrease of $175,000 from Partnership 2020, and it moves that into the council office for additional staffing for the council's finance division. We're not on the board. We're doing it by voice vote. All those in favor of the motion to adopt amendment number 2, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no.
No. No.
Any abstentions? Thank you. All right, so based upon that understanding, the motion fails. So I'm looking at Mr. Cooper. Do I have to get the number of votes, or it just fails? So amendment number 2 fails. We are now on...
You want me to take it?
Yep, you've got it.
So number 3 is Mr. Rosenberg is not pursuing. Number 4 is Mr. Rosenberg. He wishes to take that after number 8 because he may or may not move it depending on what happens with number 8. That moves us to number 5 by Councilmember Sledge. The committee recommended approval, 6 in favor with 5 against. And now we need to ask Councilman Sledge if he wishes to move number 5.
Okay, so before I get there, what you have said is number 3 is withdrawn. Councilman Mendez, I'm just making sure. Councilmember Rosenberg, you are withdrawing amendment number 3, okay, just so you're following at home. Amendment number 4 has been moved behind amendment number 8, okay. All right, now we're on amendment number 5. Councilmember Mendez has explained the amendment, which is on the substitute. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thanks, Vice Mayor and Chair. Yes, I do intend to move amendment.
Okay, he does intend to move it. I've got a proper second. Okay, Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized. I think you're muted. Try again.
Sorry, I'm working on it.
There you go.
Thank you, Vice Chair, or Vice Mayor and Chair. Amendment number 5 is moved $2.5 million from the Public Health and Safety Contingency Fund to the Barnes Fund for Affordable Housing. The reason for doing this is that even though $10 million is in the budget and the substitute for the Barnes Fund, you'll remember that $5 million was impounded earlier this year. When that occurred, essentially the Barnes Commission, the Housing Fund Commission, had to pause, for lack of a better word, that it had awarded $10 million worth of projects, but only had $5 million to disperse. One of those projects had to acquire a bridge loan and private funding to the tune of about $1 million. So the first 5 of the 10 that would be approved in the substitute is already accounted for, meaning that we only have $5 million in new funding for affordable housing in fiscal year 21. This would partially restore the cuts, essentially, that were made over this past year and get us back to 75% of the level of funding that we typically do for affordable housing. I'll remind members that every dollar that goes into the Barnes Fund leverages $5 of private funding that our nonprofit partners are able to go out and acquire through other grants and loans. So it has a 5-fold return on investment. What's even better about this is the fund comes from the contingency fund. It is unallocated money in this budget that is at the discretion of the finance director if it is not moved out of that fund. Why is that important? Well, there was 4.9 in this fund before we started talking about body cameras, and 2.1 million is coming out of this fund to fund those body cameras. So it is not an essential fund, and in fact, it is essentially what we have been talking about as a city the last few weeks about how can we better invest our funding into our community. This is a great, easy, and financially responsible way to start, and I would ask our members to support this amendment.
Okay, so I've got a motion on amendment number 5 by Councilmember Sledge. It was properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Mendez.
On this one, I need to note that this one conflicts with number 25, which is from Councilmember O'Connell. They both, for both their amendments, they use the same source for different funds, for different spending allocation. And so I'm assuming Councilman O'Connell may press the button. If not, you can look at Amendment 25 and just know that you really shouldn't, we should not approve both 5 and 25. That would be a problem.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Mendez. Councilmember O'Connell.
The point of order, I guess, on that is, if we do, can we effectively then, try to reconcile on the floor after the fact? I don't know if I should ask you that, or John Cooper, or the chair.
Mr. Cooper?
You could attempt to suspend the rules to amend the amendment to change, take that out or put in an alternative funding source.
I guess in light of this, I would look for a comment from the chair. Should we discuss both of these now or wait until 25 comes up later?
Councilmember Mendez?
my feeling would be that if I were in your shoes, I would fairly liberally allow a conversation of number 25 at the same time, and we could decide to take the votes on this number 5 and 25 right after each other if we end up doing that. If that's what the council member would like, that would make sense, because we really should not adopt both of them.
So, Mr. Cooper, it's difficult to be talking about two things and then take two separate votes on different things. But I'm happy to try. It's a little bit, we have enough stuff going on. It's a little tricky. Let me ask you this. If we were to vote on this amendment and it passed, and then we were to vote on Councilmember O'Connell's, which comes behind it, and it passes, does Councilmember O'Connell's override Councilmember Sledge's? You're recognized.
I mean, typically the latest in time prevails in general, but they are conflicting, so both of them could not pass.
Okay. Councilmember O'Connell, I'll recognize you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think then with regard to the chair, I'm happy to give a little bit of elaboration on the thinking of Amendment 25, which might conflict with one or more other amendments, honestly, just depending on what winds up getting offered. So the hypothesis here was that understanding the mayor's recommended budget, understanding what Councilmember Hurt alluded to in terms of the box we found ourselves in, I felt like it would be most prudent if, in considering the chair's budget, we found a pathway back to only requiring a levy of $1 to support this budget. I mean, I think you can see from the entire packet of amendments here that there has not been consensus on the trade-offs that are baked into the substitute. And I think just in general in the public conversation, there's still, I think, maybe some, I think even while, as the chair spoke to the public conversation, I think overall comprehends that there is a need for a property tax rate. I think there are still some people who don't understand why it must be this large, and so looking for every possible opportunity to walk us back to $1. My amendment certainly is going to have a hard time bringing together probably a coalition that can say, oh yes, we support this, because it does make some reductions that I'm sure will challenge some people's preferences here. But I think if I look at the overall priorities established in the chair's budget as substituted with this amendment, I think we get to as good a place as we can get, and I would encourage members to seriously consider Amendment 25. Thank you.
Councilmember Glover has a point of order. Sorry, wrong one.
All right, thank you, Vice Mayor. Mr. Cooper, all right, so depending upon how you filed the amendments or how it got numbered, et cetera, and I understand what you're saying, normally the other would veto the first, but how do we, I mean, realistically, how do we do this? I mean, even if I voted against both of these, but you have a tie vote, I'm failing to understand how it would work exactly on the amendments here. Forgive me, Vice Mayor, but I think this is an important question.
It is. It's a procedural question. Mr. Cooper, do you want to answer it?
I mean, this is the predicament when you have 30-something amendments. I mean, sometimes you're going to have some that conflict, that take the same funding source. And so council members just have to make a decision on which way they want to go. Now, yeah, there could be some gamesmanship where you vote for one and then vote for another one later that takes the same funding source and try and sort it out. I mean, my suggestion would be don't do that. Pick one or the other. But yeah, there's not much we can do about that.
So Vice Mayor, here would be the question, and I realize it's been challenging. Look, none of us have ever been here before in all the circumstances we're sitting in right now. Is there any way to go ahead and couple these things together and hear all of them collectively, and then we could make a vote. And I realize that's a challenge. I get it. Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out how we do this.
So let me go to Councilmember Mendez, and then I'm ready to make a ruling on it.
Yeah,
but,
thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
The only way to get them together is for the two council members involved, for somebody to try to suspend the rules to change their amendment. And I haven't heard either one of them speak up about doing that yet.
Councilmember Culver.
I apologize. No, I'm saying if we have similar bills that pull from like funds, can we listen? So this one is, what is it, 5 and 25? Can we hear those two together and then vote them that way? I mean, is that possible, or is that not possible?
Vice Mayor, I have one order real quick. I think I could help resolve this.
Is that Councilmember Sledge?
It's Councilmember Sledge, sorry.
All right, you're recognized.
If it helps, thank you. So I think Mr. Cooper noted basically that if one passes and then another passes and sort of that money is sort of last door in, I'm comfortable with that in this case. If we vote up, down on 5, and if 5 passes, and then later on Councilmember O'Connell's 25 passes, I'm perfectly comfortable with that outcome. I just want everybody to.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Sledge. So the ruling of the chair is that we're going to go through them one at a time, and I think it is appropriate for the chair, Chair Mendez, to say there is, there's something coming behind it, and then when we get to it, you can certainly remind it, Mr. Cooper is, but we're going to get lost in this process. Right now, we just need to keep going through the amendments. So I think what Councilmember Sledge is correct. We're going to take up amendment number 5. We know there may be something behind it that may change it. When we do that, it's the last one in wins. It's just the way they were filed. I've got a lot of people in the queue. Unless somebody wants to argue or undercut, or not undercut, or move to Councilmember O'Connell.
Just a quick point of order. I mean, I will say to Councilmember Sledge's point, my personal preference would be to see where the preferences of the body are on these amendments conceptually, and then work something out if needed, if we wind up in that scenario. I don't know if we will, but I appreciate his perspective on that.
Okay. Well, and I'm happy in terms of trying to figure out how to work it out, but at this point, we have to keep moving ahead. So we are on amendment number 5 by Councilmember Sledge. I'm not even sure where we are on the debate. I know we have a motion to approve, and it's been properly seconded. So we're still in discussion, and I've got hands in the queue. So Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. These two amendments, though they draw on the same pot of money, are fundamentally very, very different. Councilmember Sledge's amendment takes money from this pot of money and puts it into another program, a very dedicated program. Councilmember O'Connell's takes money out of this simply to lower the tax levy. They are fundamentally different approach to amendments to the bill, so I don't really think they're much in conflict. It's really just a decision of whether or not you want money put into a program, taken out of the contingency fund and put into a program, fund something, or take money out of the contingency fund to lower the overall tax levy. They really aren't the same as like the amendments on Partnership 2020 are taking the same pot of money and putting it into 3 different programs. So I just feel like these are fundamentally different, and we need to look at them as fundamentally different in terms of what they're doing with that kind of money.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you. I wanted to do a quick informational. For those of us who were on iLegislate, the vote is still open there. That probably needs to be closed out on y'all's end. Secondly, I'd like to hear from the administration. I was not able to catch everything in Budget Committee yesterday. I'd like to hear from the administration a little bit more about the Public Health and Safety Contingency Fund. Given the fact that we are seeing increases in our COVID cases, we are still in phase 2. Everyone seems to predict a fall resurgence of COVID-19. I'd like to hear from the administration what it would mean if we take this money out of the Health and Public Safety Fund. Is that going to be tying our hands if we face another a second wave or continuing to ride this curve?
All right, Ms. Wilson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Councilmember.
I would say this, that you are right, and we created this fund out of concern for the fact that we are in a pandemic, and our consideration of that as we went through and we dialed in budgeted targeted savings for each department and made those cuts permanent. We set aside for our public safety and public health departments those cuts because we didn't want any unintended consequences to occur in our health response. We do have, and I think it was noted yesterday, that there's another contingency fund out there in some ways that is supporting our response already. That is the CARES Act State and Local Fund, which only runs through December 30th for expenses that are incurred between December 30th. That, as you know, there's another set of late filed legislation that's in front of you all later this evening, I believe. And in the last quarter of this year, we have spent over $16 million on our response. And I'll remind you, we've had 85 people die, and we've had over 5,000 cases. If you believe that we will still have some of these cases and some of these challenges after December 30th, we will not have that state and local fund to use. And so between the contingency fund, the rainy day fund, and then other sources we will have to find, I will tell you, we will prioritize our response and we will spend that money, and then we will have to go look for other sources.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wilson. Councilman Murphy?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. My concern really is, like, while I think the Barnes Fund needs more money allocated, a lot of these amendments, I like the ifs and I like the thens, but I'm not sure if I like them right now, given the state that we're in. We are in a pandemic. While we are staying in phase 2, we see that other counties are moving forward and are open for business. And I'm not going to get into the whole debate over, should we open up, should we not? What I am concerned about is our frontline workers who, while this may crest, we may, flatten the curve, the respite care that our frontline healthcare providers are going to need and our emergency services are going to need, and what we are depleting now of our resources, of our PPE, of our equipment that is being worn out and things like that. I am very hesitant, and I guess don't want to say fiscally conservative in this area, but yes, I think we need to be very careful and cautious with our health and safety contingency funds right now. We can always allocate later if we don't need this money, but I don't want to rely on the federal government or the state government to provide the health care that our citizens need, that our neighbors need, that our constituents need. And so I'm not, while I really support the Barnes Fund, I'm not super comfortable with where we're taking the money from, paying Peter to, robbing Peter to pay Paul, that type of situation.
All right, Council Member.
I really appreciate this. I think we need to find another way to do some of these things.
Okay. All
and
right.
please don't cut me off. Time was not up.
No, it was. That's why I cut you off. I'm sorry.
Right, when the administration was speaking. Thank you.
All right. All right, so let me see who else is in the queue. Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you so very much, Vice Mayor. I just had two clarifying questions. For the sponsor, this is to replenish the money that was taken away from the Barnes Fund last year and was not given back. Am I understanding that correctly, Vice Mayor?
Now, say that again, Councilmember Porterfield.
The money that is going to the Barnes Fund, this isn't new money to the Barnes Fund, correct? This is to replenish the money that was taken from the Barnes Fund from this past budget year. Is that correct?
All right, Councilmember Mendes is going to answer that question.
No, that's not correct. When the impoundment of funds happened in December or whenever it was, the terms of the impoundment, in terms of the charter, is if additional money becomes available in the same fiscal year, that it would be replenished. After that impoundment, COVID-19 happened, and there will not be a replenishment of those funds for the current fiscal year. So everything related to the current fiscal year is a done deal and over. The budget has a new appropriation for FY21 of $10 million. The amendment seeks to add $2.5 million to that. I know that a lot of advocates, including a lot of council members, think about that $5 million impoundment as still being quote unquote owed, but it's a technical matter of the charter. That's a done deal. The impoundment happened. It was not replenished during the fiscal year. We're on to the new budget.
Okay. Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you so much for clarifying that. Thank you so much, Councilman Mendez, for clarifying that. That is what I was trying to make sure that we were clear of, that money was impounded from the Barnes Fund last year, even though that was a different fiscal year, that money was not replaced. My concern is that we have CARES Act money. In the event that we have to continue, if we see an increase of COVID-19 cases, we have $121 million in a bank account right now that some of it has been spent, or we're spending some of it for technology for students, but we do have money to address some of the needs that we're seeing with regards to our constituency and coronavirus. So if we have the opportunity to take funds that are not really allocated and to put that back into affordable housing, I think that is the responsible thing to do. So I will be supporting Councilman Sledge's legislation, and I will ask my colleagues to do the same.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Porterfield. I've got Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to echo what Councilmember Porterfield said. As chair of the Affordable Housing Committee, this is one of the most effective tools that we have. And I understand the risk of taking from the contingency fund, but we do have the possibility of other things, and I would support that. I would like to ask Mr. Jameson, sorry to catch you off guard. You and I had a discussion about this last year, and my understanding was that the charter says, and I'm trying to pull it up here, that money that's impounded will be returned in some future budget year. Is that not what the charter says?
Yes, but it makes it clear that it's contingent upon the restoration of the fund availability, and we are now past that point in this fiscal year. So the approach was place $10 million in for fiscal year 21 and move forward.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And so does that requirement to restore it in some future year not just keep moving forward into the future, or it does not?
I don't have the provision in front of me, but I think it's restricted to being replaced that fiscal year.
Okay, I'm pulling it up right now, but thank you for that clarification, and I do support this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Sledge, you're the last person on the list.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I wanted to get a couple of clarifications and just add to what I had said earlier. To the administration, I think they mentioned a $16 million number. Trying to get a sense of what that includes, if that includes testing.
Yes, hi, this is Kristen Wilson again. Yes, the 16.7 million I cited is outlined in some late filed legislation that hopefully we'll be contemplating later. There is PPE and sanitizing public spaces involved in that. Some of that is actually involved in our operations and keeping our employees safe. But it does also include, to your question, testing. It includes overtime for public health and safety personnel. It includes our homeless shelters that we're running. And so again, I want to emphasize that the state and local CARES Act fund, the $121 million, is only for expenses incurred until December 30th, 2020 as it currently stands. When we hit January, February, March, April, May, June of the rest of this fiscal year, we will not be able to use that fund for any of our responses here. If our response is still needed, we will be prioritizing it over other operating costs.
Thank you. Is that, my understanding is that testing is covered by the state, that those expenses are covered?
Yeah, I appreciate that clarification. The tests and labs are funded by the state. We are carrying the cost for the actual testing and assessment centers. So the staffing at the centers, the tents at the centers, the security for them, all of those are costs. And again, they're itemized in that legislation later.
Thank you. And I got one more question on that, on the concerns about the December 31st on the 121 million in CARES Act. When's the expiration date on the 14.7 million that comes from the state that's unfettered?
I believe you're referring to some funding right now that was passed in the original state budget that is under or now contemplation in the processes that are underway. I don't know, since they haven't completed that state budget, what the outcome will be.
But as it stands right now, is that funding restricted in any way?
The original governor's budget, when it passed, had restrictions on that funding so that it can only be used for capital-like uses. Again, I know there's a process underway right now in terms of the funding. I think the amounts are in question. I think the restrictions are in question, but I am not, they haven't finalized the state's budget yet in the processes they're in.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. So the state legislature is considering $200 million total for the state, including 14.7 for Nashville. The state has stated that the legislature has stated that they want no strings attached to, essentially. So, colleagues, what I'm asking for is that out of this fund that the administration has already pulled $2.1 million out of, that we reallocate 2.5 into affordable housing. There's one other piece to that, is that this month the commission will take up basically how we, as I am your representative on the commission council, how we want to sort of set the terms of application. Part of that application will be regarding what we do for tornado rehabilitation. We still have more than 1,000 homes in Davidson County that have been affected by that. If we can increase our total toward that, we can increase our allocation for tornado rehabilitation. I'd ask folks to support this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Sledge. Councilmember Nash, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I share Council Member Murphy's concerns too, and just generally speaking, reading, for lack of a better term, the contingencies, looking at the reserve funds is kind of what put us in the spot we're in right now, where we weren't able to absorb so much of the loss we've suffered with COVID and the like. We all know we would have had some tax increase this year, but maybe not near as much if we hadn't spent down every spare cent somewhere. And so I think we need to be very cautious about that.
Right. Thank you, Councilmember Nash. Councilmember Glover. Councilmember Glover. Councilmember Glover has called the previous question. Properly seconded. We are on the previous question, not on the amendment, just the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
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 Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? All right, the vote is 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? All right, we are now on Councilmember Sledge's motion to approve amendment number 5 onto 2020-286 as substituted. We're ready for a vote. We're going to try it by voice vote. All those in favor of amendment number 5 say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
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 Opposed, no.
No.
No. No.
No.
No. No.
No. The noes have it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember Pulley, but that's my job. And I couldn't really tell. If I want to be honest, I really couldn't tell. But I really do appreciate you trying to help me there.
No, get it.
So
Just trying to help move us along.
I understand, and I very much appreciate it, but it was, I'm just not quite sure. So we're taking a roll call vote, Madam, and what we're going to do is we're going to go through the roll. This is how we do it. It may take a little while, but Madam Clerk, I want you to call the roll. If you're for amendment number 5, vote yes. If you're against amendment number 5, vote no.
Councilmember Mendez.
And you can abstain. Sorry.
And shall I read out the votes that are taken here in the chamber, Vice Mayor?
No, you're just going to call the roll all the way through, read them all out as they come to make sure they're right.
Do read them out.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, Councilmember Mendez abstains. Councilmember Hurt abstains. Councilmember Allen? Yes. Councilmember Glover?
No.
No. Councilmember Suara? Yes. Councilmember Hall?
No.
Councilmember Toombs? Yes. Councilmember Gamble? Councilmember Swope?
No.
Councilmember Parker? Councilmember Withers?
Yes.
Councilmember Benedict?
Yes.
Councilmember Van Rees?
Abstain.
Councilmember Hancock?
It's been something that
Councilmember Hancock, did you abstain? I'm sorry, I hear some background.
So if you all would mute.
No, I said no.
Okay, no.
Council members, you'll need to mute your microphones. We're getting some background noise. But Councilmember Benedict, you voted no?
Councilmember Benedict voted yes. Councilmember
sorry.
Van Rees
Okay.
abstained and Hancock voted no. Councilmember Young?
No.
Councilmember Hager?
No.
Councilmember Evans?
No.
Councilmember Bradford?
No.
Councilmember Roden?
No.
Councilmember Syracuse? No. Councilmember Welsh?
Yes.
Councilmember Sledge?
I think having.
I don't mind. I'm gonna get a beer. Get a Heineken. Wait a minute.
Councilmember Aside, your microphones are still open. Please close them.
It's Mr. Sledge's amendment, and he's voted yes. Councilmember Cash?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connell? No. Councilmember Roberts?
No.
Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Hauser?
Yes.
Councilmember Druffel?
No.
Councilmember Murphy?
No.
Councilmember Pulley?
No.
Was that a no?
That's correct.
Councilmember?
No.
Thank you. Councilmember Johnston?
No.
Councilmember Nash?
No.
Councilmember Vercher?
No.
Councilmember Porterfield?
Yes.
Councilmember Sepulveda?
Yes.
Councilmember Rutherford? Yes. Councilmember Stiles?
Yes.
Councilmember Lee?
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson?
No.
Councilmember Rosenberg? Yes.
Okay, 17, 19, and 4. I missed some of the votes. I thought I was going to get a vote for a change, so didn't get that chance. So the amendment fails, 17 to 19 to 4. Okay. We're on amendment number 6. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
All right. 6 and 7 are alternatives, and Mr. Parker was going to decide today which one he wanted to move. I'll give the committee reports for both. For number 6, the committee voted 2 in favor, 5 against, with 3 abstentions. And on number 7, the committee voted 3 in favor, 6 against. So we need to ask Councilmember Parker which of the 2 he wishes to move.
Councilmember Parker on amendment number 6 or amendment number 7?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I am not going to move 6, but I will move 7.
Okay, council members, amendment number 6 is withdrawn. We're on amendment number 7. Councilmember Parker, you recognize.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. So this amendment is basically a targeted reallocation of funds It takes about 1% of the budget from policing and prosecution and moves that into a contingency fund to support social and emotional learning for students in Davidson County. We've heard from thousands and thousands of Nashvillians over the last few weeks that they want us to be making these kinds of investments. And, you know, I recognize that this is a very sort of modest reflection of those priorities that some of our neighbors have shared with us. It is certainly not anywhere near the numbers that people are asking for. But I do think that in the spirit of, you know, focusing more of our resources on raising strong and successful kids as a community, you know, reallocating resources from policing and prosecution to that, I think it's what we want to be doing as a community. I would ask the body to support this, and I'm happy to answer any other questions or about it.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. We have people in the queue. Councilmember Suara, you're recognized. Oh, and there you are.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I have a couple of questions. Do we have anyone from the police department?
I don't believe we have anybody from the police department here.
All right. I do have a question for finance as well.
Okay. We have people from the finance department.
I'm supporting this amendment based on some things that I noted. The first of which is that during budget meeting yesterday, when we were talking about what's the money supposed to be used for, we got some email that says that this will be for personnel. And I do remember during the budget hearing that a questionnaire was filled out by the police department. And in that questionnaire, for those that are on the budget committee, question number 3 specifically, it did ask if there would be hiring this year in this budget, and the answer was a no. And so I was hoping there would be some clarification as to where we're hiring now, even though we did not intend to do that when we had the budget hearing with the police department. The second thing is that even if this money is used for hiring, there are some savings right now in the police department. And so I have a question for Ms. Kim from Finance.
All right.
And so my question is this. I'm looking at the bar report for the month of April 2020. And that is the report that is comparing our actual expenses to budget. As of April 2020, there's a $3 million savings in the police department budget. Is that correct?
Hold on. I've got you. Kim McDaniel.
Okay. Yes, the April bar report shows a $3.7 million year-to-date savings. Through the month of April, there was a savings of a similar magnitude. Last year at this time, it was a little over $4 million. But they ended up closing the year last year within $100,000 of their budget.
But the actual for last year was about $199 million. The budget for this year is $207 million. Is that correct?
That's correct. The budget went up this year.
All right. The point that I'm trying to make is this, and I'm supporting this amendment. I don't know where it's going to go, but I do think that if we want to do this, we can. A lot of people, I see that we're so upset about taking 1% from the police department, but we don't have any problem with taking 50% from Nashville grad or 100% from Nashville education. People want to do the police because we're not safe. The question is, why are we not safe? And what are we doing about it to keep us safe? I think investing in social emotional learning is a way to make sure that we keep our kids in school. We keep sure that we are addressing things that can lead to crime, so we will need more policing. And I think that if we really want to look at it, like I just showed in the savings, that we can find the money if we do choose to. So I'm hoping that whether we do it this budget or we do it next budget, we need to take a good look at what we're funding and what we're prioritizing. And I hope that we will prioritize education, we will prioritize the social-emotional learning of our kids, and 1%, $2 million, that is supposed to be training but is now hiring, with a savings of $3 million, the numbers are not adding up. And so for that reason, I will be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Porterfield.
so much, Vice Mayor, and thank you for the sponsor of this legislation. As a former educator, I'm very familiar with the need of social emotional learning in our public schools. If you're not familiar, I would ask my colleagues to get familiar with adverse childhood experiences. And these are basically traumatic experiences that our students face on a day-to-day basis. The CDC gives some statistics on 61% of adults have experienced at least one traumatic experience, and those can be defined as substance abuse, experiencing violence, abuse, neglect, witnessing violence in their home or community, witnessing suicide, having a family member commit suicide. And even more recently, there's been statistical information that talks about gentrification and how that is an adverse childhood experience on our students. So our teachers are faced with educating children that have experienced this trauma, and they don't always have the tools that they need to help the students. And it has been a proven fact that social emotional learning can directly address these adverse childhood experiences and help give greater outcomes for our students. So this is something that is needed. It is something that we have to address, and we have to empower our schools and our teachers to be able to provide these services. So again, the cut is a very, very small cut. However, it is going to go a really long way to addressing the needs of our students in our schools. So I just ask that you please support this legislation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Porterfield. Councilmember Pulley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Everybody saw the comparison in the charts that were given to us from the district attorney's office, the sheriff's office, and the police department on how it would impact. I appreciate everyone talking about the wonderful programs that this money wants to go into. I just wanted to make one other comment about our sheriff's office and some of the things that they do there, and some of the ways that money is spent. There's been a tremendous effort and a lot of money in the Sheriff's Department spent on trying to change people's lives through the reforms that they're a part of, and the many programs at the Sheriff's Department, such as their horticulture program and their dog care program, where they're introducing inmates to skills that will be good for them as they integrate back into society. They also have had bail reform programs, and their population has gone down 20% over the last 3 years. So they've also reduced their population due to COVID. But there are a lot of things that the Sheriff's Department's doing that are consistent with the values that are being brought up in a lot of the other programs that you speak to. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Pulley. I've got Councilmember Glover. Sorry, I keep hitting. There you go.
Call the question.
A previous question has been called, properly seconded. We're on the previous question, not on the amendment. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no?
Aye.
No.
I heard 2 noes. Any abstentions? Vote is 38 for, 0 against, 2 abstentions. Previous question prevails. We are now on amendment number 7 by Councilmember Parker. We're voting on that. Again, you've got it in front of you, just to make sure you've got it. Decreasing the total allocation for the sheriff. Total net decrease of $792,872. Total allocation from the police department, decrease of $2,098,550. Decrease from the district attorney's office from $82,412, and the amount of $2,973,834 goes to child social and emotional learning programs. We'll try this by voice vote. All those in favor of this amendment say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
No. No. No.
All right, based upon that, I think the noes have it.
Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Okay, we'll take a roll call vote just to be on the safe side. So, Madam Clerk, opening up the machines. Okay, now, hold on. Gotta make sure I got this right. Okay, so we are now voting on amendment number 7. It will be a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, proceed ahead and call out the votes when they're when you get them in the chamber. Okay.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Mendez. Abstain. Councilmember Hurt. Abstain. Councilmember Allen. No. Councilmember Glover is a no. Councilmember Suara. Councilmember Hall.
Councilmember Hall.
Excuse me.
No.
Councilmember Toombs. Abstain. Councilmember Gamble.
Abstain.
Councilmember Swope.
No.
Councilmember Parker.
Yes.
Councilmember Withers.
No.
Councilmember Benedict.
Yes.
Councilmember Van Rees.
No.
Councilmember Hancock.
No.
Councilmember Young.
No.
Councilmember Hager.
No.
Councilmember Evans.
No.
Councilmember Bradford.
No.
Councilmember Roden.
No.
Councilmember Syracuse. No. Councilmember Welsh.
Yes.
Councilmember Sledge. Councilmember Sledge, I didn't hear you.
Yes.
Councilmember Cash.
No.
Councilmember O'Connell. No. Councilmember Roberts. I believe that was a no.
Correct.
Thank you. Councilmember Taylor.
Yes.
Councilmember Hauser.
Yes.
Councilmember Druffel.
No.
Councilmember Murphy. I believe that was a no.
It was a no.
Councilmember Pulley.
No.
No.
Councilmember Johnston.
No.
Councilmember Nash.
No.
Councilmember Vercher.
No.
Councilmember Porterfield.
Absolutely yes.
Councilmember Sepulveda.
Yes.
Councilmember Rutherford. No. Councilmember Stiles.
No.
Councilmember Lee.
Abstain.
Councilmember Henderson.
No.
Councilmember Rosenberg. Yes.
For, 25 against, 5 abstentions.
Yep.
Yeah, so the vote is 10 for, 25 noes, 5 abstentions. And I'm looking at Councilmember Rosenberg. There you go. All right. All right, so the amendment number 7 fails. All right, we're on to amendment number 8. Councilmember Suara. Back to you, Councilmember Mendez.
Thank you. The committee recommended approval of this one, 6 in favor, 3 against, 2 abstaining, and I think there was some discussion yesterday about whether the council member would attempt to suspend the rules to add additional conditions to this. I'm not sure where that ended up.
All right. Councilmember Suara, you're recognized. There you are.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to suspend the rules so we can look at the substitute or amended amendment.
All right. So Councilmember Suara has moved to suspend. Has she got a late filed? Let me just make sure I've got what I've got. Mr. Cooper, what is she filing?
Yes, it's a revision to the amendment that was submitted in the packet Friday, and it would condition the appropriation to schools upon ensuring that the school's fund balance stayed above 3%. So if appropriating the money from the fund balance would drop it below 3%, then schools would not get the money.
Okay. All right. All right. You've heard the explanation. Councilmember Suara moves to suspend the rules. I need to see in order to do that, I need to make sure that see if there's any objections. Hold on, I'm looking through. I have. All right, so I've got Council Member Murphy and Council Member Pulley have their hands up. Is that correct on this? No, Council Member, I've got one hand. Nope, there it goes again. So seeing nobody in here, you have suspended the rules. You're on your, I guess it's a late filed amendment.
Revised amendment. All right. Okay. Thank you all very much. I will explain the bill with the revision that went into it. But like I said at the budget meeting, like most people, I am against a dollar tax increase. I know that we have to do a tax increase, but having it that high is something that a lot of us did not want. But what's also happened is that just as we're getting people telling us they do not want the increase, we've also had a lot of people tell us that if we are going to do an increase, we have to make sure that we're spending it in areas that supports our community. And there's a big move for MMPS and the teacher's salary. So what this is attempting to do, if you all remember that MMPS is short by 15 million. The chair substitute did give them 7 million. There's about 8 million short. So this substitute will be giving them 8 million. But what it also does is that oftentimes when we're giving money to MMPS, in the past, people always talk about we just give money to MMPS, we don't know how they're spending it. So in this case, I'm attempting to make sure that the money is designated for step increases to teachers. The other thing that is worthy to note is that this amendment does not impact revenue or expenses, is looking at fund balance. The state legislature requires us to have a 3% in the school fund balance. Right now, we have 4%. So this amendment is taking that 1% to be able to do that. What it allows us to do is to be able to say thank you to our teachers. We know things are tough, we know things are hard, but we do recognize all that you're doing for us. I also want to note that there is a possibility that the school will be getting more money from CARE Acts, and it's not even going to be below that 4%, but this just allows us to be able to put that money in the pocket. I also want to note that since yesterday, I find out that the school nutrition program is overspent by 4.5 million. And the school may have to touch their fund balance. So that was the reason why we put this clause in there. And so the clause that we added is that this money, which Finance said is doable and we can do it. I know Chairman Mendes is opposed, but Finance said we can do it. And so we put this clause in there to say that, look, we want to do this, we're going to do this, our teachers are going to get this, but we do not want to do it at the expense or at least put us in trouble of falling below the state's mandated 3%. So the question is that the amendment is now saying that we'll put the money, we'll give them the money. If everything comes back, everything is okay, we have more taxes, we have more COVID reimbursement, that money goes to the teacher. Please note that this is money from MMPS to MMPS. It's from MMPS to the teachers. So that's what this is doing, and it allows us to be able to do this if the money is there. It also allows us to be able to claw back if for some reason the numbers did not add up the way that we think it would. That's where the clause is in there to say, don't do it if it falls below 3%. I hope that explains it well to everybody. I will take any question, and I ask that we all should please consider supporting this. There's a lot of things that we wanted to do with this budget that we cannot do, and to be able to find a way to do this that works and to be able to support our teachers, I hope you all will be in support. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Suara. Let me make sure I've got Mr. Cooper. The motion in front of us is to adopt the late filed amendment. Okay, so that's what's in front of us. That's properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Mendes. You're recognized.
Just two things. Just for the clarity of the record, was that distributed to us? And if it's not distributed, can we just read what the change is?
Yeah, so I screwed up and forgot to send it when I did it today. I had so many that I was working on, and I realized about 6 o'clock that I forgot to email this out. So I will read you the one sentence that's added.
Thank you.
So as originally submitted, it says that the money would be taken from fund balance and would go into this MNPS step raise contingency fund. And that would be subject to the Director of Finance receiving confirmation from schools that they approved the step increases. This adds a provision that says, provided that no reduction in the cash and fund balance restoration for FY 2021 budget for the schools fund shall occur, and no fund shall be transferred to MNPS if it would result in the unencumbered schools fund balance falling below 3%.
Thank you. That was thing one. Thing two, Councilmember Suara and I have been over this, and we respectfully disagree on this one. To me, this is an attempt to put the fund balance 1 penny higher than it takes to get the comptroller to come take over, if he follows through on his threat, to take over finances. And I share the angst that Councilmember Hurt expressed earlier about the direct threats in the middle of this process. But make no mistake, this amendment is an effort to put us exactly 1 penny over the threshold. And for me, that's too close. Too close. I know there's a lot of members that support this, and so I'm not going to say anything else. I just wanted to let everybody know why I'll vote no on this, but I know Councilmember Suara is pretty persuasive.
All right, we've got people in the queue. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Councilmember Suara covered the financial reasons why I think this is important to do. I think for me, what is critical is that we talk about what our teachers have sacrificed over the years and what they continue to sacrifice as we go through the pandemic. Many of them were also impacted by the tornado. And we don't know what the next school year is going to look like. We don't know how many kids they're going to be teaching and how they're going to be teaching them. So my point is that we continue to ask more of them while giving them less. So the draft substitute that I put together included the part of what is in the chair substitute, but it also included a 5% COLA increase for Metro Public School teachers and staff. And so, for me, that was an aspirational goal as it turned out, because I didn't feel like I'd be able to get that budget passed, which is why I ended up not filing it. However, it was very important to me, and it still is critical to me, that we look at our teachers who are educating the millionaires of tomorrow, right? We've got CEOs running companies that are making millions, tons of zeros on their check, and they all went to school and were taught by teachers. It's time that we put our money where our mouth is and pay our teachers, and this is one step. It's a small step, pardon the pun, or not even the pun, but it's a small step for us to take to show the value that we have for these employees of Metro and that lead our kids. So financially, I think that Councilwoman Suara's proposal looks good. And I think that we need to really think about what do we want, where are our values, where are our morals in this budget, and this is one way we can really demonstrate that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I've got Councilmember Stiles in the queue.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I actually want to piggyback a bit off of what Councilmember Benedict said. We currently are seeing in this pandemic how our teachers are continuing to go on even under this extra level of duress, not to mention where they were before with the tornado and some schools having to close and buying their own supplies. I think it's important that we start pouring back into the people that have helped us sustain. Even prior to getting into the situation that we're in right now, teachers have always shown up and shown out for our kids and been there to be protectors and nurturers. And this is a way that we get to give back. So I'm encouraging all of my colleagues to please vote yes.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Hancock.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I also agree that children are the future. I think that any investment we make in them will only better our city tomorrow, next week, and next year. And as long as we are 1 penny over that 3% requirement, we don't trigger any audit. And this new revision allows for that hard stop so that we don't go below that 3%. So I do agree we need to keep that 3% in there, but the rest of the funding I do believe should go to the teachers. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Henderson?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm not sure if my question is for Council Lady Suara or if there's anybody from schools who can speak to this. I greatly appreciate her effort on this, and I appreciate her acumen as well. I know she does her homework. And so, as we all looked at our own amendments and spoke with schools about our ability to get to $15 an hour, whether for parapros or various employees, and kind of went into that with a scalpel and looked at that, I became aware of, details around steps and, if you do this for this group and that and so forth. And so knowing that so many things are linked to other things when it comes to pay plan and pay plat matters in MNPS, and that we are not the school board and thus not experts in that, I would just ask if she could respond more specifically technically about her choice of that for the steps contingency account, and what would that mean, that $8 million kind of writ large over the system for each teacher? How would that be determined? And if school does have or has opined on this as it has been updated? Thank you.
Councilmember Suara?
The 8 million actually came from, if you all noticed that we were asking questions over the administration and the departments. And so if you go online to the webpage that has county question and answers, that's a direct response from the school. They calculated that amount, and that's the amount they gave us that it will cost them to do this step for MNPS. So that's where that came from.
Councilmember Henderson?
Okay, I appreciate that. And then Councilor Suara, can you kind of speak to, I know we had looked at, the school board made a statement on their commitment to $15 an hour, and so that versus steps and just the preference there from the school system and so forth. I appreciate that was a specific amount particular to the steps. Thank you for reminding me of that. But the choice for that over $15 an hour, et cetera, can you just speak to that, please?
Yes, the $15 an hour is mostly for support staff. Most of the people that fall in that category are support staff that are in MNPS. And I believe that one of the reasons why I did not address that specifically is that it's addressed in the chair substitute. And so, plus I only have 8 million. I wish I have more because I do not want to go below the 3%. And I don't want to do a 4 million for the $15 and lose the other 4 million. And so thinking in terms of getting the best buck for the money, going for the step is the one that gives me that. And hopefully hoping that there will be other amendments that address the $15. But the step is for all the teachers, and MNPS, the $15 is for the support staff.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Young, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I just want to take a moment and remind my colleagues, this city is cash poor. The last numbers, I think that were reported to us that at the end of this current month, the school fund is projected to have roughly $6 million in their ending fund balance. When a minimum is set, it is not prudent for us to barely meet it. I think if you look back over the last 10 years of terrible decisions made by previous administrations and, yes, previous councils, there's this feeling that if we have the money, then by gosh, we ought to spend it. And it's especially easy to follow that logic when it goes to something that we all want. And we all want to pay teachers more. We all want to pay all of our Metro employees more, especially because they're bending over backwards during this time, busting their butts in a way they've never had to. But we have to be careful that we don't continue to put the Metropolitan government in these fiscal constraints where we have to sit here and make decisions and look at the fact that we might not even be able to give employees a raise. We might have to lay them off. And I guess I'm still trying to stomach the fact that there's still this mindset that if we find a couple nickels and dimes somewhere, then we need to suspend it. Because we need savings, we need cash, because we don't have it. And I will get hung out to dry for saying all this, and I'm sure it sounds like I don't support teachers. And people who know me know that's not true. I support having a well-funded metropolitan government so that we can actually have the cash to pay our teachers and to continue educating students in the first place. So I would urge you to please vote against this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Councilmember Suara.
Thank you. With all due respect, I think that we've always made the same decision. Even when there's a surplus, we've always said that we have to wait and wait for the teachers. But what I would remind my colleagues is this. There is a way to grow an economy, and there's a way not to. We want to do things that we've been doing the same way. We're not looking for opportunity to do things to make things better. If you don't invest in the front end, you will lose money on the back end. The teachers will leave. We have so many schools where they're short on teachers, where people are going to other counties. So I think investing in what will yield investment is what we need to be spending on. If I'm thinking carelessly, I would have asked for more than the 1%. But I think that in trying to be prudent, in trying to make sure that we do the best that we can with the money that we have to invest in our school and in our teachers, that's where that number is coming from. And also to make sure that everybody feels comfortable that, okay, the sales tax doesn't come in as projected, the CARES Act doesn't come in as projected. Mind you, we already have 15 million unrestricted from the state. Mind you, we have 2 million that we've identified that's already coming in money that we spend in FY20 already for the CARES Act. The school is getting money from the CARES Act. So put all of that into consideration. I think that we've been so scared in the past to make tough decisions, and we keep coming back into the same place. This is the kind of investment that grows investment, not the one that just loses money. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Suara. I've got Councilmember Swope. You're recognized.
Previous question.
Previous question's been called. So we're on the previous question, properly seconded. We're voting on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question, we're not voting on the amendment, just the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no?
No. No.
I think I've got no, two no's. Any abstentions? Right, 38 for, 2 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Okay, previous question prevails. We're on amendment number 8. I want to make sure I have this right. So Councilmember Suara brought in a late filed amendment. So we were on that late filed amendment. That's what we're voting on. It is amendment number 8, late filed. It was properly moved and seconded. We're voting on that. We'll do it by voice vote the first time. All those in favor of amendment number 8, say aye.
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 Opposed, no?
No.
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 Okay, we're on the board. So Madam Clerk, if you would, take a roll call vote. We are voting on amendment number 8 by Councilmember Suara. If you will take the roll.
Councilmember Mendez. No. Councilmember Hurt. Yes. Councilmember Allen. Yes. Councilmember Glover. No. No. Councilmember Suara.
Yes.
Yes. Councilmember Hall.
Same.
Councilmember Toombs. Yes. Councilmember Gamble.
Yes.
Councilmember Swope.
No.
Councilmember Parker.
Yes.
Councilmember Withers.
Yes.
Councilmember Benedict.
Yes.
Councilmember Van Rees.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Councilmember Hancock.
Yes.
Councilmember Young.
No.
Councilmember Hager.
No.
Councilmember Evans.
Yes.
Councilmember Bradford.
No.
Councilmember Roten.
No.
Councilmember Syracuse. No. Councilmember Welsh.
Yes.
Councilmember Sledge.
Yes.
Councilmember Cash.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connell. No. Councilmember Roberts.
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor.
Yes.
Councilmember Hauser.
Yes.
Councilmember Druffel.
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy. Was that a yes?
Yes.
Councilmember Pulley.
No.
Councilmember Johnston.
Yes.
Councilmember Nash.
No.
Councilmember Vercher.
No.
Councilmember Porterfield.
Yes.
Councilmember Sepulveda.
Yes.
Councilmember Rutherford. Yes. Councilmember Stiles.
Yes.
Councilmember Lee.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Rosenberg. Yes.
For 12 against, 1 abstaining.
Right, so the vote is 27 for, 12 against, 1 abstaining. Amendment number 8 passes. Okay. All right, we're now on, I believe, back on amendment number 4 by Councilmember Rosenberg, if I put that in the right place. Councilmember Mendes, you're recognized.
I think Mr. Rosenberg's not pursuing that one.
Okay, so withdrawn. All right.
So that moves us to number 9 by Councilmember Rutherford. This one got a committee report of 11 in favor and 0 against. I'm sorry, all right, number 9, Councilman Rutherford, 11 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Councilmember Rutherford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Chairman. I do wish to move this amendment. This decreases 2 contingency accounts by $62,000 and allocates the funds to human resources for a veteran service officer position. There are currently 2 veteran service officer positions in Davidson County's metro government. They are overwhelmed and need help. They have needed help for quite some time, even before the current crises which has hit our city. So they definitely need help now more than ever. Many of the veterans who seek assistance from them are living on the edge, financially and otherwise. Some of the things that the veteran service officers do include providing housing assistance to veterans. Nearly a quarter of the homeless population in Metro are veterans, according to Operation Stand Down. The veteran service officers provide job assistance to veterans. The veterans' unemployment rate is typically a little higher than the regular rate. Also, they are helping veterans to connect to their veterans' benefits, such as GI Bill and veterans' health care and VA home loans. Our veteran service officers work out of the location at Operation Stand Down, which is a really great arrangement between Stand Down and Metro. This effort is supported by the Metro Council Veterans Caucus. When we first formed the Veterans Caucus this term, it was the first ever Veterans Caucus of Metro Council, and this initiative was one of the first goals that we set as a caucus to achieve for our veterans. And I remind you that this does not add any expense to the budget that we are currently considering. I'm happy to entertain questions, and otherwise I would like to move the amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Rutherford. He moves the amendment. It's properly seconded. Councilmember Hancock, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would just like to applaud Councilman Rutherford for putting this forward and for pursuing this. from the results of our committee assessment and the needs of the veteran service organizations in Davidson County. And, just as a comparison, Montgomery County, which is not as highly populated as Davidson County, has 9 full-time staff in their veteran service office, and we employ 2. And as Councilman Rutherford explained, there are 25% of the homeless. So if you are at all concerned about the Barnes Fund, I know this isn't a replacement, but man, these VSOs can help so many people every single day, and that they do. They never turn anyone away. They work long hours, and they're in it because they're prior military too, and they care, and they just want to help everyone, find some success in Nashville and find the help that they need. So I urge you to support this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I also had Councilmember Druffel in the queue.
Just to echo those endorsements, small investment, great return. Everything they said as we got involved with the veteran community, we just saw this as a great impact. So very strongly encourage everybody to support it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Druffel, how are you feeling?
A little off, but that's okay. It's pretty sure it's not COVID, but it's just it's been cold. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized. Councilmember Hurt has called the previous question. We're on the previous question, properly seconded. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. The previous question prevails. We are now on amendment number 9 by Councilmember Rutherford and Hancock. We are ready to vote. All those in favor of amendment number 9 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
Who was the no?
Taylor.
Okay. Any abstentions? Okay. 38 to 1 to 1. Any corrections to that? Amendment number 9 passes. All right. We are on amendment number 10 by Councilmember Bradford. I'll go to you, Councilmember Mendez.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Bradford's number 10 was disapproved by the committee, 2 in favor, 8 against, 1 abstention.
All right, Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
I will not be moving forward with this amendment.
Okay, Councilmember Bradford withdraws amendment number 10. Okay, so we're moving on. Amendment number 11, Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
Councilman Bradford's number 11 was disapproved by the committee, 2 in favor, 6 against, 1 abstaining, and this is the one that this is the one that's about the chamber that conflicted with amendment number 2, which we did not approve, and also conflicts with number 27 coming later.
All right, Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
I'd like to move forward with this amendment.
All right, so he's got a motion to approve, properly seconded. You're on your amendment. Councilmember Bradford.
Thank you, Chair. So what this amendment does is it reduces the chamber's allocation from $175,000 to $100,000, and then reallocates those funds to give an additional $10,000 to our 4 minority chambers, give $10,000 to the Donaldson Hermitage Chamber of Commerce, and then put the rest of those funds into the reserve funds.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Bradford, we have a couple people in the queue. Let me make sure they're still there from other purposes. Sean Parker, Councilmember Parker, you want to be recognized on this?
No, no, Vice Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Glover, you want to be recognized? Okay. Councilmember Hancock, want to be recognized on that?
No, Vice Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just to reiterate, I had asked a question on the previous amendment concerning Partnership 2020 and got the number that I was looking for, 2,108 jobs for Davidson County have resulted in the work of Partnership 2020 in this fiscal year alone. And for that reason, I will oppose this amendment.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Van Rees. Councilmember Henderson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I appreciate the sentiment behind this, but I'm a little concerned about this as kind of a picking favorite. We have several legacy chambers in Davidson County that were established prior to city-county consolidation. We have a Bellevue-Harpeth chamber as well. I think there's one, Councilor Van Rees, maybe in Madison separately. You know, in fairness, I know this is always challenging when we're kind of looking at nonprofits and groups like this. But I would ask us not to kind of pick favorites among these nonprofits that engage with our business community. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Glover, on this one? Previous question has been called, properly seconded. We're on the previous question, not on the vote. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Previous question prevails. We were on amendment number 11. We're voting on that. We'll try to do it by voice vote. All those in favor of amendment number 11 say aye. All opposed say no.
No.
I think that any abstentions, I think the noes have that. Okay, so the noes, the noes prevail. Amendment number 11 is not recommended, not approved. We are now on amendment number 12. This is by Councilmember Johnston. Back to you, Councilmember Mendez.
Thank you. Councilmember Johnston submitted 12 and 13, 12 related to the substitute, 13 related to the mayor's budget. So we're going to talk about 12 and 13 is not applicable. On number 12, the committee disapproved it, 2 in favor, 7 against, and 2 abstention.
Okay, Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Vice Mayor. So I have worked diligently and thoroughly on this. I've spoken to countless residents and department heads, Metro Legal, Finance, staff in the mayor's office to really try to have a very compassionate response and amendment to this budget, considering the unemployment and business failure that our county is experiencing due to the COVID-19. As well as my low-income residents and my elderly residents that are on fixed income. My hope is that this amendment is going, the goal of it is to improve the optics of our spending and also to reduce the tax levy on those particular, specifically those residents, while sustaining essential services. The things that I have made reductions to is not a reflection of what I think is important or not. This is what I consider to be a crisis budget and temporary in nature to get through this extraordinary time. So it's very long, and I apologize for that because I realize it's almost 2:30. So I just wanted to kind of go over a few things. I'm going to take the nonprofits and the ECDs all in one. That is not, again, not a reflection of what I think is important or not. But in my opinion, we're going to be increasing the tax levy by such a steep amount. It's still contributing to these things, especially ECDs. Just in my estimation, it just doesn't look very good. The optics of that is very bad. Another point of contention I know was the Nashville grad program, and I did choose to reduce that by $500,000. Again, not a reflection of its importance, but I sort of predicted that there may be some reduction in participation because of the virus, and so again, temporary in nature. I like the idea of the Chief Diversity Officer and the Workforce Diversity Manager that the Minority Caucus came up with, and my response to that was kind of a net zero on the budget in that I was reducing the mayor's allocation. There's 3 unfilled FTEs at the mayor's office, and so I'm reducing that in the amount of $228,800, $228,800 in order
to absorb those two positions. Another point of contention I know is the Barnes Fund. Again, not what I think is unimportant, but my conversation with Hannah in the mayor's office, we had a very nice conversation, and we feel very strongly that there's CARES Act plug that hole. Let's see. Oh, MTA, the same thing. They've gotten confirmation that they're receiving $55.1 million in CARES Act funding, but this budget only takes away 22.8, leaving a balance of 32.3. So my conversation with them about where that 32.3 was going, taking into account reduction in revenues and some capital projects that had been unfunded up to this point. When I asked them about $5 million. Keep going.
You can finish up.
Okay, a reduction of $3 to $5 million. They told me that is something that they can absolutely deal with, not a problem. But with adjusted savings, that's just across the board. I know there's a lot of FTEs that are unfilled in multiple departments across that could be absorbed there. And so
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Johnston. I've got a couple people. Councilmember Glover, you recognized for a point of order. Hold on.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Mr. Cooper, and forgive me, Vice Mayor, but we're not considering one of the amendments, but last year the substitute failed and we adopted the mayor's budget. We're not considering that tonight. We're not considering those amendments tonight. Are we cheating ourselves if we don't go ahead and hear the amendments and adopt them both? And I really hadn't thought about it until we just said, we're leaving that one alone. We're assuming which substitute we may adopt tonight.
So for purposes of in here tonight, the mayor's budget doesn't exist anymore.
Okay.
It has gone away. So any amendment that was to the mayor's budget can't be offered. There are some throughout that could have been offered to either one. Last year, the council didn't approve the mayor's budget. It went to an effect by default.
Right.
So if the council didn't approve a substitute tonight, the same thing would happen.
So, but my question is simply this. Even though we have, quote, closed the door, are we cheating people if we also shut down the amendments with regards to the mayor's budget? Because if by default it gets adopted.
It can't be adopted with the amendments, though. It's adopted, the charter says as submitted, and it was submitted May 1st in that form.
Okay. Vice Mayor, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
It's
fine to clarify.
I haven't crossed this one before. I just think it was a real question. Thank you.
We're all learning. Thank you, Councilmember Glover. Councilmember Russ Pulley, you're welcome. Yeah, you're welcome. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Very briefly, I want to commend Councilmember Johnson for all of her diligence in trying to do all this, and I also want to acknowledge the fact that she went out of her way to engage all the stakeholders from all the areas of concern that she's addressed here. I think it's important to note that these are extraordinary times, and I'm going to be supporting this amendment, but I do want to send a message, especially to the nonprofits and to the ECDs that we're digging into here, that this is a measure that we've taken because of the fact that we've been hit so hard and our constituents are hurting. Many people have lost their jobs, and it's an effort to try to reduce the tax burden on them replacing. I just don't want to send a message that in future budgets we're going to really go back on those contractual arrangements, and hopefully we'll be able to make this up later. But anyway, thank you for this amendment, and I will be supporting it.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you so much to the sponsor, Councilmember Johnson. I appreciate your hard work here. The diligence is very evident that you work extremely hard on this. I cannot support the legislation at this time. I understand that this is a tough fiscal year for Metro, as every fiscal year before it has been a tough year. I understand it's exceptionally tough this year, but I cannot support legislation that is cutting from, first and foremost, cutting from the Barnes Fund. When I see things cutting from summer employment programs and opportunities that we need for the youth in our community, that's just not something that I could support, especially for such a small reduction in the rate. I just think that we are losing far more than what we would gain with that reduction. So again, I appreciate all your work, Councilmember Johnson. It's evident how hard you worked on this, and I appreciate that. But unfortunately, I cannot support this at this time.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Suara.
Yeah, I do want to echo what everyone is saying. I think from looking at the numbers and seeing that it's so detailed, that Councilmember Justin spent a lot of time on this, and it was very, I mean, it's a good job. So I want to commend her for all the work that she did. But I would not be able to support it too. For me, things like Nashville Grad, Business Incubation Center, TSU Foundation, things that are supposed to help people get an education, get them to better themselves, help them in this time. These are the things that we need to be spending on, and we're talking about a $25,000 spending that gives a lot of return to help businesses. So the 500 Nashville Grad, that's supposed to help students with their textbooks, with their transportation, supposed to help them get to where they need to get to. I know these are amounts that doesn't mean a lot. And I spoke to everyone yesterday about a student that contacted me about needing $250 for textbooks. It's a little money, but there's a lot of kids in our community that does need that, and we need to make sure that those funds are available. If we're not fully using them, we need to make sure that we let people know and that people are using them. So at this point, because of that, I would not want to cut education to be able to give grown-up adults a 3-cent or 2-cent reduction in their taxes. I think most people, if you ask them, would gladly give that 2 cents or 3 cents to be able to support education in our community. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Van Rees. Councilmember Van Rees.
I apologize, my hand was left up.
Okay, there you are. All right. I'm checking. There is no one else in the queue. We are ready to vote. We are on amendment number 12 by Councilmember Johnston. It was properly moved, properly seconded. We are ready to vote. We'll do it by voice vote. All those in favor of amendment number 12, say aye.
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 Opposed, no.
No. No.
All right, so I rule the no prevails. The amendment number 12, amendment number 12 fails to pass. Okay, we're on amendment number 14 by Councilmember Druffel. Let me go to Councilmember Mendez first. You're recognized.
Thank you. The committee disapproved number 14 by Councilmember Druffel, 3 in favor, 7 against.
Okay, Councilmember Druffel, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The next 3 or 4 amendments, as many of you trying to figure out a way to fight for some improvements on our property tax. And I wanted to do it in different ways so that not one area would suffer or have an impact. So the first thing I did was take a 1% reduction outside the police, fire, and sheriff, and I'll explain that in a second, to just have an overall savings. I'm going to sort of refer back to something I read in the Metro Charter that said the willingness and ability of citizens to bear the burden of tax increases should always be considered. And if there's not a better time right now to consider whether they can share this burden, it's now. So my feeling is, as much as I would love to support increases in a lot of areas, that aren't already developed within the budget. I'm looking at how do we improve the property tax so that we can support many of our citizens that are unemployed, that don't have jobs, that businesses are going out. There's a lot of people suffering. Excuse me, guys, I got a cold. So when you look at it, I was just looking at for a series of ways that can have minimal impact on our Metro employees, but at the same time show directionally that we can make some improvements. And that's where I was going with 14, and as I'll explain on a couple of others. Thank you.
So Councilmember Druffel, are you moving number 14?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, properly seconded. Discussion on amendment number 14. Councilmember Evans, you're recognized.
Thank you. Councilman Druffel, I'm sorry, I may have missed this in the documentation. What does this amount translate into? A reduction of any kind in the tax rate, or is it a good faith for working on hearing what you're saying to the community?
It's overall about $4.5 million reduction in the tax rate.
All right, thank you.
Thanks for asking.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Evans. There is nobody else in the queue. We are ready to vote. We are on amendment number 14 by Councilmember Druffel. Okay, we'll do it by voice vote. All those in favor of amendment number 14 say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. I believe the noes have it. Amendment number 14 fails. Okay, we are now on amendment number 15 by Councilmember Druffel. You're recognized.
I believe.
I'm going to take.
I'm sorry. I am.
Comment.
Councilmember Druffel, I'm sorry. I'm supposed to go to Councilmember Mendez first for the report. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
I believe Councilmember Druffel is going to withdraw 15 and 16. When he gets to 17, that was recommended for approval, 6 in favor, 2 against, with 1 abstaining.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Mendez. Councilmember Druffel, you're recognized.
Yeah, I'm going to just briefly comment on 15 and 16, and I'm going to take them up with separate legislation. But the reason for some of this is to build, require the Blue Ribbon Commission to perform an analysis of all staffing. We looked at options, and maybe we have other suggestions as possibly an outshoot of the Budget Finance Committee. Rather than wait till the end and when we're under budgets to try to identify options, I think it's a better ongoing opportunity to look at performance management with the mayor's office and try to come up with a better system. Overall, just to create a better sense of accountability and transparency, having a 15-minute review with a department head just is a difficult time to ensure that we have the best performance and the best expenses and wages. So that's 15. I'm taking it off, but I'm asking to bring it back in different ways. 16 is really to identify a debt policy. If you recognize that we have gone from 10% to our budget to 14% of our budget in debt, excuse me, you can see that it's going the wrong way. What it does is really we can't account for everything we've done, and there's not a lot of transparency on what we spent it on over the years. I am asking that we get with the Director of Finance, with the Mayor's Office, and for the Finance Committee to work out a debt policy that sort of sets limitations on what we can spend on. And I think ultimately it gives us a lot more transparency with others, so they have a sense of what we're doing and what we're committed to. And ultimately, if we manage our debt better, we can invest in our people better, because we're not spending money on things, but spending money with our people, which to me should be a high level priority. So that'll be a resolution or something I'll be working with in July. So those are 15 and 16, but I want to make you aware, because I think transparency and accountability are things that I heard from many of the constituents, and I really think it's an important part of what we need to do for any budget in the future. Then 17, I think, Chair Mendez, I think you said you already reported that. 17 is asking the Department of Finance to perform an internal analysis of tax license and permit fees be compared to other surrounding counties to see what the opportunity is. The goal here is to do an internal study to identify potential options. Technically, it should be done every 3 years, and there might be some serious opportunity in revenue here, but we won't know until we do it. So it is to request that study, internal study, won't cost us anything, but it'll simply come back by August 21st and give us an opportunity to understand how to do maybe a more elaborate study so that we can make recommendations to increase our fees, which hopefully will eventually minimize any new property tax increase or any other ways.
All right, so Councilmember Druffel, you're moving amendment number 17, properly seconded. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
I just wanted to mention that Finance was in favor of this, and I got a favorable recommendation from the committee.
All right, thank you. Discussion on this? You heard Councilmember Druffel discuss this. I'm looking through the queue. Councilmember Suara, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I think that with all of us working very hard to find places to cut and things to do, and everyone trying to represent our constituents as best as we can, I like the idea of what Councilmember Druffel is trying to do to give us data and give us information that going forward will allow us to make better decisions. So I thank him for bringing all of these procedural amendments to fruition. Thank you, and I support them.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Swope, you're recognized.
Previous question.
Previous question is called. We're on the previous question. We're not on the amendment, just on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 40 to 0 to 0 to 0. Any corrections to that? Previous question prevails. We are on amendment number 17. We are voting on amendment number 17. Let's do it by voice vote. All those in favor of amendment number 17 say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Vote passes 44-0 against, 0 abstentions. Amendment number 17 passes. Okay. We are on amendment number 18. Councilmember Mendez. This is one by Councilmember Druffel. You're recognized.
This is one that Councilmember Druffel indicated in committee that he was not going to pursue, so there's no committee report. By rule, we're not allowed to take it up.
Okay.
Number 19 was recommended for disapproval by the committee, 3 in favor, 4 against, 1 abstaining. This is Councilmember Hurt.
All right, Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized. Amendment number 19.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Chair. So we've been here for 3.5 hours already, going back and forth, robbing Peter to pay Paul, trying to figure out what we're going to do. Should we take this amount of money? Can we take a penny here, there, and the other? And my amendment is actually doing exactly what the mayor said that he wanted us to do. We wanted to find anything that we can turn over every stone, every rock. And as I said earlier, I am not in favor of the increase of 32%, $1 increase on the backs of the taxpayers. And I you know, my hands are tied. And I got to apologize to people who I told them that I was not voting for this type of increase because I don't seem to have a choice. But the amendment that I'm asking for is for the mayor to consider getting revenue from someone who's already interested in trying to help the city. In the Mayor's Capital Improvement Fund, There was $8 million that he included to make enhancement to DES, which is another cost to our taxpayers. NG has estimated that an investment of $50 million is needed to optimize and grow the network. So we're still spending money based on decisions that have been made. The continued subsidization of this operating loss will continue. Even though the money will be moved over to the water department, it does not eliminate the subsidy that the taxpayers are having to make. Bond debt. The bond debt requirement is still there if the sale doesn't go through to NG, and the city would lose out on the opportunity to earn $90,000 per month of interest on the equity of the asset. Lost opportunity on property taxes. The city loses out on gaining a new property taxpayer. The city has the potential to collect $16.5 million by taxing the DES property for the next 30 years. Finally, the DES system is not Metro's core business. The city has an opportunity to stop the bleeding on the taxpayers' cost, and NG can bring the operational best practices and make sure that that is done. Now, the other day in the budget hearing, it was said that Metro was in litigation regarding this, but as I understand it, there is no litigation currently involved in the sale of DES. NG won the bid in March of 2019, and Constellation filed a notice of protest. There has never been a Metro protest hearing because Metro and Constellation has delayed the hearing for 15 months. If Constellation loses the protest, it can appeal to Chancery Court. The amendment does not have a deadline or a timeline for Metro to re-engage NG. Therefore, the contract between DES and Metro does not expire until 2033. Metro rates cannot go up or down for those 13 years. This is an opportunity for us to have revenue generated, and we're just choosing not to work along with NG.
All right, so Councilmember, do you want to move this amendment?
I do want to move the amendment.
Okay, so it's properly seconded.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, and I can come back to you, but I've got people in the queue that want to talk about this one.
Okay, I got one more question that people might ask.
Okay,
so I know that we get sales tax collections compared to all of the projections that we make off of them. And I'm sure in the last couple of 2 or 3 years, we've exceeded those sales tax. I mean, especially in 2019 with the NFL draft and the CMAs and all of this. I just wonder what happened to all the extra funds and where does it go?
All right. So let me go to Councilmember Mendes on this one.
Yeah, just briefly, we talked about this at length in the Budget and Finance Committee meeting, and I think there were 26 council members on. But I want to make sure that everybody knows there's an ongoing bid protest, and that last year when a budget went into effect that had this sale in it, this is one of the things the comptroller specifically objected to as one-time revenue and a structurally imbalanced budget. And with that, I won't talk any more about it.
All right. Councilmember Young, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. To that same point as Chairman Mendez said, I mean, this amendment concerns me quite a bit. I mean, there's 3 things really going on with this amendment that are 3 things we shouldn't be doing as a council. And number 1, we are entering ourselves into a procurement process, which is still has a protest going on, and that's just that concerns me quite a bit. 2, though, we're going to be selling a public asset, and I think the voters spoke very clearly. I believe the council last term ended up speaking pretty clearly. I believe Councilwoman Murphy was successful with some legislation to prevent selling real property to fill holes in a budget. This is going down that same highway. You know, this energy system has belonged to the taxpayers for 50 years, and it's why we have some great and, you know, all this vitality downtown, because you can heat and cool a building downtown far cheaper than anywhere else in Tennessee, for sure. You know, lastly, I'm just very concerned about going forward with this and the contractual implications it would have, because it is going to have us sign a contract that has not even been written yet, let alone looked at by legal or ourselves or the mayor's office. You know, this comes to us from a French company who submitted that bid. And if you read the amendment very carefully, it is directing the mayor to sign a contract, but it also gives the company, the French company, the complete freedom to change their offer from last year. And so we'll be bound by it, but the company isn't. And I took French in high school. I don't really remember much, so I'll say this in English, but I think that's what we call a pig in a poke. You know, so this is just a really dangerous avenue to go down, binding us to something that we don't know what we're agreeing to. So I would please urge everyone to vote against it. Thank you.
Councilmember Young, thank you, but you cannot get away without saying pig in a poke and not speak it in French.
Le pig in a poke.
I have no words. All right, so we'll continue on even after that. I've got Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Call the question.
Okay, Councilmember Parker has called the question. Previous question's been called, properly seconded. We're on the previous question, not on the amendment. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Okay. Any abstentions? It's 39 to 1 to 0. Any corrections to that? All right. We are now on amendment number 19 by Councilmember Hurt. We're voting on it. We'll try by voice vote. All those in favor of amendment number 19 say aye. Opposed, no.
No.
It's a no. All right, so amendment number 19 fails. All right, we are now on amendment number 20 by Councilmember Van Rees. Councilmember Mendes, you're recognized.
So for number 20, Councilmember Van Rees indicated that yesterday in committee that she would not pursue it, so there's no committee report, and by rule, we're not allowed to consider it today.
All right.
And then for number 21.
That is correct.
Oh, sorry.
All right, 21, Councilmember Vercher.
It's the same deal on that one. Councilmember Vercher indicated yesterday she wouldn't pursue it, so there's no committee report, and by rule, we may not consider it today.
All right, Councilmember 21 is withdrawn. We're on number 22. Councilmember Henderson, I'm going to go to Councilmember Mendes first.
All right, for number 22, the committee recommended disapproval, 2 in favor, 6 against, with 2 abstention.
Okay, Councilmember Henderson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. What motivated me in constructing this amendment, I did one for the mayor's budget and one for the chair's substitute, just basically on the same principle. When the mayor announced the tax levy of $1, I had a lot of constituents reach out to me feeling like that was an arbitrary number, that was just a very high number, and on principle that the taxes would go up for citizens 33%, 32-ish% in 1 year. So basically, I was looking at the chair substitute. The chair delivered his substitute, and it came in at $1.06. I was somewhat surprised. I was hopeful he might come in at a little bit lower than the mayor, and so I just began to go to work on trying to get us back down under $1. As colleagues know and the community has seen, it is very hard in a 40-member body to pull together a package of cuts that everyone can support, and I think that's reflected in the committee's vote. But that said, this takes from the rainy day fund, which was newly created and does not have implications on our required reserves. It takes bonds from 10 million to 12 million, and then as well focusing on programs, which I see to be more nimble, not zeroing any of them out, sustaining them, but recognizing that in this COVID pandemic moment, that our summer youth employment program will probably change significantly. A lot of those are partnerships with corporations to do internships. That landscape has really changed. So it's looking at lowering some programs, and then it zeroes out all our corporate incentives. These are, as written, they are subject to availability of funds, and I just think it's tone deaf of us in this time to be putting taxpayer dollars to corporate incentives that we have been doing every year. In the spirit of kind of tone at the top, and there are 3 unfunded FTEs in the mayor's office. I've taken 2 in the spirit of supporting the diversity positions, the minority caucus, and then as well, I looked, colleagues also, there's been a fair amount of discussion around the wheel tax. That is something that we have not touched since 2005. We've only raised it twice since 1970, and last it was done, it was in the context of the budget in June of 2005. Mine proposes a modest increase of $12 for your personal vehicle. All in together, that lowers the tax levy by 7 cents, getting it under $1 and saving the city $23 million.
All right, so council member, you want to move amendment number 22, is that right?
I do.
Okay, yes. I've got a motion to approve amendment number 22, properly seconded. Councilmember Mendez, back to you.
Just on this one, I'm obligated to bring up the wheel tax component of this. We had a long conversation about that in Budget and Finance. I know while we had about 2/3 of us there, not everybody was there, and I think we need to hear from Mr. Cooper about the implications of wheel tax.
Mr. Cooper, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll try to make this brief. The core issue here is whether this is considered a fee or a tax. And over the years, we have considered it both a fee and a tax. It was approved as a fee in 1970, which was before the wheel tax enabling legislation at the state was approved. That came into effect in 1976. So the code specifies what the funds have to be used for, and it's essentially for safety-related things within the right-of-way. Promotion of traffic safety on the streets, roads, and alleys and thoroughfares of the metro government. Over the years, that has kind of morphed into a tax, or the equivalent of a tax, even though we call it a fee. Actually, we call it a tax and a fee in the same section of the code. But under state law, you look to the purpose of the fee, and if it is for the purpose of raising funds to go into the general fund, it's considered a tax. But if it is for the purpose of regulating an activity or defraying the cost of providing some service, then it's a fee. So in order for it to be approved as a tax under state law, it has to pass at 2 regular council meetings by 2/3 vote. So you'd have to get 27 votes on 2 consecutive readings. If it is just a fee, it can be approved by ordinance. And in 2005, when it was last increased, it was treated as an ordinance, not as a tax. So if we're going to treat it as a fee, we would need to have some kind of a fee study to justify that the increase was going to those enumerated functions. So if this passes, I assume that that is what would happen, is we would attempt to quantify those costs and show that the increase is going specifically for those costs.
Councilmember Mendez, that was your question.
Correct. I just wanted to make sure everybody knew the implications of if this amendment passes and anything that involves wheel tax, we're going to have to do some cleanup after the budget's proposed, and assuming wheel tax at that point is capable of getting 27 votes twice.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Yeah, I really appreciate the amendment and the sponsor for working on it, and actually, you know, have a degree of comfort with a lot of these reallocations. But you know, I do think that revisiting the wheel tax at some point is something we should do. But you know, it is a regressive tax, and it does feel like, you know, partially this is shifting the burden onto the folks who maybe are least able to pay it. You know, personally, like in my 20s, I mean, I remember, you know, scraping together $1,200 to buy like a beat up old Civic or something so I could get to work. And, you know, you walk in and you got to get plates and you got to get all this and that. And, you know, it really matters when somebody's struggling. These small tax increases can really matter to people. Also, Councilman Rosenberg did interesting analysis that showed like household tax burden under the various wheel tax proposals, and everybody saw that. So, you know, a household with, say, 4 cars ends up being, well, I don't have the figures on me, but I hope everybody saw that, and I can't support this because I consider this to be a regressive tax.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Parker. There is nobody else in the queue. Oh, Councilmember Druffel. See you in there.
Just a quick note on it being considered as a regressive tax. I lived in California for 10 years, and we had a pretty significant tax out there, and I think it could be modified where the price of the car is taxed by the price point of car. Therefore, it's not as regressive at that point. So something to consider for the future. I know we're under the gun here with this, but I do think you can change it to be a legitimate tax that's not as regressive. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too want to thank Councilmember Henderson for all the work she's doing to try to lower the tax burden. I mean, I think just as $1 is arbitrary, not $1 is also arbitrary. So I don't know that we need to work hard to get off that number. But obviously, if we can lower the tax burden, that's worth the effort to look at. But I do have concerns about taking money away from the Barnes Fund. As we've said, that money is highly leveraged and is one of our best tools for creating affordable housing, which is a cost that we save by not having to support people once they're in housing. And also just to point out that the summer youth employment, this funding is for next summer, not for this summer. And we sure hope to goodness that we have figured out COVID by next summer and that summer job opportunities are available, so that cutting it because of what's happening this summer is actually missing that by a year. So as much as I appreciate the effort, I will not be able to support this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Evans, you're recognized.
Just want to call the question, please.
Previous question's called, properly seconded. We're on the previous question, not on the amendment. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any objections? Any abstentions, excuse me. So the vote is 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? All right, we are on amendment number 22. We're voting on that by Councilmember Henderson. All those in favor of amendment number 22 say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no?
No. No.
No.
No.
Okay, the noes have it. Amendment number 22 is not passed. All right, we're now on amendment number 23 is not in that packet. We're now on amendment number 24 by Councilmember Henderson. Back to you, Councilmember Mendez.
Right, number 23 related to the mayor's budget, skipping that one. 24, the committee recommended approval, 4 in favor, 3 against, 2 abstaining. I believe Councilmember Henderson is going to move this.
This is, hold on, just.
Mayor, I'm going to move it. I apologize. Last time I explained it before I moved it, but yes, I would like to move this with a brief explanation, please.
Councilmember Henderson, hold on just a second.
We're on 24, Vice Mayor.
It could be on either one.
Yeah, this would apply to, this would apply to either.
Sorry, Councilmember Henderson, I was just double checking something. Okay, you're on amendment number 24.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And colleagues, I appreciate the discussion on the earlier amendment. I did want to move it so that the public could hear the conversation around wheel tax. And so I do appreciate that conversation. Included in the previous amendment, but separated out and thus applicable for any budget that would be before us, is Amendment 24, which zeroes out all of our corporate incentives. And so I just think, in the spirit of being in a crisis budget moment, I think we heard very loudly in the last election from the community how taxpayers feel about these corporate incentives. And, these are written as to availability of funds. And so corporations should know that in any particular year, a lean year, this crisis year, these might be funds that they won't see. And so, respectfully, these major corporations do not need the taxpayer dollars, and they have been receiving them previously. Dell is one of our worst written incentives. It's a 40-year incentive from the Davidson administration, started in 1999. Dell has gotten $13.7 million of taxpayer money. So, what I'm asking this year is that they get $250,000 less. And so in an issue kind of fairness, it's not picking favorites in any one particular corporation. It zeroes them all out. It saves the city $1.5 million. It's got a recommendation of the Budget and Finance Committee, and so I would request your support, please.
Okay. Councilmember Henderson has moved amendment number 24, properly seconded. Discussion on amendment number 24. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized. Sorry.
Oh, there we go. Thank you, Mr. President. I guess I would just ask the same question to the administration. They've submitted a recommended budget that reduced a number of incentives by half. Does the administration have a position on this, considering it could apply to either budget?
Mr. Jameson, I think Mr. Crumbo was raising his hand. Mr. Crumbo, you're recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Jameson, would you like to go first? Right, so Councilman O'Connell, thank you for the question. I spoke on this matter last night at the Budget and Finance Committee, and really the facts are our friends, and the facts really here are these incentives have been out there for quite a long time for this list of recipients. In the spirit of trying to make the moves that we can to spread this pain, as the saying goes, the mayor's office did reach out to these corporations, did ask them to cut these incentives by half for this year. Each one, I don't think, enjoyed that phone call, but reluctantly, I think in most instances, did agree to go do that. I think that was an important step. We need to recognize that these are longstanding commitments to these companies. They have moved their businesses here in many instances. They've expanded their businesses in others. They're some of the greatest contributors that we have here, and to view them as corporations and somehow villainize them. I can tell you as the city's financial officer, if you want to chase away corporate America from Nashville, this is a great start to go do that. They deserve our respect, they deserve our support, and we need to realize that corporations are filled with people. And just looking down this list and hearing Council Lady Henderson's comments a moment ago, Dell is the first one here, $250,000. That is an interesting viewpoint. However, I would say that we are about ready to place an order with Dell for tens of thousands of computers for our school children. Tens of thousands. We do business with these folks. We need to treat them well. HCA, great contributor to our community. Thousands of our employees are treated at HCA facilities. Their hospitals are in our communities, and I think to dismiss them summarily is just a way to chase corporate America right out of Nashville. So I would say that the mayor has taken a very reasonable, logical approach. Those corporations seem to have accepted that, and I hope that you will follow the path of the mayor as opposed to something as draconian as Council Lady Henderson is proposing here. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Crumbo. Councilmember Henderson, I think I go back to you.
Yes, I'd like to respond. Draconian, $1.5 million. Respectfully, I didn't villainize any corporations. Every corporate partner in our community is welcome, as is everyone who works there. But, you know, to quote Mr. Crumbo, facts are our friends. The fact is, these corporations don't need this taxpayer money. And so thank you, Dell, for those laptops. That's awesome. But again, for 40 years, they're going to be getting incentives from our city. And they have since 1999 to the tune of $13.7 million. So, you know, again, I just think this is a really obvious one as far as the community sentiment about it. I am not attempting to villainize anyone. These are bonus extras for corporations that do not need this money, respectfully. So, you know, I don't think this chases anything away. These are written in a way that they understand or should understand, and perhaps they don't, and maybe that's a problem, that in any particular year, when we are in a crisis moment, if we can't pull back on $1.5 million, the fact that that would be perceived as draconian or villainizing them is just ridiculous. So, thank you.
Councilmember Hauser, you're recognized. Councilmember Hauser?
Sorry, I couldn't get the mic on.
That's okay.
Yes, my question on this is the fact that if we have made commitments or we've told these companies this is what we will do, and if we pull back from this, will we be believed in the future when we're telling the company, oh, Nashville's a great place for you to come, and these are our incentives for you? Are they going to say, oh, yeah, unless somebody else gets elected? So my concern is not just today, but our future going forward, so I would like you to speak to if these were commitments that we've made and we pulled it back, not that the company has said that they would do it, but that we were just telling them we're going to do this, does that basically take away our ability to make agreements that look like they will actually be withheld?
Is that a question, Councilmember?
Yes. My question is, when these companies came, was this what we agreed to with them? Are we now taking our word back and saying we're in a problem, so we don't agree to do what we told you we would do? Because if that's it, then that basically means our handshake is worth nothing, that our agreements are worth nothing. And I would see that as being very problematic in the future. If that's not it, then I'd like to know. But I would like to know whether this is something we agreed to, or if this is just something that was, if we can, we will, and if we can't, we won't.
Thank you, Councilmember Hauser. Over to Mr. Jameson.
Thank you, Chair and Council Lady Hauser. Councilmember Hauser, the contracts for the recipients of the economic incentives are fairly uniform. There's roughly only about 7 or 8 of them. And all of them near the end do include a provision that state that the economic incentive on an annual basis is contingent upon the council making the annual allocation in the budget. So from a purely legal perspective, should the council determine not to make the allocation in a budget, then you've met that trigger for not making it. That is not, however, to suggest that that's what the council should do. Mr. Crumbo has relayed some concerns that the administration shares with respect to how we would possibly be perceived. But from a purely legal perspective, the contracts do make that allowance.
Thank you for Mr. Jameson. We have a number of council members in the queue. Council member Van Rees.
Thank you. I'm still scratching my head because I really respect you, Councilmember Henderson, and I just completely disagree with you on this perspective because I'm looking at jobs here. I know it might sound like I'm beating a drum, but most of these job incentives are basically $500 an employee. So that's a little over 3,000 jobs that this $1.5 million represents. There are people that are getting laid off from these jobs. I don't want this to trickle down into lost jobs. I'm also looking at this list of companies like Dell and UBS and HCA and Warner Music and Philips and Bridgestone and thinking these are partners in regard to philanthropic ventures. These are partners on boards and commissions. These are partners on different nonprofit boards and the work that they bring into our community. Companies are made out of people, and I'm inclined to think that a lot of the success that Nashville has had by people wanting to move here is because they want to live here, they want to give back to the community, and I want to go on record for thanking them for participating in the paying on the 50% off. But I think that it's short-sighted to think that these are just logos and not people. And I'm not sure that I'm looking at it. All of this effort goes to reduce the tax levy by 0.004 cents. And I'm not sure how that relates back to an average tax bill. I don't know if anybody can do the math on that. But I would think that it's very minimal in comparison with the benefits that we get out of just frankly keeping our word whenever we make a commitment. And I'll just have to disagree with you on this, Andy.
Thank you, Councilmember Van Rees. Councilmember Young.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. Respectfully, previous question.
Well, it wasn't the first word out of your mouth, so I'm going to go by the rules, folks. Councilmember Bradford.
Thank you, Pro Tem. So I just want to make two statements in regards to Dell. So we know Dell was the very first deal. We know that the number of jobs that Dell currently employs in our city is nowhere close to what they promised. They are actually, in fact, taking some of that extra room that they're not using and leasing to other companies like HCA. So while we are giving them all this money each year to satisfy this agreement, they are turning around and basically just, in my opinion, embezzling us, because they are turning around making a profit by leasing out that extra space and expecting us to continue to pay them this money each year. In regards to buying the computers, that's great. That's the money we're giving them. We shouldn't give them tax subsidies, period. They have not played fair with this city, and they've taken advantage of us. So I'm in support of Councilmember Henderson's amendment.
Thank you, Councilmember Bradford. Councilmember Hager.
Call the question.
There has been a motion to call the question. Is there a second? It has been properly seconded. All in favor of calling the question, say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
All against calling the question, say aye, or say nay. All right, motion prevails. We are on Amendment 24, Councilmember Henderson's amendment. Back to you, Councilmember Henderson. I believe we have a motion and a second. We are ready to take the vote. So all in favor of Amendment 24, say aye.
Aye. So Tim, I'd like to request a roll call vote, please.
Do we have 4 others? At this moment, if everybody could lower their hands. All right. Councilmember Parker, Councilmember Hager, please lower your hands. Does Councilmember Henderson have 4 others that are wanting a roll call vote? Now, please raise your hands so I can see that. All right, thank you very much. We will take a roll call vote. All right, Madam Clerk. Yes. So I can make my vote. That's... Madam Clerk, if you'd like to take the vote, thank you. Oh, that would help, wouldn't it? Go ahead, sorry. There you go. Is it not working? How about, uh-oh. How about that one?
Councilmember Mendez.
Okay.
No. Councilmember Hurt. No. Councilmember Allen. No. Councilmember Glover. Yes. Councilmember Suara. No. Councilmember Hall.
No.
Councilmember Toombs. No. Councilmember Gamble.
No.
Councilmember Swope.
No.
Councilmember Parker.
Yes.
Councilmember Withers.
No.
Councilmember Benedict.
Yes.
Councilmember Van Reese.
No.
Councilmember Hancock.
Yes.
Councilmember Young.
No.
Councilmember Hager.
No.
Councilmember Evans.
Yes.
Councilmember Bradford.
Yes.
Councilmember Roten.
No.
Councilmember Syracuse. Does Councilmember Syracuse wish to vote? Councilmember Welsh.
Yes.
I'm sorry, when you say no, does not wish to vote? Oh, okay. Councilmember Syracuse votes no. Councilmember Welsh, I'm sorry, your vote was?
Yes.
Yes. Councilmember Sledge. Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember Cash.
No.
Councilmember O'Connell. No. Councilmember Roberts.
No.
Councilmember Taylor.
No.
Councilmember Hauser.
No.
Councilmember Dreffel.
No.
Councilmember Murphy.
Abstain.
Councilmember Pulley.
No.
Councilmember Johnston.
Yes.
Councilmember Nash.
No.
Councilmember Vercher. Councilmember Porterfield.
I'm abstaining. I have a conflict.
Councilmember Porterfield.
Bill.
Councilmember Sepulveda.
No.
Councilmember Rutherford. No. Councilmember Stiles.
No.
No. Councilmember Lee.
No.
No. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Rosenberg. I'd like to go back and confirm that I have listed for Councilmember Vercher an abstention, and I did not hear from Councilmember Porterfield. Councilmember Porterfield abstained. Okay, thank you. I confused the voices. Thank you. Voted yes.
Voted yes?
Yes.
Okay. Nine in favor, 27 against, and 3 abstentions.
Okay, the vote was 9 yeses, 27 noes, 3 abstentions. The amendment fails. We're now on amendment number 25, and that is by Councilmember O'Connell. I'll go to Councilmember Mendez first.
All right, so this is the one that was talked about earlier in connection with Councilman Sledge's number 5. Because number 5 failed, there's no longer a conflict between this one and number 5. The committee voted to disapprove, 2 in favor, 8 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think, in this amendments packet, there are a number of amendments that are looking to ratchet down the levy. Again, my goal, as I explained earlier here, is to bring us to parity with the mayor's recommended levy. I think we'd be in a better overall position coming out of tonight if what we can do is, reallocate some priorities that I know are important to council members, but also keep as much downward pressure on a rate that's already quite high in terms of the overall increase in a moment where we've seen a lot of local unemployment, a lot of local business closures, and particularly as we get into the commercial side of that property tax, it's going to put incredible economic pressure on businesses that are starting to reopen. And so this amendment seeks to just get us back to that parity level by making some targeted reductions, and I hope people will consider it and vote for it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Mendez. Oh, well, first, you're moving this, and let me get a proper second.
Yes, thank you,
okay,
sorry.
Proper second. Back to you, Councilmember Mendez.
I guess I just noticed this. We didn't talk about this in finance yesterday, but I think there may be a conflict between this one and the one that Councilmember Suara passed, number 8. Maybe ask finance.
Actually, so there is a potential need to suspend the rules to get a correction in here that was a result of a miscommunication with the council office. Instead of the schools fund balance, this is actually supposed to target the additional investment that the chair made in Metro schools so that it would make less of an investment, but still above the mayor's recommended amount. So I guess I would look to Mr. Cooper to see how we need to handle that.
Mr. Cooper.
So this was a misunderstanding. Councilmember O'Connell, when he had submitted the request, I went back and looked at the email, and he made it clear that that was his intent. When we were putting these together, we divided them up, and this one just was misinterpreted. So I kind of feel like he shouldn't have to suspend the rules since it was our fault, but however you want to take that.
Well, if it was a mistake just in terms of interpretation, I'm not going to suspend the rules. You're fine.
I mean, I'm happy to make a text amendment on the floor if we need to, but I think the intent was clear. So.
I want to make sure we have it. Do we have the language correct?
Yes, we do have it.
Okay. All right. All right. Councilmember Mendez, you good? Okay. All right. So Councilmember O'Connell has moved amendment number 25. It's been properly seconded. Councilmember Suara.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question. Is it, when it says the school balance, that's what we're correcting, so is it increasing or decreasing?
I am in between the mayor's recommended budget and the chair, so this is increasing above the mayor's, but not as substantial an increase as the chair.
Okay. Councilmember Nash, you're recognized.
I find fault with this one for a couple of reasons. With all due respect, a $7 million cut to the police department would greatly hurt our staffing. 93% of the police department's budget is personnel. So when you take a $7 million cut, you're talking about people. At the same time, we're going to be bringing on body cameras they need more people to supervise and the like. We're going to have, we've had people want new precincts. We're going in the wrong direction. And then, again, we're going after the fund balances and contingency funds. And again, that's kind of the process that got us to the point where we're at to some degree. So I respectfully have to vote against this one.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Nash. There is no one else in the queue. So,
Mr. President, may I take just a moment to respond to that?
Yeah, sure. Councilmember McConnell.
So I think on that one, the thinking here is that we have for several fiscal years budgeted well ahead of where our actual staff is, to the tune of frequently dozens to occasionally over 100 positions. And I think that has generally been absorbed into the department. I'm not entirely certain what that, what that result has been in terms of actual use by the department, but I think if I look at things like the training budget, et cetera, I think there are ways to make this. This is an amount that I think could be absorbed without impacting any headcount.
Okay. Any other comments? I'm looking in the queue. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just say again that the summer youth employment funding is for next summer, and I believe that we will be much closer to capacity and that a $500,000 cut would make a substantial decrease in the number of kids that are able to find employment, which can later lead to career choices and terrific opportunities. And that's exactly the thing that the community is asking us to support.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Looking in the queue, Councilmember Hancock, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. My concern, in addition to the concern with the cuts in the police department, because I do believe that with the new commitment that they have made to doing 8 Can't Wait, that they will need any training funds that might have been considered cutting. But the school fund balance, we voted on that earlier today. So
the school fund balance is not a part of this amendment.
Okay.
Just as a point of information.
Okay, I just see that on the list.
We just discussed that as a clarification at the outset. That was council.
I'm sorry. That's just, whenever I see schools, I put up my defenses. Thank you for clarifying again.
Thank you, Councilmember Hancock. I've got Councilmember Young in the queue.
I see this is pulling money out of a rainy day fund, and all I'll say is, here we go again.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Young. Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'm still trying to figure out what pig and pork got to do with friends. If it was wine and cheese or croissants or something like that, maybe.
Do you have some of those at your desk right now?
I do not, but I do have a payday.
Oh, where'd you get that?
A friend.
Oh, I think you got it from me, so there you go. All right.
This, what I have to say has absolutely nothing to do with all of this, but I wanted to get it in before it was too late.
Sure.
Today is Councilwoman Gamble's birthday, and I just wanted to wish her a happy birthday.
Well, congratulations, Councilmember Gamble. I was going to say that if you look at, I've been watching her video, and there's a number behind it in a balloon. Yes. But I am not going to announce what that number is because I think
she's gorgeous. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the number is.
We can amend to reduce that number.
We can amend to reduce that number. No, I did.
And now I can't get my video to show, but I'm happy and proud to be turning 50 today. So thank you very much.
Congratulations. Congratulations. That's very good. We have a payday bar here for you if you'd like. Okay.
I love it.
All right. So we're back on the bill. So I've got a couple other people. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized on amendment number 25.
Previous question.
Previous question is called. We're on the previous question, not on the amendment. Properly second. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions on the previous question. Any corrections to that? Hearing none. We are now on amendment number 25. We are voting on amendment number 25 by Councilmember O'Connell. All those in favor of amendment number... Is there a question? Okay. All those in favor of amendment number 25, say aye. Opposed, no?
No. No. No.
All right, by voice vote, it is defeated. Amendment number 25 is not approved. Okay, we are now on amendment number 26. This is by Councilmember Welsh. This is, I'm going to go to Councilmember Mendez first, and then I'll go to Councilmember Welsh.
The committee disapproved Amendment 26, 1 in favor, 8 against, with 1 abstaining.
Okay. Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Mayor. It is very interesting, the reaction that I have had since putting in this amendment, and I think that it's pointed out the importance of this amendment. I think that we are historically taught to equate policing with public safety, and that we can't imagine alternatives to that punitive law enforcement model. But a community's actual safety net is things like stable housing and schools and community organizations and parks and arts and mental health services. I've been told that this amendment is radical, but it's very shocking to me that it never is seen as radical, that we have budgets and amendments introduced every year, including this year, that fund public safety at the expense of every other department in Nashville, in Metro, like every one. It's not seen as radical that we have kids with no textbooks, but our budgets cut tens of millions of dollars from an already underfunded school system. It's not seen as radical that many of our Metro workers have to work 2 jobs and live out of county in order to make ends meet, but our budgets don't fund any type of raises, including cost of living raises. It's not seen as radical that our infrastructure is disintegrating around us, but our budgets don't invest in rebuilding our city. I think that it's radical that we are willing to sacrifice everything in Metro, all of Metro services, to what we call public safety. In the United States, policing costs billions of dollars. Here in Nashville, it costs millions of dollars, and that's money taken from schools and healthcare and other vital programs that need more funding to strengthen our communities and support our shared well-being. I've submitted this amendment because I believe we need to invest in people and in our shared well-being, because that is what makes cities safe, healthy, and vibrant. So I respectfully ask my colleagues to support this amendment, not be afraid, and let's begin to look at a new way of defining our community and what makes our community safe, and one that provides equitability and opportunity for all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Welsh. So Councilmember Welsh has moved a passage, properly seconded. So let's have discussion on the amendment. I'm going to go to Councilmember Sawara. You're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I will not be voting in support of the amendment, but I do support the intent behind it. And I do hope that rather than looking at the numbers, we're actually listening to the voices and the messages. Like I said during CM Parker's amendment, it is about looking at ways to reduce crime. It's looking about ways to invest in people in the community. We're over-policing because we believe we need so many police. But I think if we take the time and the effort to sit down, bring everybody together, and look at these numbers in detail and reallocate them to places that will help the community, I think it's better for all of us. Now, the reason why I'm not supporting it is that financially I don't support just random cuts without looking at what is the impact on the city. I do believe that the intent and what it's supposed to do is something that we should aspire for, and I think is a conversation that we all should be ready to have. We cannot say we support Black lives, we cannot say we support everyone in our community, but continue not to hear what people are saying. Don't look at just the numbers. Look at what this is supposed to do, and let's have a conversation, and let's look at the numbers. Let's look at how we change services in our community, how we make sure that we're funding mental health, we're funding social services, we're doing into preventive measures rather than punitive. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Council Member. I am going to go to Council Member Hurt. You're recognized. Oh, that's from last time. Okay. I am going to go to Councilmember Benedict. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I commend Councilwoman Welsh for having the courage to step forward during a difficult time in our city's financial state. What we're seeing around the country can happen here too, but it's not only a matter of ability, it's a matter of will. It's a matter of political will to make a change in how our government takes care of its citizenry. Our taxpayers provide us with their hard-earned money in order to get something in return which will improve their lives. Instead, we have somehow become addicted to showing strength by weaponizing our police with those tax dollars. I don't doubt that most of our officers do a great job. I know many who are dedicated to making our city better and who have made sacrifices in pay and family life. However, our government, locally and nationally, has valued force over compassion. We have empowered our police force to do things that are available to protect the public by other entities. For instance, the state takes taxpayer money to pay for the National Guard. Just over on Armory Drive, we have equipment that would handle any disaster, yet we have similar equipment. We're making Nashvillians pay for things that we don't need. We don't need more guns. We need more education, mental health services, and affordable housing. For the workers that are being impacted by COVID, wouldn't these dollars benefit them more? Why would we give more money for our police department when we have Nashvillians who are suffering? Until we make a fundamental change in our criminal justice practices, we will just be throwing money at more violence. If we don't pass this, or at a minimum, swiftly make significant changes now, not later, then we will be making taxpayers spend more money while getting a smaller return. We're paying for firearms, bullets, training, and promoting a tough guy mentality. Our job as leaders is to lead people to better solutions. I implore this body to begin to focus on empathic solutions, not violent ones. I want to reiterate that I think the majority of our officers are good folks working to do good, as they've been trained to do. But our training is inherently wrong. We've legislated them so they have power to use force instead of empathy. As someone who, and most of you on council know this, but as someone, because you were copied on it, as someone who is just yesterday, I called upon the police to protect me from a dangerous constituent. I asked them to focus on providing mental health assistance and de-escalation techniques instead of making the constituent more fearful, which could have resulted in more fear for my wife and me. Again, I implore this body, if you will not pass this amendment tonight, I implore you to begin to make the changes that are outlined in this amendment, which are the tenets of the Nashville People's Budget Coalition. I urge you to support this amendment, which will provide more equity to all Nashvillians. Our residents deserve a change that each of us can make for them. And not only do they deserve it, but they demand it. Please vote for this amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Benedict. I've got Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and I really appreciate the comments that several of my colleagues have made. I was not as prepared to comment tonight supporting this amendment, but I read through the emails that I received from constituents in the district throughout the day, and I think a lot of times when we're presented with ideas like this, we want to find the reason to say no. And we want to, and I'll speak for myself, I default to the, well, actually, and trying to explain. And I think the events of the last few weeks in particular, but especially time on council has taught me every once in a while that it's better just to listen. And so I've tried to do a better job of that. And when it comes down to it, if I have to make a decision between, you know, where we are now on what we invest in and what the vision is put forward in this amendment and from this coalition, that's the future I want. I want the vision that they're projecting. So, you know, going forward, this is where we should be starting. It shouldn't be starting from the status quo. To me, the way we do participatory budgeting and the way that we, quite frankly, do self-governance is that we start from the ideal and we work toward the possible. So with that, I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Sledge. Councilmember Glover.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So various people are applauding. So they're getting ready to boo me. I do not support this. I will stand firmly and strongly with the men and women who serve us every day. When we dial 911, we don't care if it's a wreck, we don't care what it is. They're out there every day, and they support.
We're trying to be fair and let people, but we're trying to let everybody talk. So, Councilmember.
Here's the bottom line, Vice Mayor. Yes, I am trying to talk. We all ran for the office. We got elected. And we're here to voice opinions of the people who elected us. I will not apologize for being supportive of our police department, our firefighters, and every one of our first responders. Because I guarantee you this, if I have an emergency going on in my life, I dial 911. There is not an individual outside of those people who are trained to handle that I would want to have respond to it. So I will not be supporting this. Boo me all you want to, but I tell you what, I will never back down from supporting the men and women who are there on the front lines for us all the time. They went literally 12 plus hours every day, 7 days a week. They have worked and worked. And, you know, this is all fine and dandy. It seems to be some kind of a movement going around the country right now. But let me say this. And they can make as much fun as they want to of me, Vice Mayor. But you know where I stand, and I won't bend. And I won't bend, period. And I will stand by the men and women who stand by us.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. So, again, we're trying to have a debate, and we're appreciative of the fact you're here, but we just have to let the members talk, okay? So, I've got Councilmember Hancock. You're recognized.
Thank you. As a military spouse and the co-founder of the Veterans Caucus, I just have to say that I really don't appreciate the term militarization as being a derogatory term. You know, to be military is to be professional, to be put together, to be fit, to be strong, to be protective, to be there for their country. And the other thing that, while I, love and respect my friend and colleague, Council Lady Benedict, the fact that our Tennessee National Guard headquarters is on Armory Drive does not mean that the city of Nashville gets to wave our hand and say, come on, help us, because that's the head brass. And the fact that the National Guard was able to come to our city within an hour of the mayor calling a crisis does not mean that they're standing by and we're ready to come in an hour. They were ready on Tuesday. They were training our MPs in riot control since Tuesday because they knew this was going to happen and knew that we needed protection, and they were prepared. And we cannot assume that they're going to be here in 30 minutes or, when we need them. We do need to protect our own city, and the National Guard is at the governor's command, not the city. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you so much for recognizing me, Vice Chair. I'm having some technical issues, so I hope I can get through this without my computer freezing. This is a very difficult vote for me. This is a very, very difficult vote, and I'll share why that's difficult for me. I absolutely believe that we have to reimagine what public safety looks like in our community and around the country. I do want to address some of the things that Councilman Glover said, and the first thing I want to say is that, you know, Councilman, we can disagree on anything, but you can disagree with empathy. And we shouldn't be flippant and dismissive to people that share thoughts.
Chair, Vice Mayor, point of order. Make sure council members are exercising decorum, and they should be addressing you at all times, Vice Mayor. Thank you so much.
Hold on. Okay. So, Councilmember Porterfield, just continue on.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I appreciate that. Again, we can disagree, and we can disagree with empathy. A comment was made about this being a movement. It's absolutely a movement, and it's a movement that we all should be joining. You can support police officers, you can support EMT, you can support first responders, and you still can speak out against police brutality. So we have to reimagine and look at what public safety is going to look like for our city, and we have the opportunity to do that. In response to militarization being a derogatory term, it's not that the term is derogatory, it is that militarization is not something that needs to be used against civilians. If there's a car accident, do we need an armed police officer to address a car accident? If someone's in mental health crisis, do we need an armed police officer to address someone in a mental health crisis, or can we send a mental health professional to address a person that's in crisis? So when we're talking about what this could look like, this is simply limiting, in my personal opinion, this is simply limiting the scope of armed police officers and determining at what point do you need an armed officer to address a call, and at what point are you sending another professional to de-escalate a situation. So, and for that, I am fully supportive. Now, unfortunately, I do have to vote no on this today, simply because I don't believe that we have this structure in place today. Today, we don't have the opportunity to create these various departments on a budget that we're voting on tonight. However, I think we do have the opportunity to create this and to create absolutely what it is that we want to see. And this is something that I spoke with the mayor about. I think we need to work with our community organizations. We've heard from thousands and thousands of people that have expressed to us that they want to see a change. They want to see more money in education. They want to see more money in social services. And we have to honor that. So I am asking my colleagues to please, regardless of how you vote today, please be open-minded in the fact that we have to change how we look at public safety, because everyone doesn't feel safe in the same way. And if we're not honoring that all of our citizens are not feeling safe in the same way, then we've missed the mark. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Porterfield. Councilmember Swope, you're recognized.
Previous question.
Okay. The previous question has been called, so we're not voting on the amendment, just the previous question. Properly seconded. We're on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? The previous question prevails 40-0. Any corrections to that? Okay, so we are voting on amendment number 26 by Councilmember Welsh. I think we'll try to do it by voice vote first. All those in favor of amendment number 26 say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no.
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 Any abstentions?
Abstain. Like to abstain? Dial.
mean, the vote fails. Is there a request for a roll call? No. I mean.
5 people asked for a roll call, but otherwise. We can do a voice vote, Vice Mayor, if you'd like.
Who's talking?
This is Councilmember Welsh.
Councilmember Welsh, tell me what you want.
Let's do a voice vote.
We just did a voice vote.
Roll call, excuse me. It's late.
Okay, hold on just a second.
Well, there have to be 5 people asked for it. Asked for it before the vote is taken.
All right, so let me tell you what the rule is that if there has to be, if we're going to ask for a roll call vote, there has to be 5 hands. So I need to see that.
By rule, it's supposed to be before the vote is taken.
I understand. I'm willing to waive. It has to be 5 council members. Sorry, but it was a good try. All right, so so there has to be. So it's a decision in the rules. I don't make that. I have to see 5 hands. So I'm going to look on the board and see if there are 5 hands that want to take a vote on this. The determination by the chair is that it was a no, but I'm willing to. I'm looking to see if there's any hands up.
Point of order. If you already called the vote and declared the vote, and the roll call was not requested beforehand, I'm a little confused why we would then take another vote. If the vote's already been determined and recorded, I was under the impression roll calls had to be requested beforehand.
So we were just checking to make sure. I'm trying to give everybody the benefit of the doubt here, but.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I'll withdraw that request for a roll call. Thank you.
Okay. So there is no more request for a roll call, so the determination is no, that the amendment does not pass. All right? So we move on to the next thing. It is amendment number 27.
On that one, Mr. Vice Mayor, this one previously was in conflict with a couple others that failed, so there's no longer a conflict. The committee recommended disapproval, 3 in favor, 8 against.
Okay. Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Mayor. This is an amendment to pull money from Partnership 2020 and reallocate the money into the Community Education Foundation and the Nashville Public Education Foundation. And I would like to pull the money because I don't believe that we as a city should be funding the Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce very actively works against worker rights and lobbies against things like fair and equitable wages, raising minimum wage, paid sick leave, and things that I think are very important to improve the working conditions for our citizens in Nashville. And I don't think that we should be giving an organization that actively works against those things that actually have such an impact on people's quality of life in our community. And I think the money is better spent by putting it into public education that has a very positive effect on people's quality of life and well-being. So I respectfully ask my colleagues to approve this amendment. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Mendez, did I get a vote on this one? I can't even remember at this point.
You did. It was 3 in,
okay.
It was disapproved. It was 3 in favor, 8 against.
All right. Thank you for doing that. All right. So you've heard Councilmember Welsh. She moves that, properly seconded. I've got Councilmember Gamble in the queue.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to make sure we're going on record as saying the Chamber, Nashville Chamber, also does a great job in the community promoting entrepreneurship and small business support, and they use this funding to provide economic development, training, and support for small businesses. So this is a program, this partnership program, and I think as Councilwoman Van Rees alluded to earlier, has done a lot to support working individuals, entrepreneurs, and small businesses, and I'll be voting against this amendment for those reasons.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to take a quick minute and thank all the great businesses and organizations that do work throughout the city without a taxpayer subsidy. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Berkeley Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Although the Partnership 2020 money doesn't go to this part of the chamber also funds the report card commission every year that spends months doing a deep dive into our public education system and is a highly regarded research project that then comes up with recommendations. Some of those have led to literacy, to teacher pay, to other initiatives that have made substantive differences in the way that we educate our children. So I think that that there is money from the chamber that is directly being impacted on our children's education, and I hope that we will not take money from one hand to put it in another when it's already serving our children in the public schools.
All right. Councilmember Larry Hager, you're recognized.
Call the question.
Councilmember Hager has called the previous question on this one. Amendment number 27. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? The previous question prevails, 40 to 0. We're on amendment number 27. All those in favor of amendment number 27 by Councilmember Welsh, indicated by saying aye.
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 Opposed, no.
No. No. No.
No.
Any abstentions? I guess it doesn't matter. Okay, so the noes prevail. The amendment fails. We're on amendment number 28. This is by Councilmember Hancock. Councilmember Mendes, you're recognized.
Thank you. This one, the sponsor did not pursue in committee, and therefore there's no committee report, and we may not take it up today.
Okay, so it is withdrawn. All right. We are now on lettered amendments. Amendment number A. This is, I'm not sure who sponsored, is it yours? By Councilmember Mendes, you're recognized on Amendment A.
Amendment A got a unanimous approval, 11 in favor, 0 against in committee. It is a technical correction that moves $820,000 around into two different line items. It is just a technical correction.
All right.
With that, I move approval.
Got a second. Any discussion on it? Councilmember Hager, you still have your hand up. Do you want to talk about it? Councilmember Rosenberg, hand up?
No, Vice Mayor, sorry.
That's okay. I see nobody else's hands up. We're on that one. All those in favor of amendment number A indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections? Amendment number A passes. Amendment number B, also by Councilmember Mendes.
This one related only to the mayor's budget, so we're going to skip that one.
Okay, sorry.
Move on to C.
I'm sorry. Okay, amendment number C, that one is this yours?
I believe this is going to be moved by Councilmember Porterfield.
Okay, Councilmember Porterfield,
and
let me go back to you first. Councilmember Mendes.
It got a unanimous recommendation, also 11 in favor, 0 against for approval.
All right, Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized on Amendment C.
Move for approval.
Okay, so Councilmember Porterfield moves for approval on Amendment C. Councilmember Mendes seconds it. Do you want to explain what it is?
I'll explain it briefly. Yeah. At the request of the administration, they're asking for language to go into the ordinance, which would require regular check-ins between MNPS and the finance department about the finances of MNPS. Right now, it's always been that there is a lot of communication, but this would seek to formalize it using language very much like what we put in the ordinance a few years ago regarding communication between finance and Nashville General Hospital. And again, it got a unanimous recommendation in committee.
Okay, thank you. All right. All right. Proper motion, proper second. Any discussion on this one? Seeing none, we're voting on, this is Amendment C, right? All those in favor of the amendment indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Amendment C passes 40 to 0 to 0. All right, we're on amendment number D. Councilmember Mendez first. Who's got this one? Councilmember Pulley?
This will be Councilmember Pulley.
Okay, so I'm going to go to you first for the report from the Budget Committee.
The committee recommended approval, 4 in favor, 3 against, with 3 abstaining.
Okay. Councilmember Pulley, you're recognized on Amendment D.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. You can find this on page 46 of your budget amendment analysis. And number one, this increases the allocation to the Nashville Police Department by $2,632,900. Basically, the effect of this would be to add back money for the 48 new recruit positions to the substitute budget. And this would be in an amount equal to what the mayor's budget offers with regard to that. And again, the effect is putting back the 48 new recruit positions. Secondly, it increases the rainy day fund by $495,700 to a total of almost $4 million. And thirdly, it increases the cash and fund balance by slightly less than $500,000. The importance of that is there's some concern about this also represents somewhat of a compromise position, and this is money necessary to restore those funds in anticipation of if we were to have another second wave of this COVID virus. Hopefully we won't, but if we do get there, then we'll need these funds to be prepared for that. So the source of the funds would be basically decreasing amounts from paid plans and aggregate amounts slightly more than $3.6 million. So the substitute budget by Councilman Mendez provides for step raises but not open range pay. And, you know, I'll make the argument, but if it's all the same, I'd like to see if we could get the finance director to comment on just exactly what effect these step raises would have in comparison. Mr. Crumbo, if you wouldn't mind addressing that.
I'm going to Kim McDaniel. Okay.
Yes, and could you be a little bit more specific about the question in terms of what impact it would have?
Yeah, Councilmember Pulley, go back for just a second. You plan to move this, so please make a motion on it, and then we can have further discussion, okay?
Oh, yes, certainly. I'll move the amendment.
Motion and a second. Okay, Kim.
Okay, I wasn't following the question, Councilman, I'm sorry.
Councilmember Pulley, do you mind going back over it?
Yeah, well, we already had some discussion about, I think we had an amendment that moved money regarding step raises. So I just wanted the finance director to comment on the effect of this amendment and how it affects step raises in comparison to open range. And if he wants to comment on that previous amendment, do that as well, too.
Yes, well, the way I understand this amendment, it would remove funding for steps. We don't have funding for open range, but there, I think, is still some funding recommended for across-the-board raises.
Okay, Councilmember Pulley.
Okay. Yes, and I think undoubtedly everybody in this room wants to give raises of a substantial value. And the reason I support this amendment, even though it does reduce step raises, is that you know, the administration has done a very good job of doing what they can to keep Metro employees paid. Open range pay oftentimes is confused with management, and I think the Human Resources Director would tell you that that's not the case, because 2/3 of the employees covered under open range are $75,000 or less per year. So the fact that we've been able to keep our employees employed and not laid off or furloughed is a pretty big deal. So for those reasons, I support this amendment to use that money to help fund those items that I referred to earlier.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Pulley. Councilmember Pulley has moved it. It's been properly seconded. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I guess this question could go to the sponsor, the budget chair, or finance. We're looking here at reducing pay across the board in Metro to fund this allocation. Is that accurate?
Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
No, that's not accurate, Councilman Parker. The substitute has in it step increases, and that does not apply to every Metro employee. Some Metro employees, instead of getting step increases, are what's called open range, where the department head would have a certain group pile of money that he or she could allocate at his or her discretion to the open range employees. So step increases do not impact every employee. This amendment would take out the money from my substitute that would pay for the step increases. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I guess if you could speak just a little bit more to the impact. I mean, like, how many people is that, and what would the impact be on those workers?
Councilmember Mendez.
I'm going to give a incomplete answer, and then I don't know whether finance will have somebody who knows the details about that. I suspect everybody in the room may have an incomplete answer, but maybe not. Short answer is, from my perspective, the step increases are, well, let me back up. When the vice mayor appointed a bunch of ad hoc committees in the fall, one of them had to do with compensation. What we heard loud and clear, and what I think those of us who have been around Metro know, is that the employees are highly compressed, mostly because step increases were skipped for a number of years during the last downturn. And that was the motivation to not skip steps because of a downturn, to avoid further salary compression. I don't know the exact numbers of who all's impacted. Maybe somebody from finance does.
Hi, this is Director Crumbo. So I really join Mendez's comments here that I can't give you a complete answer. I just don't have a big bunch of detail here in front of me for schools. But, we have lots of teachers, and it's been pretty clear, I think, that what we've talked about in terms of compensation for them. So I won't, in the interest of the midnight hour, backtrack over what Council Lady Suara had to say, but really add to what else has been said here, that fund balance is something we arrive at due to a lot of accounting and a lot of estimates in our budget process. And so we're going to have estimates, whether it's in schools or elsewhere, that we'll have to rely on for sales tax, property tax, and so forth, that have a lot of risk to them in terms of how they materialize. And likewise, on the expense component of this, one of the reasons we had the prior amendment about some more reporting is that schools are going to be close to $1 billion of our budget here. So as we think about the risks that are associated with all the revenues and all the expenses that go there, we don't have to look further than the last few days where we've seen the nutrition account at schools be a bit overdrawn. Not because of anything nefarious. They're trying to feed a population of people here who really are in need of that. Likewise, with the laptops that were mentioned earlier, there's still a lot of work to be done in terms of what the total cost that's going to be as equipment wears out, and we got to get a support contract in place and so forth. So there's a lot of risks at arriving at fund balance, and I think it begs the question as to whether we will actually be able to do steps between now and the end of next year. And Councilor Suara has done a marvelous job crafting her amendment to account for some of those contingencies. So that's really where I stand on the overall picture here. I wish I had a book in front of me that would say much more about the head count for teachers and exactly who would be impacted, but I just don't have that here this evening.
Okay. I'm going to turn to Ms. Wilson just to follow up.
Sure, thank you. For the Metro employee side, about 2/3 of our employees are in the STEPS program, about 1/3 are in the open range. And the open range, I know that number was just above 2,000. So I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but hopefully you guys can do the math. Just above 4,000 for the STEPS side. And I will say this, I think probably in our budget development process that we started back in January, our hardest day was the day when we realized we needed to pull back on a pay plan that we already had put forward into the Civil Service Commission. It was over $20 million. We had wanted to do a COLA. We'd wanted to do STEPS. We'd wanted to do open range. And my goodness, there was a ton of work underway on teacher pay. We just looked at where we were, where our revenues were coming out, and realized we couldn't do it. And we couldn't do it in any way that was fair across all of our employee population. And so we actually had to go in front of civil service and pull back on a pay plan. Again, I think that was the toughest, because we recognize our employees really do deserve some compensation and some recognition. We spent some time ourselves thinking about whether or not we singled out one particular population, and we decided that that was not right. And particularly, again, our open range employees, about 2/3 of them make less than $75K. And so you're not talking about a highly paid contingent group here either. And we really felt like, only to be fair, we needed to only do things that were across the board. We would love to have had the funding in order for us to do something. We look forward to the day when we can revisit that again. It's just not today.
Okay. All right. We've got other people in the queue. Let's see, who did I have before? Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I get a little frustrated with these conversations because I wish we just cared as much about Nashville who are contracting COVID now as we do about saving for it later. We have right here arguing over about $1 million putting back into funds and reserves when we're going to be asked, after we get done with this, to vote on $44 million to spend out of one-time funding. And I don't understand why we are focused so much about the people who wouldn't be getting pay increases here than acknowledging that we have the opportunity to do something that we have not done for several years and help people get pay raises. Are we going to be able to get it to everybody? No. But here's the opportunity that we have, and we can do it in a way that's not going to functionally hurt any particular service or department. And instead, we're talking about putting more money away, stocking more money away. It is raining now. It is raining in Southeast Nashville, and we need to be helping people every which way we can. And doing these step increases is one way we can help. I don't understand the rationale for this, and I won't be supporting. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Sledge. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I wanted to ask the administration, will we actually have sufficient fund balances to pay teachers a step increase?
This is Director Crumbo. As I was mentioning just a few moments ago in my remarks, that's an unknown at this moment. We will have some risks to contend with in terms of what revenue we're actually able to generate and what expenses actually are incurred in the course of those operations. So as I mentioned before, with respect to Council Lady Suharez amendment on this same topic, she's recognized that risk, built in some contingencies to maintain our fund balances, and so we'll have to measure and manage throughout the year, and if it looks like we're going to have that opportunity to make those raises, then I think they'll move forward.
All right. Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you. I'm just concerned that, the Civil Service Commission voted to approve steps for many categories of our employees and things. And I've been in this place before when I was personnel chair and we passed a 3-year pay plan where our employees could know what they were going to get paid. And it wasn't going to be year to year, so they could fiscally, balance their home budgets. It just really concerns me that we're playing a lot of shell games and shifting money around. And at the end of the day, my biggest concern is I don't want to ever have to stand, well, we're not at council now, so stand at my own house right now or on the council floor and take away step increases. that was one of the most heart-wrenching, embarrassing, and worst moments of my council life. And it is extremely concerning to hear this idea of maybe yes, maybe no, we'll see what happens. I mean, we're passing a budget tonight. We're passing a pay plan tonight. And you know, frankly, I think that we deserve more straight answers rather than a shell game shifting money around. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to go on to Councilmember Sepulveda. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I guess I echo some of the sentiments. I know that we have been balancing previous budgets on our Metro employees' backs, and so I'm a little confused as to the response from MMPD on what cuts would be making, because they said that they would. This is for salaries, but if I'm not mistaken, they have 142 vacancies right now. So I guess I would like some clarification, since before they had stated that it was for training and not to fund police salaries.
Ms. Wilson.
Yes, thank you. And I think this one is a little bit hard to follow, but it is consistent throughout. So back in January, when we asked the departments to provide us with their budget requests, if you look, there's documentation online for each department's request, and it's on the council resources area. The request that came in from the police, request number 1, noted that back in FY18, when they had been authorized to increase their officer headcount, that they had not received full funding for it. And there's no quarterbacking on this one after the fact. I mean, the reality is that they wouldn't have been able to fully fund or fully fill those spots. You have to recruit for a period of time, and then you have to go through an academy for a period of time. And so they essentially had enough funding for 22 of the 70 positions. Well, let's go through FY19, they start recruiting. FY20, they go through their academy class. And in the midst of that, they started using their attrition savings to make up that gap. Well, as we came into the budget process, we, as we discussed in the work session yesterday, but I want to make sure it's clear to everyone, we made a bunch of permanent cuts to the baseline of departments for their budgeted target savings. So we took away $2 million in the baseline from the police as our starting point. That $2 million was essentially equivalent to the attrition savings that they had been using to manage through this. They have a recruit class now that's graduating in August. They have a full pipeline right now of people that are going to be starting in late August. I think those numbers have been shared in some responses to questions that have occurred that have been circulating. And I can get you exact numbers if you can't find those in those circulating questions. But the reality is, and I can see why there was some confusion earlier, their authorized headcount right now is 1511 for sworn officers. If this 2.6 million isn't given to them, what they're saying, because of the baseline cut, and because the administration actually made them absorb about $1 million in contractual increases in their base budget too, what they're saying is they will have to take that authorized headcount down by 48 officers. And what they will do is take those people out of the recruiting pipeline. It's been consistent since the beginning. It is the budget modification that we agreed to fund because it was a continuity of service budget. We wanted to keep the same number of authorized sworn headcount, not more, not less. I think the line item in their personnel budget they call was training and recruiting because those people are in recruiting.
Got it. Well, thank you for trying to clarify that for me. I guess I would say that our Metro employees have been waiting for a long time, and I'm not about to vote and make them wait any longer, and I would encourage other council members to vote against this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Glover. Oh, sorry, wrong one.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. So I want to make sure I understand here. We're talking about more money step raises and open range, et cetera. What I've not heard is us say, how do we save the taxpayers any money yet? I jumped on the bandwagon before anybody else did in this chamber about honoring our word to our employees. We made a commitment. The dollars and cents didn't make sense at the time, but we made a commitment. And we just go ahead and toss that to the side. We voted on it right here in this chamber. And we told these people, our employees, we'd give them a 2%, then a 3 and a 3. We voted on it. It was unanimous. This body voted unanimously. And I began warning us we were getting in trouble financially at that point. Prior to that, I was saying we were. But I kept watching us escalate the spending without understanding where the revenue was going to come from. And this is where we are right now. We're now debating between a $1 increase and $1.66. And there have been moves to try and help knock some of that down a little bit. And you and I all know it's a challenge, and it's hard choices. And we run for the office, and this is what we get to do. This is the fun we get to have. And, from the standpoint of protecting the employees, absolutely. I stand with our employees every day. But I also have to protect the people who elect us. That's the taxpayers, the voters. So, the one question I asked yesterday, I don't remember if it was on this particular amendment or not, but somewhere in this line of questioning, how many people have we furloughed or laid off in Metro since this COVID event began? Ms. Wilson, would you like to? The answer was yesterday 0. Unless that was incorrect, I don't want to put words in your mouth.
We have not furloughed or laid off anyone to date as a result of COVID-19. You're correct. We've actually worked quite hard to make sure that we are providing continuity of services out to our community, recognizing that this might be the moment when some of those are needed more than ever.
Yeah, and not going to disagree with that, but we've also worked very hard to not let other people go to work. And we've created obstacles for businesses here in the city. And then we say, oh, wait a minute, we're putting the wallet ahead of our people's health and safety. Well, I'm sorry, you don't get it both ways. With that, Vice Mayor, I'll simply say, at what point do we actually start paying attention to the people who pay these bills, the taxpayers? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Evans, you're recognized.
Thank you. I had a question about the letter that we had received from the IAFF about the step increases and the savings from the Humana relationship, and wanted to see if there's someone who could address that letter and what it means, and is there potential savings from that relationship that could be leveraged for steps?
Mr. Crumbo, you're recognized.
Yeah, so hi, this is Director Crumbo. So that matter was before the Employee Benefits Board just this morning. I think the shortest answer is that it's simply a presentation at this point. It's a possibility that hasn't been moved, deliberated, or any of that by the Employee Benefits Board. So it's a possibility in the year ahead, but we really won't know anything about that until the board takes it up.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I have 3 questions for clarification, and I guess these would be directed to the administration, so or maybe the chair, budget chair. First off, is this amendment to the mayor's budget or the substitute? I guess let me get that one first.
The substitute.
Okay. Second, and to the administration, the money, I guess the police officer response, the MNPD's response to the questions that we had regarding how this cut would impact the department. Just for clarification again, this is not for cutting, I mean, this wouldn't cut current staff, current police officer staff. This would cut training or future recruitment trainees. Is that correct?
Correct. We have recruits and trainees in a pipeline right now who are expecting to join a recruit class in August.
Okay, and then third, how the amendment, Sorara amendment that we just passed, if those step increases for MNPS are approved and funding is there, then how would that impact if this bill isn't passed and then the Metro doesn't get the step increases, but the teachers do? And when we're talking about being equitable and fair and making sure that all of our Metro and teachers are well deserved to be to get this increase that they've earned, how would this impact that as far as if we don't pass this amendment and if we do get the amendment that passed earlier for the teacher step increases?
Councilmember Mendez.
Thanks for the question, Councilmember Gamble. There's likely to be inconsistency no matter what we do. One of the complaints that Metro employees have over the years is that pay plans across departments and type of employee, MNPS, Metro government, are not really consistent, and I know it's one of the goals of the Cooper administration to get that in a better place. This year's obviously not the year to do it with everything that's happened with the tornado and COVID-19, but the inconsistencies are my substitute as proposed, has been pointed out by Councilman Pulley, would give steps but not open range. That's been viewed by some as an inconsistency. If Councilmember Suarez amendment gets to fund step increases, and this amendment by Councilman Pulley passes, then there will be steps in MNPS potentially, but definitely not on the Metro general government side. And so there is the opportunity or the likelihood of some inconsistency under either scenario that hopefully before we get our term over with, we get a chance to fix.
Any additional questions?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, I've got Councilmember Suara.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be voting against this for a couple of reasons. Taking away the steps that everybody's talked about, I don't think that's right. I think we need to pay employees, and I'll keep saying that. The inconsistencies will always be there. I think that Metro did the $15 last year, MNPS did not. So having MNPS do something this year is, I hope we can do both. The other reason why I'm also going to be against it is that I don't think we're listening, and that's the part that really bothers me, because this amendment is fixing to take money from steps and from the community and put it back into the police department. And I think that that is against everything that we are hearing. The $2 million is not going to make much of a difference to the police. Like I said, I've looked in their numbers, and I hope that the police also understands that we need to put more money into the community, and I think it will be better for all of us overall as a city. We all need to win together, and we have to do it, not just for one part, but for the entire city. So for this reason, I'm against taking money from steps and the community and putting it in police. I'm also against taking steps from the employees. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Johnston?
Previous question.
Previous question's been called, properly seconded. We're on the previous question, not on the amendment. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
All opposed say no. Any abstentions? Previous question prevails 44, 0 against. 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections? Okay, we're on amendment number D. We'll try this by voice vote. All those in favor of amendment number D by Councilmember Pulley say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Yes.
Okay. Opposed, no.
Aye.
No.
No.
No. No.
Okay, any abstentions?
Yes, Jennifer Daniels abstained.
I think we're going to have to go.
Taylor.
I think we're going to have to go on the board because it's too close. Okay, so we don't have a board. Okay, so we're going to have to take a roll call. We're going to have to take a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, you ready to go? Okay, so we are voting on Councilmember Pulley's amendment. This is amendment number D to Ordinance BL 2020-286 as substituted. Madam Clerk, take the roll.
Councilmember Mendez. Abstain. Councilmember Hurt. Abstain. Councilmember Allen. Yes. Councilmember Glover. Yes. Councilmember Suarez.
Hold on just a second. There's so much noise in the background I can't hear. So everybody make sure you mute your phones unless you're talking, okay? So I lost the vote count. So let me think. I think it was 2 abstains, 1 yes and 1 no?
2 yeses.
Oh, 2 yeses, any noes? Okay,
No
I got it.
noes and-
Okay, I just couldn't hear. Okay, sorry. Proceed ahead.
Councilmember Suarez. No. No. Councilmember Hall. Councilmember Toombs. Abstain. Councilmember Gamble.
Abstain.
Councilmember Swope.
Yes.
Councilmember Parker.
No.
Councilmember Withers.
Yes.
Councilmember Benedict.
No.
Councilmember Van Reese.
Abstain.
Councilmember Hancock.
Yes.
Councilmember Young.
Yes.
Councilmember Hager.
Yes.
Councilmember Evans.
Yes.
Councilmember Bradford.
Yes.
Councilmember Roden.
Yes.
Councilmember Syracuse. Yes. Councilmember Welsh.
No.
Councilmember Sledge.
No.
Councilmember Cash.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connell. No. Councilmember Roberts.
Councilmember Roberts?
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Taylor. Did you abstain?
Correct.
Councilmember Hauser.
Councilmember Hauser?
Yes.
Councilmember Druffel.
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy.
Abstention?
Councilmember Pulley.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnston.
Yes.
Councilmember Nash.
Yes.
Councilmember Vercher.
Yes.
Councilmember Porterfield.
No.
Councilmember Sepulveda.
No.
Councilmember Rutherford. Yes. Councilmember Stiles.
Abstain.
Councilmember Lee.
No.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Rosenberg. Abstain. I'd like to go back to and ask Councilmember Hall. Thank you.
Opposed, 10 abstentions.
Yeah, that's what I got. 21 yes, 9 noes, 10 abstentions. The amendment passes. Okay. Right, we're on amendment number E.
That's me.
Is it you, by Councilmember Mendez? You're recognized.
E is another technical correction. this set of numbers or analogies to these are in the budget every year. They weren't ready by the time the ordinance came out. They're being added now. It was a unanimous recommendation in favor, 11 in favor, 0 against. With that, I'd move Amendment E.
Okay, got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Councilmember Johnston, is that your hand up from before?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Councilmember Parker, your hand's up from before?
It's from before.
Okay. Nobody else in the queue? We're ready to vote. All those in favor of Amendment E, say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no? Any abstentions? 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections? Amendment E passes. Okay.
All right, the next one. We're on to the late filed ones now.
Yeah.
The first late filed one.
Well, hold on just a second. I've got Amendment F.
Oh, I'm sorry. That applies only to the mayor's budget.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, it's just happened to be in the packet. Okay, sorry. Okay. Now, we have late filed amendments. Let me make sure I've got those. Here they are. Okay, proceed ahead.
The first one listed was by Councilmember Hall. That was not moved in committee, so there's no recommendation, so we may not consider that today. The one after that was by Councilmember Suara and applied only to the mayor's budget. Is that right, Mr. Cooper? All right, so that one we don't need to take up. And then the last one is by Councilmember Hancock. It was disapproved by the committee, 1 vote in favor, 7 against, 3 abstaining.
Okay. Councilmember Hancock, you're recognized.
I'd like to withdraw this in support of the Mendez substitute.
Okay. So Councilmember Hancock withdraws. Okay. Does that take care of the amendments?
It does take care of the amendments, and so I'll ask Mr. Cooper, do I make a motion?
We already have a motion on the floor with the amendments. I think now we can go to the substitutes essentially have the same effect as an amendment, only if the substitute is approved, it takes the place of the full substitute as amended, if that makes any sense.
Sure, and then Mr. Vice Mayor, then I think what happens next is that it'll be an opportunity for Councilman Glover to move his substitute, and I'll go ahead and give the committee report. That was recommended for disapproval by the committee, 1 vote in favor, 8 against, 1 abstaining.
All right, thank you. So the way this process works, because we have more than 1 substitute, we're going to go, we have 2 substitutes. We're going to go the first one that was filed. We believe it was Councilmember Glover. You recognized on your substitute.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Vice Mayor. We've been here a long time. There's no real need to sit here and beat anything up over this because everybody's made their minds up. I can tell you why I think we should do what I want to do, but then you'll tell me we're not going to do it that way, and that's okay. It's fine. I think as we're looking through the numbers, as we keep understanding what's happening really in the economy out there, I think it's safe to say we'll be back discussing this budget in about a month or so. That doesn't sound like a lot of fun, but that's where we're going to be because I don't believe some of the projections. I don't think some of the numbers are accurate. So if you guys want to discuss it, that's fine. I'm going to move it. We know it's not going to pass. I think we're all tired. And so therefore, do what you feel you would like to. I had a rationale with it. I will say this, just like the amendments that were done, a lot of time was spent on this. A lot of time was. And I toiled and I wrestled with a lot of things inside of this. The nice thing is today, and Councilman Mendez, if I may say this, you and I spoke today, Council Lady Hurt, I spoke to other council members today, and you know, we're all just trying to do the right thing. We're trying to work hard, and we're trying to represent the people who elected us. And so, you know, and I mean what I said when we got started. You know, tomorrow morning, well, excuse me, later today, we're going to get up and we'll have to come back together again. And we have to discuss things. And it's not going to be easy. It's going to be a challenge. Hopefully it won't keep being like it's been. Let's hope it calms down some. But Vice Mayor, I mean, if people want to make a comment, they're more than welcome to. I'm going to move it. I would say it's safe to just do a straight yes or no, and then we move forward from there. And with that, thank you for your indulgence.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Glover. He moves his substitute, properly seconded. I'm looking in the queue. Councilmember Evans, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I wanted to share that, you know, out in my area, since obviously Councilman Glover preceded me on the council in this district seat, I had a number of residents who were really interested in all three of the budgets. If they couldn't get a 0% property tax increase, they were interested in hearing more about all three. And I ended up being really challenged with our process because in the end, I know that I wasn't able to fully understand some of the cuts that Councilman Glover was proposing and what that translated from a services standpoint. And so I feel like I didn't fulfill all of my duty to these residents who really wanted to know more about Councilman Glover's proposal. And so ultimately, I know I've heard you guys talk about this in other budget times, you know, prior to my time being on the council, but I would love to see some evolution of this process so that way we're not trying to scrounge for information and it's more of a push situation from department heads as opposed to us having to go and pull information out. So I feel like that was a disservice in this process because I feel like we didn't get to have a legitimate conversation about each of the three budgets and the merits of all three of them. So just wanted to recognize that and share my perspective from my seat out in Hermitage.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Evans. I'm looking for other people in the queue. Hold on. Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I also want to reiterate what my colleague, Councilwoman Evans, has stated. I know this has been an issue in past budget cycles and it's been a issue this year that, you know, we've known about the mayor's budget since late March, early April, but then we haven't.
Point of order, Mr. Vice Mayor. We're on the substitute.
If I'd be allowed to finish, I'll get to my point.
Go ahead, Councilmember Bradford.
Thank you. But we didn't know about any of these substitutes until this month, and now, like Councilwoman Evans has stated, you know, we've had to condense this entire process down to a matter of weeks, try to understand everything, try to understand it in a way that we can educate our constituents about what these bills do. And it makes it hard for us to be a transparent body when we have only a week or 2 weeks in order to, you know, to get the information, to get the understanding when we can't ask the sponsors directly due to state law. So again, I reiterate, I think we need to rethink how we go forward with these substitutes in our budget process.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Bradford. Councilmember Virtue, you're recognized. Councilmember Virtue.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. If the sponsor would actually tell us what's in his substitute, what's the rate, he didn't go into much detail in committee yesterday either. So if the sponsor could be so kindly to tell us what his substitute that he's offering, Vice Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
So the property rate would be like 68 cents, I believe it was, and that's about 22%, somewhere in that range. It's nowhere near as low as I wanted it to be. This is another discussion that I think we need to be having that we couldn't have because every obstacle that was could be given was given. And I have to agree with everything that people have said. The timing and how this process works stinks. And look, let's just be candid and say what it is. It stinks. You know, we are looking at every aspect of this. It did take cuts into effect. It would have required cuts to the departments, except for police and fire. I mean, I'll be the first one to tell you that. And what I did was I looked at the number of weeks that the people of Nashville as a whole were unemployed. And I incorporated that percentage across the board, and that's how I arrived at the numbers I arrived at. I felt like there were probably some other opportunities we could have built into it to drive the rate down. I think right now is the absolutely wrong time, or absolute wrong time, to be raising rates. Having the discussion we're having right now is terrible. People are hurting. And to say that we're going to ask you to give more money to the government when we haven't felt the pain, I think is, again, the wrong thing to be doing right now. But this is where we are. So I tried to incorporate the things that I knew might be feasible. Candidly, I would have preferred to take mine and try to blend it and have conversations with other members, and let's see if we can't find a solution. You know, I was going to ask for a deferral tonight, but let's face it, that's not going to pass. And so rather than drag this on, no, I didn't go into a whole lot of details because the system is broken. The way this is working is not working because it really doesn't allow us to have open and honest conversations with one another, Vice Mayor. And so with that, you know, there was nothing I was trying to hide. Believe me, I carried it up to the very last moment. I think the Director of Finance will tell you I was batting back and forth with the Finance Department and trying to determine what could we do. And so 21, 22%, somewhere in that range. I think it was 68 cents, unless I am remembering it incorrectly. Not as low as I wanted it to be. I felt like it could have been lower, but we are where we are. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Glover. I've got Councilmember Hurt. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I just want to commend the sponsor because he really has tried to come from the heart and speak to the people and share as much as he possibly could. And I really appreciate everything that he's done. I can't support it, although he knows that I would not be supporting the substitute that he's offering, but I do know that he worked very hard on it and tried to do what he thought was right, and I just want him to know I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Oh, I ended up putting my hand down. I really wanted to give an opportunity to the sponsor to go through one potato, two potato in his thought process on his budget so that if for no other reason that I know that all of us are going to have umpteen questions from constituents about, you know, what budgets were put forth and what was in them and why did we vote the way that we did. And I think it's the prudent thing to do to know what is in this budget and why. I think that, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think that a decent amount of it was furloughs. That's something that I actually kind of toyed with at the same time, since so many people are out of work, to do a staggered furlough of like 1 day a week for, you know, however many weeks. And that would have found a lot of money to reduce that tax levy. You know, when we talk about we're in this together, we're in this together. So I really want the sponsor, we understand that the process is broken and it's incredibly frustrating for everyone, but I still want for the body to understand the points of this budget so that, like I said, so that we could at least speak to it when we get questions about what we voted on tonight or didn't.
Okay, Councilmember Glover.
Well, thank you. And that's a great question, and I appreciate that, because let's do walk through the process and where I landed on some of the things. So I've told you in the departments the way I cut it. I took the average unemployment rate, I took the weekly pay in Metro, and I divided it by the number of employees by each department, and that's how I came up with the roughly $37 million that I recommended in reductions and cuts in those arenas. We can't, and Mr. Cooper, you'll have to confirm this for me, please. We can't, in the council, furlough or lay off anyone. We can merely cut money. I think I'm correct on that. Okay, so that was the only option I saw, was cutting money. And then the department heads would do what they do, and they would determine how they would deal with the cuts that I recommended in my cuts. A lot of people, I cut $10 million from Barnes Fund. I did not cut the opportunity for the Barnes Fund. I cut the operational money. We have a ton of land out there that we don't utilize, and that we literally pay for every year in bonds and various other things. And we talk about wanting to do affordable housing, but we really don't look at any other option of how to best make that happen. We offer cash. All right, that's fine. We don't really have the cash right now. We have the land. May I, Vice Mayor, continue, or?
Yeah, like another 30 seconds.
Okay. Anyway, I did that. I also made an additional cut to MTA because of the amount of money they're getting from the COVID funds. So there would not have been the drastic reductions that a lot of people were afraid of inside of my budget. I did make cuts, and I made them across the board to where I felt like they were fair and equitable for the city, the government, just like the people of Nashville have had to make cuts in their own budgets. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Glover. Councilmember Young.
Previous question.
Councilmember Young has called the previous question. Properly seconded. We're on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no?
No.
I heard one in there. I think I know who that was.
Yes.
There was something in there. Any abstentions? 39 to 1 to 0. Any corrections to that? Previous question prevails. So we are voting on Councilmember Glover's substitute. Okay, it's a straight up vote. Okay. All those in favor of Councilmember, does this have to be a roll call vote? Okay. All those in favor of Councilmember Glover's substitute, please indicate by saying aye.
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 All those opposed say no.
No.
No. No.
No. No.
Any abstentions?
Druffel abstains.
Druffel abstains.
Evans?
Evans abstains?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The vote, it fails. Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Glover. I appreciate your explanation. All right, back to Councilmember Mendes. We have one more substitute. That's Councilmember O'Connell's.
Yeah, right. Next would be Councilmember O'Connell's substitute. It was disapproved by committee. 3 in favor, 7 against, 1 abstaining.
All right, Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move to withdraw with a brief comment.
Okay, so there's a motion to, can we just withdraw? Is that the better way to do it, or just a motion to withdraw?
I'd like to do the motion so I can actually comment.
Okay, motion to withdraw, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thanks. I'm amazed by how many different ways I've been told no in pursuing this approach. I was looking for a way to use the various tools that still seem to be somewhere just out of reach to avoid a scenario where our only options were deep cuts or steep rate increases. I've been told it's flatly illegal, that it may not be legal, and you'll notice an emphatic watermark on each page of the substitute as prepared by Metro Finance, noting that it is not structurally balanced. Harkening back to the beginning of the meeting, I think Council members Glover and Hurt each spoke to real feelings. We do need some strength and unity But we also need defiance. I'm struck by a state right now that is forcing us with one hand into a scenario where we can only consider deep cuts or steep tax increases, while with the other hand, they are working to reduce the amount of unrestricted aid they will offer us to as little as possible. This should concern everyone involved in local urban governance. Regardless, in preparing the operating budget for fiscal year 21, we're not engaging meaningfully in shared community priorities. We're doing crisis management. None of these budgets will transform our public education system, create a 21st century transit system, or solve long-term infrastructure issues. The best we can hope for this fiscal year is to do as little harm as possible to public services and offer as much relief as possible through existing public services, and occasionally supplemented by additional funding such as Federal CARES Act. But here are some things we know as we prepare to vote tonight that should both give us hope about the near future, but also give us pause in the moment. Per Metro Finance, Nashville sales tax collections are coming in above projections. In fact, we just got more recent data, likely tens of millions of dollars above fiscal year 20 forecasts. The Federal Reserve continues to expand eligibility criteria for the municipal liquidity facility. The state budget, even as there is still discussion between the two chambers there, is very likely to include a $200 million fund for cities and counties, and we will probably get at least $5 million in unrestricted funding. Congress continues to work on a bipartisan SMART Act, which would offer $500 billion to cities and states across the country. It's supported by the National Governors Association, the U.S. Conference of Mayors, National Association of Counties, and the League of American Cities, all of whom recognize that this is not the right time to ask Americans to consider deep cuts in public services or steep increases in rates. Given all the no's combined with an unfavorable recommendation from the committee, I don't see any reason to bring this proposal to a vote, and I will support the chair's budget. But I think we all need to work harder than ever to be transparent about how we will protect taxpayers in the event of higher collections than we have forecast or unrestricted funds we don't anticipate. The first important question will be, what will Metro do with the unrestricted funds we receive from the state of Tennessee? If sales taxes continue to come in ahead of projections, what will we do with those revenues? In the event, like we just heard about, that we negotiate $2.6 million in benefits savings, how will we deal with those things? And I hope personally that we can revisit our tax levy in the near future if our horizons brighten. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember O'Connell has moved to withdraw his substitute. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion? I've got Councilmember Hurt. You want to be recognized?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I was leaning towards supporting the substitute budget that Councilman O'Connell I thought was going to present, but he asked the same question that I did in terms of sales tax, and if they come in over projections, what's going to happen with those funds? And I don't know if anyone knows the answer to that, but since it's been asked twice, I really would like to hear an answer.
Mr. Crumbo?
Yeah, so let's talk about the revenue forecasting first, right? So as we've talked so many times, there's only three levers that this body has to generate revenue, right? We've got property taxes, and we know a lot about those. We talked about those tonight. We have fees and permits and that sort of thing in another category. And then rounding out our revenue pie, of course, is sales taxes. And there is a lot of discussion right now about what sales taxes are really going to be. What are they going to materialize? So when we started into this pandemic period, roughly at the end of March, things were looking really bleak. You know, we're starting to have our stay-at-home orders across the country, really across the globe, and things were looking pretty bad. Those orders did not materialize quite as quickly as a lot of media was projecting maybe they would. So you had a bit of a slowdown there, and then eventually what's become known as this V graph. So many revenues have come down rather dramatically at some point and may start to rise. But what we're really seeing across the country now is a pretty bumpy outcome to that. And we're going to see, I think, a rather bumpy outcome here as well. So just in the last several hours on the lead up to this meeting, despite some of the good news that we've heard from the state, I saw that the State House started down a trail where they want to offer a tax holiday, a rather sizable one, somewhere around the August timeframe. And while that sounds pretty great for consumers, that is likely to have some chilling effect
between now and then, meaning folks may slow down their purchasing patterns between here and there and make things a bit worse for us. And so as I look across the economy, as I listen to economists, national, local, and whatnot, it's a real mixed bag in terms of what our revenues may really turn out to be. So if I had a better answer for you, I would let you know that now, but it's just a little too soon to tell. Councilman Mendez and I have had some discussion about this, and somewhere around the third week of August, we should be seeing what our collections really look like for this first 3 months, really, of COVID. So those 3 months ending here at the end of June. So sales taxes are an unknown right now. I think it's going to be real bumpy and kind of a mixed bag, as I mentioned. What will we do with the money? That money will come into the Metro government, come into the general fund for the most part, some into other funds that may be allocated to by law. And at that point, those funds should be available for things that the administration, the council may decide that they want to do with them. And that's really the simple answer. So stay tuned for revenue. I've had a saying around my office that, let's plan for the worst, but let's really hope for the best. I'd love for those bad projections to be really wrong. So we'll see how that turns out. That hopefully answers your question.
Thank you, Councilmember Hurd. Councilmember Rosenberg. Sorry.
That's from before.
Okay. Councilmember Glover. Okay, there you go.
Thank you, Vice Chair. What I would like for us to do when the numbers come in better than we're anticipating is lower the tax rate. I will not be able to support Councilman Mendez tonight because philosophically it's the wrong time. It's the wrong amount. It's the wrong thing to do to the taxpayers. And we talk about, well, we have extra money, and I heard this, and I really had to cringe when I heard this, I think yesterday or whenever. We'll figure out how we, quote, spend that. No, we shouldn't be figuring out how we spend. We should be figuring out how do we let it stay in the taxpayers' pockets. Raising taxes takes money out of the economy. And we can say whatever we want to, but I think the first objective has to be, how do we lower the tax rate? Whatever we pass tonight, or whatever gets passed tonight, we've got to look at lowering that tax rate. And we need to be looking at every option there is available to try and let people keep the money in their pocket and understand the hardships that people are having out there. So rather than us asking, how do we spend it, I think we need to figure out how do we reduce the tax rate. I really don't want to wait until mid-August for us to look at this because we're already getting some numbers in. We're already getting some preliminary numbers, and it's not looking quite as bad as we thought it may look. With that being said, I agree. I think we have to look at it. But we also have to make sure that we protect the people who pay everything that we do in this city. And that has to be our number one objective. We have to figure out a way to lower the tax rate, and we have to make sure that we're protecting them. If we don't protect the taxpayers and they leave us, and they will, we've got to be very careful. If we don't protect the taxpayers in all of this, Vice Mayor, then they'll leave us. And I don't think that's what we want to become in Nashville. So I really hope that we will begin the process and talk, I mean literally, not necessarily the next meeting, but certainly the one after that, we start really having real conversations in budget and finance. And Mr. Chair, if you wouldn't mind, I would like for us to know the numbers, and let's talk about it as we're going, because this has been rushed, and it's nobody's fault. You and I have been doing this stuff a long, long time. This is the strangest that you and I'm not going to speak for you, Vice Mayor, the strangest I've ever seen. I mean, there are so many unknowns. And so, we're proposing a tax increase. I would simply ask, if revenues come in better than we're anticipating, we lower the tax rate. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Glover. Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll be very brief. I agree with a few of the sentiments of Councilman Glover. I believe that we all want to keep the rate as low as possible while providing our constituents with quality services. If I remember correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Chair, but if I remember correctly, it was mentioned in one of our budget meetings or work sessions that if revenues came in higher than anticipated, we would have the opportunity to look to see if the tax rate could be adjusted prior to the tax bill going out. So my understanding that was the direction that we were headed in. And I would also just like to remind the body again that we have $121 million in CARES Act funding. And while that cannot be used to balance our budget, it cannot be used for any of our budget line items. It can be used for things like rent relief and mortgage relief and opportunities to get money back into the hands of the people of Nashville that need it so much. So I ask my colleagues to continue to push that and to make sure that we are prioritizing getting some of that money. And I know some of it's been used for education and testing and things of that nature, but some of that money can be used to get some relief into the hands of our constituents, which will help with this. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Councilmember Hager, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to say that I applaud all the people that offered these amendments tonight. I know they worked very hard to do this, and I've looked at every one of them. But in my district, I have a lot of retired people. They're on fixed incomes. I have a lot of people that are in business. I've been running my own business for 35 years, and this is probably one of the worst years that I've ever had. Being self-employed. But being self-employed, I have to watch every penny that I spend, and the key is keeping the overhead down. It's not what you make, it's what you take home. And we haven't done a very good job of that. And I've had very few people in my district that are for any type of tax increase. And what this is going to do, as it affects me, I have lots of rental properties. I don't want to go up on rents due to these higher taxes. I have commercial property downtown. I'll pay a higher percentage on that, which I have to pass on to my clients because it makes my overhead go up. I was hoping for a more bare bones budget than what's been proposed. And I've told everyone that I was going to try to back Councilman Glover's bill as much as I could, even though I didn't even like that tax increase myself. But I know we're in strange times right now, and it's hard on everybody. But I just want to say I appreciate everything that everybody's done, but I cannot support any type of tax increase. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Young, you're recognized. Previous question. So we're on the previous question all the way back to Councilmember O'Connell's motion to withdraw. All right, so that's what it is. Previous question, we're not voting on the motion, we're voting on the previous question. All in favor of the previous question, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 40 to 0. Any corrections to that? All right, previous question prevails. So we are now voting on Councilmember O'Connell's motion to withdraw his substitute. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 40 to 0. Any corrections to that? Motion prevails. So if you're following the procedure, we've had two substitutes. They've both been voted down. We are now back to Councilmember, if none of the second substitutes prevail, this is number 8. The council is back to Councilmember Menace's substitute as amended. and then there's going to be a vote to approve his substitute with amendment. So, Councilmember Mendes, you are now recognized.
I want to thank everybody move the substitute as amended with a brief explanation.
All right. There's a motion to move the substitute as amended. Councilmember Glover seconds. You're recognized.
I just want to thank everybody who's proposed amendments and substitutes. I know everybody did work incredibly hard. The amount of committee time and time outside the committee has been enormous. The time this evening is bordering on enormous, and I do appreciate everybody's support on passing this.
All right, we've got people. I would request a roll call, please. Okay, roll call has been requested. We've got people in the queue. Councilmember Druffel, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just want to thank Chair Mendez for the incredible work. I mean, when you look at the volume of work that takes this is my first year going through this process, and the volume and the sincere, genuine interest of trying to carry it through. Tremendous respect for his leadership. Secondly, though, I have to say that I will not be able to vote for it simply because it's hard to justify a greater increase when so many of my constituents are, as been described by everybody, in the toughest of shape. You know, I have seniors at a meeting the other day, and 2/3 were seniors, and every one of them are on fixed incomes, and so every increase in aspect, it has an impact on their ability to pay. So I truly appreciate all the work, but unfortunately, I'm going to have to vote against it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I wanted to thank the people who worked on the budget. Also, sentiment from several others, including Councilman Glover, that this process is so profoundly broken. To think that, you know, we are sitting here for the third straight week, and I know technology and everything else has contributed to it, but at 1:15 in the morning, where we're going to pass a 33%, whatever it is at this point, property tax increase on folks. And one of the things that I learned a lot this year is that we have so many new residents and so many new people to the process that there isn't the understanding that we could vote no on every budget and that the mayor's budget would go in place because of the charter. And there is just so much education to do, so much work to do with the community, and it's really disappointing to me that we have the opportunity to make this budget better. It's not, nobody wants to do this, but we have the opportunity to make this budget better, and we missed some of those opportunities. I would hope, after we all, to Councilman Glover's point, kind of clear our senses and come back on this, that not only do we look at the rate and the revenues and everything else, but that we look at how we're communicating to the public how we do budgeting. Because other cities, bigger, same size and smaller than us, do participatory budgeting, they do priorities-based budgeting, and we are stuck in a department-based budgeting system that results in us sniping over 0.5%, 1% of a budget. And in the meantime, we're not affecting change, and we're not affecting our residents the way that they're asking us to do. So I asked the residents tonight, since we had a lot of time, where they stood on this. I'm going to support the substitute, so I'm sure some people are going to stop listening at this point. But I'm going to do it knowing that I'm going to go to bed at some point this morning thinking how much better we could do as a city in this process. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Council Member. I've got Council Member Courtney Johnston.
So I want a point of clarification on the process because I'm new and there's a lot of us new, so I just want to ask the question. I think I understand that what we're voting on right now is Chair Mendez's substitute as amended, And if it gets 21 votes, that is what goes into law, period. The mayor's budget goes completely away. And that if it does not get 21 votes, automatically the mayor's budget goes into effect. Am I correct?
Mr. Cooper is saying, yes, that's right.
Okay. I just want to make sure I understood, and I also wanted to clarify that just to make sure that everybody was on the same page. It's late. Thanks.
No, that's okay. Thank you, Councilmember Johnston. I've got Councilmember Hancock.
Hi, thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to echo the sentiments of the great, wonderful, diligent, and hard work that Councilman O'Connell and Glover and Mendez have put in throughout the substitute process. And I wanted to thank Chair Mendez for considering the difference between GSD and USD services and putting in a small but significant in mindset differential, which really, made the difference for me in deciding where I wanted to vote, because we in the GSD really want to make sure that people understand there's a difference and make sure that the budget is allocated accordingly. So thank you very much, Chair Mendez.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Hancock. Councilmember Rosenberg. Oh, sorry. I forgot where you were.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I agree with Councilmember Glover. This is a terrible conversation. The process sucks. We came in here with 4 budgets to choose from tonight. One that was, trying to bring the creativity that we all wanted to avoid a big tax increase, and it, just wasn't something that we were able to consider. Then we had 3 different options that, once you incorporate the wheel tax, were essentially the same tax rate. Right now, we have a binary choice, and whether you vote for the chair's budget or not, you're voting for a tax increase. Whether you vote yes, no, or abstain, you're either voting yes to the chair's budget, or you're voting no or abstaining and saying yes to the mayor's budget. And that's just where we are, and it's a really unfortunate process. And I know that some work was started a couple years ago looking into the process around the capital budget, and we were going to get to the operating budget, and I really hope that we can do that, because instead of having a conversation about the priorities of our city and the things that we really need, we're sitting here dealing with this, and it's discouraging. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rosenberg. Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. I echo my colleagues. Thank you to Councilman Mendez and to the other sponsors who work so diligently on putting together a budget. And I also want to echo, no one wants to have to raise taxes during a period of time when so many people are hurting financially. So this is a tough decision for us all. I will be supporting the chair's budget. When I looked at the numbers and I compared what the mayor's budget, how much my constituents will be paying for the mayor's budget as opposed to how much they will be paying for the chair's budget, on average in my district, I'm looking at about $2 a month. And for that difference between the mayor's budget and the chair's budget, for that $2 or in some cases $3, we're getting an extra $7.5 million for schools. We're extending community center hours on Saturday. We're doing so many things for our community. I won't go through the whole list as you all have it in front of you. One thing that I really want to take a brief moment to address is that we are bringing 1,500 employees up to $15 an hour. And 2 years ago, I had the opportunity to talk about our paraprofessionals here in Nashville who work with our students with disabilities, some of our most vulnerable students who are changing diapers, who are feeding students, and they do the work that they do. 2 years ago, the average salary for a paraprofessional working full-time for MNPS was less than $20,000. It was a little over $19,000. They were averaging just the starting salary was a little bit more than I think it was $11.67 an hour. So bringing people up to $15 an hour is something that is so important, and it is such in my district at least, it is such a small difference between those two budgets that is allowing us to get so much for that. And I've had a lot of constituents asking for those additional resources and for that additional funding for schools. So again, it is a hard decision for us to be in this situation, but we're getting so much more for our constituency with the Mendez budget. So I will be supporting it, and I ask my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. I've got Council Member Swope in the queue.
Previous question.
Previous question prevails. Well, I'm sorry. We need to vote on the previous question. Sorry. I'd like it to prevail. It's going to prevail in my mind. All right. So previous question has been called for, seconded. We're on the previous question. All in favor of the previous question, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Previous question prevails 40 to 0. Any corrections to that? Okay, so let's make sure that we're clear on this. So Council Member Mendez has moved his substitute as amended. I'm looking at Mr. Cooper. That can be considered as, because we've already taken a vote on your initial ordinance at the very beginning, all you're doing now is moving for approval of the ordinance as substituted as amended. Okay, am I saying that right? So we're actually on the budget bill right now, okay? This is the final vote, okay? So you got it? So a final vote on this has to be on the board. So let me make sure we're clear, because it says something a little different in there, but because we actually had that first motion, we are on the budget. This is the budget. It has to get 21 votes to pass. We are on the board, okay? Previous question's been called for. Councilmember Mendez has moved the ordinance as substituted, as amended. We are ready to vote, okay? Madam Clerk, we're gonna have to take a roll call vote, okay? Has to get 21 votes to pass. If it does not, mayor's budget becomes law. Got it? Madam Clerk, you're recognized. Call the roll.
Councilmember Mendez. Yes. Councilmember Hurt. I'm sorry, Councilmember Mendez voted yes. Councilmember Hurt. Yes. Councilmember Allen. Yes. Yes. Councilmember Glover. No. No. Councilmember Swora. Yes. Councilmember Hall. Councilmember Toombs. Yes. Councilmember Gamble.
Yes.
Councilmember Swope.
In true Hancock fashion, oh, hell no.
Hey, that wasn't Hancock, I just have to say.
Councilmember Swope, what did you say?
I think I heard it.
Hell no.
Okay, I got it.
He attributed it to the wrong person. Councilmember Parker?
Yes.
Councilmember Withers?
Yes.
Councilmember Benedict?
Oh, hell yes. There you go, Councilmember Swope.
Told on yourself. Councilmember Van Reese?
Absolutely.
Councilmember Hancock?
Yes.
Councilmember Young?
Yes.
Councilmember Hager?
No.
Councilmember Evans?
Yes.
Councilmember Bradford?
Yes.
Councilmember Roden?
No.
Councilmember Syracuse? Yes. Councilmember Welsh?
Yes.
Councilmember Sledge?
Yes.
Councilmember Cash?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connell? Yes. Councilmember Roberts?
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Hauser?
Yes.
Councilmember Druffel?
No.
Councilmember Murphy? Councilmember Pulley?
No.
Councilmember Johnston?
No.
Councilmember Nash?
Yes.
Councilmember Vercher?
Yes.
Councilmember Porterfield?
Yes.
Councilmember Sepulveda?
Yes.
Councilmember Rutherford? Yes. Councilmember Stiles?
Yes.
Councilmember Lee?
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Rosenberg. Councilmember Hall, are you there?
Councilmember Hall's having difficulties. He's right here. No.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, can you tell me what the vote is?
32 in favor, 8 against.
32 in favor, 8 against. 32 in favor, 8 against. Declare the budget passed. All right, so we are now on our, we just finished our second bill of the night, okay? It's now 1:30. We have other bills to take. Here's what I'd like to do. We have a big calendar still left in front of us. So we're going to have to get through these bills. What I'd like for you to do is think through it. We can be here for a while longer, and we can get all the way through this calendar. We just got to work through it. Or if there's an effort to, if you think some of these things can be deferred, then think through that as well, because it's taking a lot of work. But we do have to get through the, yeah, we do have to get some things done, so don't be thinking you're going anywhere for a little while, okay? You ready? We are now on the next bill, BL 2020-287. That's the tax levy. This is by Councilmember Mendez, an ordinance establishing the tax levy in the General Services District for the fiscal year 2020-2021 and declaring the amount required for the annual operating budget of the Urban Services District pursuant to Section 6.07 of the Metropolitan Charter. Councilmember Mendez, you are recognized.
Thank you. This one was approved by the committee as substituted, 11 in favor, 0 against, and with that, I would like to move the substitute. And I don't know, Mr. Cooper, do I need to be any more precise than that? No, it's just the substitute that funds your... There were, in our package, there were a whole bunch of substitutes, and I'm moving the one that funds the budget we just passed.
Okay, so council member has moved the amendment that takes care of his substitute that just passed, properly seconded. Discussion on that. Seeing none, I'm trying to make sure I get to the calendar. Let's see. Councilmember Hancock, you're recognized.
I'm sorry, I forgot to take my hand down.
Okay, there's nobody else in the queue. So we have an amendment before us that actually takes care, gets the right tax levy before us. Seeing nobody else left in the queue, we're voting on the amendment. All those in is a substitute. I'm sorry. It's a substitute, so we're voting. So Councilmember Mendez has moved the substitute, which is appropriate with the budget that we just passed, properly seconded. No other discussion in the queue. All those in favor of the substitute say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Okay, the substitute is adopted 40 to 0. Any corrections to that? Now, Councilmember Mendez, you're on your bill as substituted. Move for passage.
Move bill as substituted.
Okay, you got it. So we're on BL 2020-287 by Councilmember Mendez as substituted. I assume we can take this on a, do we have to take this on a roll call vote?
You don't have to, no.
Okay. So we are on that bill. It's been,
If there are any no votes,
right, we'll do it. Okay. That's properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, we're on BL 2020-287 as substituted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Opposed, no.
No.
Okay. Councilmember Swope voted no. So are we on the board? We're going to take a roll call vote. Okay, Madam Clerk, if you will, you're going to take a roll call vote. We need to go through that.
Councilmember Mendez. Yes. Yes. Councilmember Hurt. Yes. Councilmember Allen. Yes. Councilmember Glover. Yes. Councilmember Suara. Councilmember Suara voted yes. Councilmember Hall.
Yes.
Councilmember Toombs. Yes. Councilmember Gamble.
Yes.
Councilmember Swope.
No.
Councilmember Parker.
Yes.
Councilmember Withers.
Yes.
Councilmember Benedict.
Yes.
Councilmember Van Reese.
Yes.
Councilmember Hancock.
Yes.
Councilmember Young.
Yes.
Councilmember Hager.
No.
Councilmember Evans.
Yes.
Councilmember Bradford.
Yes.
Councilmember Roten.
Yes.
Councilmember Syracuse. Yes. Councilmember Welsh.
Yes.
Councilmember Sledge.
Yes.
Councilmember Cash.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connell. Yes. Councilmember Roberts.
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor.
Yes.
Councilmember Hauser.
Yes.
Councilmember Druffel.
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy. Councilmember Pulley.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnston.
Yes.
Was that a yes?
I'm sorry, yes.
Councilmember Nash.
Yes.
Councilmember Vercher.
Yes.
Councilmember Porterfield.
Yes.
Councilmember Sepulveda.
Yes.
Councilmember Rutherford. Councilmember Stiles.
Yes.
Councilmember Lee.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Rosenberg. Yes, 38 in favor, 2 against.
Okay. 38 favor, 2 against. BL 2020-287, as substituted, passes on third reading. We're now on BL 2020-289 by Councilmember Mendes and Henderson. Ordinance creating the positions of Environmental Compliance Supervisor and Water Quality Supervisor. Councilmember Mendes, you're recognized on 289.
All committee reports in, move approval.
Okay. Motion is to approve on third reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing nobody in the queue, all those in favor of 2020-289 passing on third reading, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 40 to 0. Any corrections to that? 289 passes. We're now on BL 2020-294 by Council Members Mendes and Allen. Ordinance repealing Chapter 2.160 of the Metropolitan Code and abolishing the Community Education Commission, effective July 1st, 2020. Councilmember Mendes, you're recognized on 294.
This is withdrawn.
Okay. 294 is withdrawn. BL 2020-295 by Mendes, Hurt, and others. Ordinance amending Title II of the Metropolitan Code by abolishing the Nashville Career Advancement Center, moving that functions to the agency of the Metropolitan Action Commission. Councilmember Mendes, you're recognized.
Thank you. Budget and Finance recommended approval, 11 in favor, 0 against, and I'm not sure whether other committee, we need other committee reports.
Health and Hospitals, Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Health and Hospitals and Social Services voted 3 in favor and 1 abstention.
1 abstention. Councilmember Roberts, Personnel.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Personnel voted 6 in favor and 0 against.
All right, thank you. Back to you, Councilmember Mendes.
Move approval.
Okay, so it's a approval on third reading. All right, so it looks like we have an abstention on third reading. We had an abstention in one of the committees. We're on BL 2020-295. Councilmember Mendes has moved for approval on third reading. It's been properly seconded. All right, so we're going to try to do it that way. We're going to do it by voice vote. If you want to abstain, if you will let me know. All those in favor of 2020-295 on passage on third reading, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. I heard a no. One. Okay. Councilmember O'Connell votes no. Any abstentions? Then the vote is 39 for, 1 against, 0 abstentions. The bill passes on third reading. We are now on, I got 294, 295. We take up 299, Bill 2020-299 by Councilmember Glover. Ordinance amending sections 5.32.030, 5.32.110 of the Metropolitan Code to increase the amount of the annual commercial vehicle regulatory license and the motor vehicle regulatory license. Councilmember Glover, you are recognized.
Withdrawn.
Okay. Councilmember Glover withdraws 299. We are now back to the beginning of the calendar. You're on page 2. We are on RS 2020-358. That's a resolution. It's by Councilmember Mendez. Again, it's the second one on the agenda, second resolution on the agenda. 358, 359, and 360 can be taken together without objection. Resolution RS 2020-358 by Mendez. Councilmember Suara. Hold on.
Chair, I'm going to make it very brief. I know everybody's thanked everyone, but I do want a point of privilege to thank the council staff and the finance office. I wanted to thank Director John Cooper especially. I know even with my one amendment, I know how many late nights and evenings it took to even get that right, and I cannot imagine what it took to get all the substitute and everything done. So I want to thank the council staff, I want to thank the finance staff and everybody that actually worked with us, and I'm also thanking all my colleagues for working so hard. This is not, nobody's happy, but we had to do what we had to do, and I'm hoping to that when we look at the numbers in August, we're able to reduce the rate at that time, so thank you.
Well, Councilmember Swart, we're not finished with them, but
We're not?
we got 4 more, but I think it's okay to stand up and give them a round of applause. They did great. And with that comes thanking the Finance Department, ITS, the Clerk's Office, our staff, all the people that actually have been making this work. This has been very, very difficult trying to pull all this stuff together, so thank you. All right, we're on RS 2020-358, 359, and 360. We'll take them all together. They're all by Councilmember Mendez. First one is 358, a resolution adopting a new pay plan for the general employees of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, excluding employees of the Boards of Health, Board of Education, the Police and Fire Departments, effective July 1st, 2020. RS 2020-359 by Mendez, a resolution adopting a new pay plan for employees of the Metropolitan Board of Health, effective July 1st, 2020. And RS 2020-360 by Councilmember Mendez, resolution adopting a new pay plan for employees of the Metropolitan Departments of Health, Police and Fire, effective July 1st, 2020. Councilmember Mendez, you are recognized on all 3.
I need to move an amendment for each that conforms the pay plans to what we just passed in the budget.
All right, why don't we get committee reports first, and then I'll get that amendment on there.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
All 3 were recommended for approval by the Budget and Finance Committee by 12 in favor, 0 against, and I do not believe there are any other committees.
I've got a Health and Hospitals on 359.
My apologies.
Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Health, Hospitals, and Social Services voted 4 in favor and 0 against.
All right, and I've got personnel on all 3. Councilmember Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Personnel voted 6 in favor, 0 against on all 3.
All right, thank you. And then I've got Public Safety on 360. Councilmember Pulley. Councilmember Pulley, you still there? There you are. Unmute.
Yeah, I'm
there
trying to get my, I got Public Safety recommended approval of RS 2020-360, 6 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Okay, back to you, Councilmember Mendez.
I'll move an amendment with a brief explanation.
And is this on all 3?
Yes, sir.
We've got an amendment on all 3. There's a motion to put an amendment on all 3, properly second, an explanation of the amendment.
Just to explain what we're doing briefly, along with the budget goes pay plan ordinance or resolutions. There's 3 different ones for different segments of Metro employees. Because we changed the pay plan with the substitute. Mr. Cooper will prepare an amendment for each that updates it to conform to the budget we just passed. That's the purpose of the amendment.
Okay. You've heard the explanation of the amendment. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, we're on the amendment on all three. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no.
Aye.
Any objections? Any abstention? Excuse me. Hearing none, 40 to 0 on all three amendments on 358, 359, and 360. Councilmember Menace, you're on your resolutions 358, 359, 360 as amended.
I'd like to move all three with each of them being amended.
Okay, so Councilmember Mendes has moved all three as amended, 358, 359, 360, all as amended. It's been properly made, properly seconded. Any other discussion on those three? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. We're going to vote on all three of them at the same time. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say no. Any abstentions? Vote is 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions on all three. Any corrections to that? That's the vote. Last one in this list. Whatever what did I say in the rec? Whatever I meant. Sorry. Resolution RS 2020-361 by Councilmember Mendes and Hurt. Resolution repealing for a period of 1 year the payment of longevity pay for employees of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, including employees of the Metropolitan Board of Health, and the payment of longevity pay supplement for certain employees. Councilmember Mendes, you're recognized.
Budget and Finance recommended approval, 11 in favor, 1 against, and I need other committee reports.
Health and Hospitals, Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Health, Hospitals, and Social Services voted 3 in favor, 1 abstention.
All right, and Personnel, Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Personnel voted 6 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Councilmember Mendes, you're recognized.
Move approval.
Motion to approve the resolution 361. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll see. It looks like we may have a abstention, but we'll see on the vote. All those in favor of 2020-361, say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Any opposition?
No, I'd like to be recorded as no.
Is that
Kathleen Murphy.
Councilmember Murphy is recorded as no. Any abstentions? The vote is 39 for, 1 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? That's the vote. 2020-361 passes. Okay, so we are now we're now on resolutions. And let me see if I can catch up real quick. Okay, so we are on resolutions. There are a bunch of them. So, and there's a bunch on consent. You ready? So, let's see. I've got 362 is on consent. That's on page 2 if you're following with me. 363 on consent. 364 is on consent. 366 is on consent. 368 on consent. 369, 370. 371 is on consent. Let's just run all the way through. 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, I'm sorry, 75 is not on consent. 76 is not on consent. 377 is on consent. 378, 379, 380, 381, 382, 384 is on consent, 386 is on consent, 387 is on consent, 390 is on consent, 391 is on consent, and 393 is on consent. Anything that looked wrong on that? All right. Let me just double check, and then we're going to run through these. This is on the consent calendar.
Vice Chair, was 383 taken off of consent for some reason?
383 is not on the consent, okay? Councilmember Johnston, I'm not sure why it's on there, why it's not on there, but it's not listed on my list. Okay, we're double checking real quick.
It had to have been something in a committee.
Anything happened in a committee that would have bumped it?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
Vice Mayor, this is Councilman Henderson, Chair of Public Works. There was one abstention on this,
Okay.
so no concern, but one abstention.
Councilmember Johnston, that's why I got bumped off. When it has an abstention, it just gets bumped off the consent calendar.
Oh,
okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you ready? Here we go. Resolution, this is things on the consent agenda. Resolution RS 2020-362 by Councilmember Mendez. Resolution accepting a grant from Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services to the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the General Sessions Court to provide Tennessee Certified Recovery Court programs, collection of participant data utilizing the Tennessee Risk Assessment System. 2020-363, Mendez and Welsh. Resolution approving Amendment 1 to a grant from the state of Tennessee, DCS, to the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Davidson County Juvenile Court to provide community-based case management and probation services to children at high risk of state custody. 2020-364 by Mendez. Resolution approving Amendment 1 to a grant from the state of Tennessee Administrative Office of the Court to Nashville, acting by and through the Juvenile Court to improve courtroom security and provide a safe and secure facility in which to conduct business and the duties of the court. RS 2020-366 by Mendez and Allen, a resolution approving and authorizing the Metropolitan Mayor to submit Amendment 6 to the Action Plan for Disaster Recovery for the use of Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Funds to complete recovery efforts resulting from the May 2010 floods. Resolution RS 2020-368, Mendez, Pulley, and Welsh. Resolution accepting a VOCA grant from Finance Administration, Office of Criminal Justice Programs to the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department to fund counselor and victim advocate positions to provide mental health services, support services, and criminal justice systems advocacy. 2020-369, Mendez, Hurt, and Welsh. Resolution approving a grant from the Greater Nashville Regional Council to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County through Metro Social Services to provide meals that meet RDA nutritional guidelines to eligible seniors. Resolution RS 2020-370 by Mendez, Hurt, and Welsh. Resolution approving Amendment 4 to a grant from GNRC to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County through Metro Social Services to provide meals that meet RDA nutritional guidelines and transportation services to eligible seniors and handicapped residents. RS 2020-371, Mendez, Hurt, and Welsh. Resolution approving Amendment 2 to a grant from GNRC to Metropolitan Government by and through the Metropolitan Social Services Commission to provide nutrition HCBS to eligible seniors throughout Davidson County. RS 2020-372, Mendez, Hurt, and others. Resolution accepting the Healthy Start Initiative, eliminating racial ethnic disparities grant from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services to the Metropolitan Government through the Board of Health to provide a variety of services in reducing infant mortality for pregnant and parenting women. Resolution RS 2020-373 by Mendez, Hurt, and Welsh. Resolution accepting a grant from the state of Tennessee Department of Health through the Metropolitan Government, through the Metropolitan Board of Health to build local capacity to improve public health response to the substance misuse epidemic in the Middle Tennessee high-impact areas. Resolution RS 2020-374 by Mendez, Hurt, and Welsh. Resolution accepting a grant for the state of Tennessee Department of Health to Nashville through the Metropolitan Board of Health to achieve sustained tuberculosis control and enhance tuberculosis prevention to eventually eliminate tuberculosis as a public health threat in Tennessee. Resolution, 375 and 376 are not on the consent. RS 2020-377 by Mendez, Hurt, and Welsh. Resolution approving Amendment 1 to a grant from the Department of Health of the state of Tennessee to the Metropolitan Government through the Board of Health to promote the proper use of all recommended vaccines, respond to vaccine preventable diseases in collaboration with the CDC. RS 2020-378, Mendez, Hurt, and others. A resolution approving Amendment 1 to a grant from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency to the Metropolitan government acting through the Board of Health for the ongoing collection of data on ambient air concentration for fine particulate matter in Nashville, Tennessee, RS 2020-379, Mendez, Murphy, and Henderson. Resolution authorizing the Metropolitan government of Nashville and Davidson County through the Department of Water and Sewer Services to enter into a facility encroachment agreement with CSX Transportation to use and maintain sanitary sewer line in the railroad right-of-way along Hurricane Creek in Davidson County. Resolution RS 2020-380 by Mendez, Murphy, and Henderson. Resolution authorizing the Metropolitan government of Nashville and Davidson County through the Department of Water and Sewer Services to enter into a facility encroachment agreement with CSX Transportation to use to maintain sanitary sewer lines in the railroad right-of-way along Hurricane Creek in Davidson County. That's what I get for reading too fast. 380, we're on 381. Resolution RS 2020-381 by Mendez, Murphy, and Henderson. Resolution authorizing the Metropolitan government of Nashville and Davidson County through the Department of Water and Sewer Services to enter into a facility encroachment agreement with CSX Transportation to construct, use, and maintain sanitary sewer lines in the railroad right-of-way along Hurricane Creek in Rutherford County. That's a lot of Hurricane Creeks in different places. Resolution RS 2020-382 by Councilmember Henderson, a resolution classifying public roads in Davidson County, Tennessee. RS 2020-384 by Welsh, Mendez, and others. A resolution approving Amendment 1 to an agreement by and between the State of Tennessee Department of Transportation and the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County through Public Works for the acceptance of work in connection with the construction of a complete street on SR1 US 41 Murfreesboro Road from I-24 ramp to Foothill Drive. Resolution RS 2020-386 by Hurt, Benedict, and others. Resolution requesting the Nashville utility companies to allow customers to pay any delinquent utility bills over a 12-month period. 2020-387 by Virtue and Mendez. Resolution requesting the Department of Finance, Director of Human Resources, and Civil Service Commission take the actions necessary to approve the creation of a Chief Diversity Officer and Workforce Diversity Manager as classified service positions within the Metropolitan Government, and to submit an ordinance to the Metropolitan Council to create the positions. Resolution RS 2020-390 by O'Connell. Resolution recognizing Robert A. Bob Lackey for his 46 years of outstanding service to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County. RS 2020-391 by Porterfield, Taylor, and others. Resolution honoring the memory of Tia Minry Barber Hale and recognizing her contributions to the Nashville community. And RS 2020-393 by Benedict Van Vries and others. Resolution recognizing Monday, June 1st to Tuesday, June 30th, 2020 as Nashville Pride Month, celebrating the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer communities and their enormous contribution to the quality of life in Nashville and Davidson County. Further recognizing the 51st anniversary of the Stonewall riots, 50th anniversary of the first Pride Parade, and Nashville's part in the 5th anniversary of the Supreme Court ruling allowing marriage as important milestone events for the LGBTQ rights movement. I think I got them all. Is there anything that needs to be taken off? All right, seeing none, we are on consent agenda committee reports. I'm going to go to Councilmember Mendez first. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
Thank you. All the ones that I'm going to go through, the committee approved 12 in favor, 0 against. That was 363, 364, 66, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, and 84.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Mendez. Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized for Health and Hospitals.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Health and Hospital voted for 369, 4 in favor, 0 against, 370, 4 in favor, 3 against, 371, 372, 4 in favor, 0 against, 373, 3 in favor, 1 abstention, 374, 4 in favor, 0 against, 375, 3 in favor, 1 abstention, 376, 3 in favor, 1 abstention, 377, 4 in favor, 0 against, 378, 4 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Mr. Cooper, it looks like there was 1 abstention on RS 2020-373. Councilmember Hurt, did I get that right? All right, so that has to be bumped off the consent calendar. Okay, that's okay. No problem. All right, personnel, Councilmember, we got that right?
373, 375, and 376 were extensions.
They had an abstention in there. Okay, no problem. Thank you, Councilmember Hurd. Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized on personnel.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Mayor. Personnel voted 6 in favor, 0 against on 387.
Okay, thank you. Planning and zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So Resolution 2020-379, 380, 381, 383, 384 were all approved, 13 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Pulley, 360 and 368, I think are yours.
Public safety recommended approval, RS 2023-68, 6 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, let me make sure. Did we already get 360 in there? We did, didn't we? Yeah, that was already there. Public Works, Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. For resolutions 379, 380, 381, 382, and 384, the Public Works Committee recommended approval, 8 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Rosenberg, you got rules and confirmations.
Trying to tell me something?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rules have 386, 388, 389, sorry, not 386, 388, 390, 391 that were 6 in favor, none against. 393 was 5 in favor, none against.
Okay.
And I move approval of the consent agenda.
Okay, Councilmember Rosenberg has moved approval of the consent agenda, properly seconded. Any discussion on the consent agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye. Happy Pride.
I don't know what that was, but it sounded good. Any opposition, say no. Any abstentions? Okay, the consent agenda passes. Okay, I'm going to go back over the ones that are not on the consent agenda. Resolution RS 2020-354 by Councilmember Bradford. A resolution honoring BNA K9 Wolf on a retirement. Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Call for committee reports.
Rules and confirmation. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're back there.
I'm sorry, which bill was this?
This is the K9 Wolf on a retirement.
5 in favor, none against, with 1 abstention.
Okay. Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
Thank you. Move for approval.
Right, so there's a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion on the K9? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no.
Aye.
Any abstentions?
Yes.
Councilmember Rosenberg moves to abstain for an abstention, so the vote is 39-4, 0 against, and 1 abstention. Any corrections to that? Resolution passes. Okay. So we've already taken up 358, 359, 360, 361. 362 has passed. Everything on page 3 has passed. Uh, 371 has passed. 372 has passed. We're now on Resolution RS 2020-373 by Councilmember Mendez, Hurt, and Welsh. Resolution accepting a grant for the State of Tennessee Department of Health to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Health to build local capacity and improve public health responses to the substance misuse epidemic in the Middle Tennessee high-impact area. Councilmember Mendez, you are recognized.
Thanks. Can you tell me which one this is again?
This 373, 2020-373, it's on page 4. It's the third one down.
That was recommended for approval, 12 in favor, 0 against. Move approval.
All right, I've got Health and Hospital. Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized on 373. I think it was 3-0 and 1.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Yes, it was 3 in favor and 1 abstention.
Okay, Councilmember Mendez, back to you for a motion to approve.
Move approval.
Got a motion to approve. It's properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Okay, the resolution passes. Resolution RS 2020-375 by Minnesota and others. Resolution accepting a grant from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County through the Metropolitan Board of Health to prepare, prevent, and respond to COVID-19 as needs evolve for clients of Ryan White HIV/AIDS program recipients. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
Budget and Finance recommend approval, 12 in favor, 0 against. Need one more committee report.
All right, Health and Hospitals, Councilmember Hurt.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Health and Hospitals voted 3 in favor and 1 abstention.
Okay.
Move approval.
All right, got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, all those in favor of the resolution say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
It's close enough. Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Okay, bill passed. The resolution passes. Resolution RS 2020-370. Oh,
Yeah, there was 1 abstention.
right, but in the committee, they didn't. Nobody abstained on the full vote.
I need to.
Oh, you need to. Okay, okay, that's fine. So it's going to be 39 to 0 to 1.
And I need to abstain on 373, 375, 376.
Okay, all right. There was the abstention. Okay, we're on 376 right now. Let me just read it and I'll come back to you. Resolution accepting a grant approving Amendment 1 to the grant from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services to Metro Government through the Metropolitan Board of Health to enhance access to a comprehensive continuum of high-quality community-based care for low-income individuals and families with HIV disease. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
Budget and Finance recommend approval, 12 in favor, 0 against. Need another committee.
Okay, Health and Hospitals, Councilmember Hurt.
Health Hospitals voted 3 in favor and 1 abstention.
Okay, Councilmember Mendez.
Move approval.
So I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, we're on the vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any objections say no. And any abstentions? 1 abstention. 39 to 0 to 1, that's the vote. Any corrections? Resolution passes. All right, we passed 377, 378, 379, 380, 381, we've all passed. 382 we passed. 383 by Councilmember Johnston. Resolution RS 2020-383, resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement between the State of Tennessee, DOT, and the Metropolitan Government through the Department of Public Works for signal maintenance for RSAR I-65 intersection at SR 255 Harding Place, northbound ramp, exit 68. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Committee reports, please.
All right, Budget and Finance, Councilmember Mendez. 383.
This was approved by the committee, 12 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
All right, this was approved, 13 in favor, 0 against.
All right, and Councilmember Henderson, Public Works.
7 in favor, 1 abstention.
Okay. All right, Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized on 383.
I'd like to move approval, please.
Okay, so Councilmember Johnston has moved for approval on 2020-383, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of it say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Councilmember Hurt, is this the one you have to abstain on? 383? 373. Okay. So the vote is 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections on that? Okay. 383 passes. Resolution RS 2020-385 by Councilmember O'Connell, Murphy, and Henderson. Resolution authorizing a Nashville Underground LLC to construct and install an area encroachment assigned at 105 Broadway. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee reports, please.
I've got Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you. We voted 13 in favor, 0 against to defer 1 meeting.
Okay. Councilmember Henderson, Public Works.
8 in favor, 0 against for 1 meeting deferral.
All right, Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move for 1 meeting deferral.
Okay. Motion is to defer 1 meeting, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed, no. Aye. Any abstentions? You adopt. 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions on a motion to defer 1 meeting. 386 we've passed, 387 we've passed, 388 we have not. Resolution RS 2020-388 by Taylor, O'Connell, and others. A resolution requesting Mayor John Cooper to continue the study of PFM Group Consulting LLC regarding the reduction or elimination of the Metropolitan government's reliance on fines and fees collected by or through the criminal justice system and make such study available as a publicly accessible document. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized.
Thank you. Move for, committee reports.
Rules and confirmations, Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized. 388.
Rules voted 6 in favor, none against.
Okay, back to you, Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you so much. I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, motion is to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Resolution passes 40 to 0. Resolution passes. Any corrections to that?
Some people have left.
Resolution RS 2020-389 by Councilmember Sledge, Bradford, and others. A resolution requesting Mayor John Cooper and Nashville Convention Visitors Corporation President and CEO Butch Spearden to formally withdraw Nashville from consideration for the 2020 Republican National Convention. Councilmember Sledge, recognized on RS 2020-389.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Rules and confirmations, Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rules voted to indefinitely defer 6-0.
Okay. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think that means it's indefinitely deferred by rule.
Yeah, just deferred by rule. Okay. Yeah, so it's only going to be for 1 meeting. So do you want to defer indefinitely?
Yeah, let's move to defer indefinitely.
Okay, the motion is to defer indefinitely, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Any abstention? Any abstentions? 40 to 0 for the deferral indefinitely. And that takes us through the, oh, wait a minute, there's one more. Resolution RS 2020-392 by Councilmember Murphy. Resolution honoring the National Bar Association's 2020 Liberty Bell Award recipients. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you. Committee report, please.
Rules and confirmations, Councilmember Rosenberg. Thank you, Mr. President. Rules voted 5 in favor and 1 against.
Okay. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
That's not correct. It was 1 abstention.
5 to 0 to 1.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I'd like to move for approval. The reason I bumped this from consent is because just if we read the caption, you wouldn't realize or know that this was honoring Margaret Bim, Jeannie Nelson, and Julie Mosley, who are fabulous women in our community, have given back so much to our community. And I wanted to give a little time in case any of the women wanted to email in and sign on to this, because it is honoring their involvement in the women's suffrage memorial and celebration later this summer. So I wanted to draw attention to it and bump it, and with that, I'd move for approval.
Okay. So there is a motion to approve by Councilmember Murphy. It's properly seconded. Any discussion? Councilmember Van Rees.
Yes, I wanted to thank Councilmember Murphy for taking the initiative to do this. Been working with all of them on the Women's Council with the Mayor's Office, and I'm so excited that you've been able to get this in our agenda, as busy as it's been. So thank you for that, and I would like to see if we can, without objection, have the clerk put all the women on this resolution if possible.
Without objection, all the female members of the council will be listed as sponsors.
Laura has left.
That's okay. All females will be listed as sponsors. Okay. So we're on the, assume we're on the resolution. Is that right? Okay, Councilmember Murphy.
The lady Allen was waving her arms. I saw her hand, and I saw her waving her hand physically too.
Well, and then I didn't see her, and then she took her hand down. Do you want to be recognized, Councilmember Murphy? I mean, Allen. Hold on. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I did just want to say these women are my heroes, and I would absolutely want to sign on to this, but Councilmember Van Rees took care of that, so we're good.
Sounds good. All right, well, Resolution R is 2023-92 by Murphy. She has moved, and it's been properly seconded. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no.
Aye. 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 Aye.
Yeah.
You know, it's 2:12 in the morning. All right, so I think it got a majority vote. Any opposition? Any abstentions? 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. That's the vote. All right, we have 5 late filed resolutions that we needed to pick up on. 4 of them are by Councilmember Mendez. Can we take them together? Is that a possibility? We're going to take them together. We've got 4 by Councilmember Mendez. It was late filed. So Councilmember Mendez, can you tell me what they all just briefly do? There you go.
They're all finance related.
Thank you. That's close enough.
3 of them have to do with just late notice and trying to maximize reimbursements from other government agencies. And then the 4th one has to do with confirming the appropriation of some of the COVID-19 money that we've gotten from federal relief funds, including allocating $24 million for buying the devices for MNPS students, and there's certainly for that one time sensitivity to get the ordering done in time for the school year.
Okay. All right, so Councilmember Mendez is moving those, is moving to suspend the rules to get them in late.
Right, move to suspend the rules.
Is there any objection on the late filed? I'm looking. Seeing no objection, you're on all 4 of them. Councilmember Mendez.
I would like to move all 4 for approval.
All right, so Councilmember Mendez has moved all 4 for approval, properly seconded. Any discussion on any of the 4? On which one? Councilmember Sledge, you have an amendment on one of them. It's a substitute?
I have a substitute that I'm not necessarily offering. I'll just speak on.
If you're not going to offer it, then we're not going to worry about it.
Well, I still wanted to speak on the resolution.
No. He still wants to speak on it.
Okay, so the motion is to approve all 4 of these. It's been properly seconded. We're not going to worry about a substitute. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. So on the substitute that applies to the COVID-19 or CARES Act funding, I just want to point out to members that at 2:15 in the morning, with about 48 hours notice, if that, we're going to end up spending 1/3 of the federal funds that were provided to us for COVID-19 relief. And we have talked in committee after committee meeting. We have said time and again that everybody's committed to this open, transparent, community-based, committee-based process. And we're about to vote out a third of the money, having no discussion whatsoever. And that's not debating any of the merit of any of the things that's in that package. I want to thank in particular Finance Department for actually getting the information regarding the nonprofit funding that's in there that we're probably not going to talk about past that statement. But it's pretty wild to me that this money will go out, it'll be used for good things. And then we'll convene this committee knowing that there have been statements already talking about putting back half of the money that we received for a second wave, which we've talked about for hours tonight. And then that there are another $20 million in potential reimbursables that the administration has identified. So when you do the math, there's no money left. So we've been talking about things like rent relief and mortgage relief and direct, assistance to Nashvilleians who are going to need it in the face of this crisis. And the reality is, there's no money. It's just not going to be there unless we change the terms of our engagement. So it's something for whoever gets appointed to this committee. I think there's 3 members who supposed to get appointed to this committee to consider. We should have gone about this a better way so that people knew what we were doing and know what's remaining in that fund. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Sledge. I have a motion to approve all 4 of these late file resolutions by Councilmember Mendez. They were properly seconded. Any other discussion on these? Seeing nobody else in the queue. Councilmember Hart? You're recognized.
I'm sorry. I thank Councilman Sledge for bringing it to our attention in regards to COVID-19, because I would like to know specifically where this is going and to whom it is going, because it has been a fact that nationally we know that COVID-19 has disproportionately affected the African American community, and especially those with underlying conditions. And before this is being dispersed, I would really like to see the disproportionate amount that's going to go to that community that needs it the most.
All right, Councilmember Mendez, you want to answer that?
Sure. So when that resolution first came by me, it was going to go ahead and appropriate that $2.8 million that's supposed to go to nonprofits without knowing who it was going to. And I think my exact quote to the administration was that they were smoking crack if they thought we would appropriate to unnamed nonprofits. And so it got amended. So as what you have in your hand right there requires, that moves the money from the special purpose fund to the various departments, but none of the departments can put it toward any nonprofit without further grant approval coming before the council. So none of the money will go out to a nonprofit without coming back before the council, just to address that very issue that you're raising, council member.
Right, but I'm looking here and it says that there's $24 million going to laptops,
right,
and hotspots.
Yeah, that's the announcement last week.
Well, MNPS.
Right.
And it's coming from COVID funds.
That's where it was always come from, yeah. There's 4 buckets in there. There's $16.7 million that is to reimburse Metro for expenses incurred during the current fiscal year for the things that are itemized there in the first chunk there. There's a $2.8 million chunk that will ultimately go to nonprofits, but none of that 2.8 will go out without further approval of the council. The third category of 4 is the $24 million for MNPS. That's for the laptop and hotspots. And then there's a $500,000 chunk, the last of 4, that's going to the Equity Alliance to do a community-wide needs assessment. So the committee that gets appointed by the mayor and the vice mayor to deal with COVID that we just approved in the budget will have the benefit of that community needs assessment. And both the $500,000 for the needs assessment and the fact that you need council approval for the 2.8 before it goes out to nonprofits is all designed to make sure that we've got a transparent process and one where this body has an opportunity to comment and vote on where it ultimately goes.
This may have already been answered, but I guess my question is, why was it a late file? Why could it not have waited until the next meeting?
The answers on that really are the school 24 million is the very urgent one. There's supposedly a 60-day lead time with Dell to get ordered, and MNPS Finance would tell you has been, frankly, they've been asking to place purchase orders prior to the approval. I objected to that. Finance objected to that. So at least the 24 million part for schools absolutely positively has to happen, and that's been a fast-moving circumstance. I know the Equity Alliance piece has been fast-moving too, because people want to get the trigger pulled on that, because it's going to take them a month to do at least to do the needs assessment, and the sooner they start, the sooner that can be done. Those are the urgency for those pieces, at least.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Hurt. All right, so we're back on these 4 late filed resolutions, and there's a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any other discussion on them? I'm looking, seeing none. What? Oh, okay, I couldn't see it. Councilmember O'Connell?
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to come back to that a little bit. I know we've had some discussion about our advisory committee. I know the administration announced back on May 20th that there was an advisory group looking at the way we're going to spend our COVID-19 relief funds. And I didn't know if that group had produced any materials that could be of use to the committee that council is forming. Has work been done to that to make any recommendations yet to do any planning related to COVID and CARES?
Thank you, Councilman O'Connell. The advisory group that the mayor has sort of compiled were really individuals that had expertise or familiarity with state legislative process to try to maximize the state dollars that we're getting, and hoping to avoid, after that, duplication of anything that we might get state dollars spent on before we spend it locally. So that is an ongoing effort on their part while the General Assembly is in session as we speak. And I don't believe they were tasked with a specific project of determining where the allocation should be made, but in just generating greater funding from the state.
Thank you.
So we have people in the queue. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a quick question. The Budget and Finance Chair mentioned that that procurement was working to cut purchase orders due to the lead time from the manufacturer of the tablets, which is Dell. And it seems to me we spent some time on Dell earlier tonight. So I would just encourage the Finance Department to put some pressure on that vendor as it relates to these to go ahead and process the order while we figure this out. Again, it's late filed, but I would much rather take this up in a couple of weeks to give us enough time to sort through this. This is a tremendous amount of money. Don't have nearly enough opportunities to maximize the value that we're getting. And again, we've talked about the incentives that we've given Dell for for almost 2 decades, I think it is now. So I would just encourage the Finance Department, Mr. Crumbo, and Mr. Jameson, who just spoke, to work with that supplier and have them get those on order for us right now so we can deliver them to the kids on time. Thank you.
I've got people in the queue. Councilmember Hancock, you're recognized.
Call the question.
All right, so the question has been called. Previous question has been called on it. Properly seconded. Everybody who's ready to vote on the previous question, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions?
Councilwoman Benedict abstains.
Okay. So it's 39 to 0 to 1 on the previous question. We're voting on, I think we're voting on all 4. I think I kept them all 4 together. Okay, so we're voting on all 4 together. All those in favor of the 4 late file resolutions that have now are now in front of us, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Then it's 40 to 0 to 0. Okay. All right.
Excuse me, Chair. I couldn't get unmuted in time on my abstention.
All right. 39 to 0 to 1 passes on. Passes as resolution. We have one late file, one more by Councilmember Stiles, I believe. It's something about Juneteenth. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized. Yeah, you need to unmute.
Sorry about that, Vice Mayor. Thank you very much. Yes, I actually am going to take this moment and ask Council Lee Porterfield to speak in regards to our recognizing Juneteenth and its importance.
Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor, and thank you, Councilwoman Stiles, for bringing this legislation forward. Juneteenth is the oldest nationally celebrated commemoration of the ending of slavery in the United States, and on June 19, 1865, Union soldiers arrived in Galveston, Texas, with the news that the war had ended and that the people who were enslaved were now free. To be clear, this happened 2.5 years after President Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation. June 19th was coined Juneteenth and grew more popular with the participation from their descendants. The celebration was a time for reassuring each other, for praying, and for gathering remaining family members. This continued to be highly recognized in Texas decades later, and it spread out to the surrounding states as the descendants of the people who were enslaved. They often pilgrimaged back to Galveston on this date. So this is an important date that marks emancipation, and it's a day to celebrate freedom, and I strongly encourage my colleagues to vote for this amendment. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Porterfield. You need to move for suspension of the rules because it's a late filed resolution.
I would like to move for a suspension of the rules, please.
All right. Is there any objection to the suspension of the rules because it was late filed? Seeing none, Councilmember Porterfield has moved for passage of the Juneteenth resolution. I've got people in the queue. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized. Oops, sorry.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just probably the most important word that we need to correct, just a typo. The word honor is misspelled. I just want to make sure in the minutes that we make sure that's corrected.
Thank you for staying awake and taking care of that. Thank you. We'll see if we can get that corrected. Councilmember O'Connell, you are also recognized. Oh, okay. All right. Let me see. I'm old. I am old. Councilmember Hancock, you're recognized.
again. I forgot my hand. I'm sorry.
That's okay. All right, so we're on a late filed resolution on Juneteenth. It was allowed through, so we had suspended the rules. It's a motion and approve on the resolution. Any other questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of the resolution say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Opposed, no. Any abstentions? The resolution on Juneteenth passes 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections on that? That's the motion. We are now on bills on introduction, first reading, but before that, I'm going to go to Councilmember Glover.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Mr. Cooper, I don't know the proper procedure of what I'm about to ask, so I'm going to ask you to help me here if you would, please, sir. I regret, but I mean, it's 2:30 in the morning. I've got appointments tomorrow. We've spent a lot of hours in the budget process on everything, and I'm going to have to leave here pretty soon, regardless of how it goes. So with that, I know there's a number of things that are coming up that will need a lot of discussion and conversation. Is there anything left on the agenda that is time sensitive right now, Mr. Cooper?
Mr. Cooper?
I hope I don't miss something. I know 296 needs to pass because that needs to go into place before the July 4th holiday. That's on third reading, Bill 2020-296.
I have a zoning bill that I need passed.
So we have 296 and Councilmember Van Rees. Which bill is that?
I can't find the number. It's probably the very last thing on the agenda.
Just one on, it's 2020-293. I think the concern is that obviously the budget took a tremendous amount of toll out of everybody, and it's 2:30. We have nobody left in the chamber. Just to get back on track and give us some extra time, it might be an appropriate measure to defer everything else that does not have to be worked on.
So, look, Mr. Cooper, if I want to make sure I understand. So it'd be 296 and 293 that we would need to do right now, or tonight, I mean.
Correct. And then after, if you wanted to take those out of order, you could do that, and then make the motion to adjourn.
Could we go ahead and do, and Vice Mayor, I mean, this would be your call. Could we go ahead and take the bills on first reading? That way, that part at least continues on.
We can clear out first reading. I've got Councilmember Rosenberg who wants to be recognized. Right, Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is late. I would note that the July meeting, a lot of stuff has already been deferred to there. We're going to have public hearings and pushing things to, we might be in the same boat. If we just push everything off to July. I don't know if there's something to do in the interim if folks aren't up for continuing work tonight and need to get to Betty by or whatever. I would just note that July is a pretty packed meeting already, July first meeting.
Well, I mean, I will say, yeah, I got to get to Betty by because I got to work tomorrow. And so, that being said, we're punch crazy. So, I mean, it's up to the body. I'm going to have to leave shortly, so I would like to be involved and engaged in the rest of the conversations, but if we can't do that, I'm just making notice I'm going to have to leave.
How about we do this? We're going to take up the bills on first reading, okay, because that's next. We're going to take up those two measures, one by Councilmember Van Rees and one by, I think Councilmember O'Connell has one. Councilmember Syracuse, do you have one? There you go.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to take up 277 if we could. Thank you.
Okay. Is that on third reading?
It is.
Okay. What if we took up those three bills, and then after we took up those three bills, Councilmember Glover, then you would, a proper motion is a proper motion to adjourn. Okay. You bring it up, and if people don't want to adjourn, they want to keep going, then they'll override your motion, and then we'll just keep going.
All right, thank you.
Is that okay? Yep. So, excuse me, Councilmember Hall wants 292. Councilmember Hall, is Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
All right, so Councilmember Hall wants 292. Councilmember Rosenberg?
I'd like to take up and see if folks want to do 48 tonight or not. I know that folks would like to get to work safely.
Yes, please.
All right, Councilmember Rosenberg, I will tell you that that has 8 amendments on it that we're going to have to take up. So,
yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like third reading is always at 1 in the morning nowadays, or 2 in the morning. But, you know, if the body doesn't want to, obviously.
Okay.
That's not my call.
Well, we want to be very transparent. There is nobody here in the chamber. There is maybe, I don't know how many people are watching us. It is now 2:35 in the morning. But if this council wants to proceed, we'll keep going. Okay?
Vice Mayor, point of information.
Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
Thank you. This may be a question for Director Cooper. If we were to adjourn tonight after we take up these certain bills, in order to ensure that we're not increasing our agenda further, would it be possible, as part of the motion to adjourn, to have a specially called session to take up these bills that we are deferring tonight?
Councilmember Cooper? I mean, Councilmember Cooper, Director Cooper.
Yeah.
I don't think you want to be a council member.
I don't. Thank
Yeah,
you.
It's
really fun.
Hey, what?
The council could adjourn to a date certain. So if you had a date and time you wanted to adjourn to, you could do it that way, or you could just adjourn and then the vice mayor can call a special meeting if the vice mayor wants to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Finish.
All right, so here's, I think what we should do is take up the bills on first reading, get those things through, and then take up those 3 items. Now, we've got people saying they want to take up 48 tonight, okay? That's going to have to be up to you all as to whether you want to take up that. That's going to bring up, that is what seems to be a fairly very well-watched bill, okay? I'm just, it's up to you as to whether you want to take it up, but you'll have to think through whether you want to be talking about it at 3 o'clock in the morning on a day after we finish the budget. And we're willing to do that. I'm willing to stay here. We're going to be here for a couple more hours going through this calendar. We got 10 pages left. So
I would ask, Vice Mayor, let's go ahead and go through first reading, as you've suggested. Yeah. Let's look at the 3. Once we finish the 3, I will move to adjourn. And if we so choose not to do it at that point, then everybody who wants to stay can stay. I won't be able to, okay? So I'm just letting you know.
And that's fine. And I'm good to stay. So we're going to do that. If you all want to keep going, then vote against the adjournment motion, and we will keep going, okay? Which is fine with me, because I have nothing better to do for the next 3 hours.
You don't have to sleep.
I don't need to sleep. Okay, you ready? So we are on bills on first reading. Bills on introduction, first reading. This is on page 7 and 8. We'll take all those things together. Any objections to taking any of them together? See, Councilmember Parker, you're recognized. Councilmember Parker?
Vice Mayor, I don't have any objection to taking these together. I wanted to comment on the whole, are we going to continue or not thing. Is that acceptable?
We're not on that right now. We're just on bills on first reading.
Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Hancock, we're still on bills on first reading. No, but when we get to that, I don't think they can debate it. Councilmember Hancock?
Now we'll go down. I'm literally clicking on it.
Point of order, Vice Mayor.
So, excuse me?
Point of order, please, Vice Mayor. It's Councilwoman Benedict.
Yeah, Councilmember Benedict, sure.
Thank you. I know that, so in regards to Councilmember Parker's request a moment ago, We were just talking about that, and I mean, do I understand that we swiftly moved into first reading without any additional discussion? Because I would like to hear what he has to say, if possible, sir.
We're on bills on first reading. We're not on anything. That's where we are on the calendar.
Okay, so the comments that were made by Councilmember Glover.
Oh, we're not at that point yet. So that would be, we're not on that. All we're doing is we're proceeding through the calendar. If you all want to stay, that will be discussed on, it's an adjournment motion. I believe it's non-debatable. And then you just vote it up or down. If you want to stay, we keep going. But right now we're on bills on introduction, first reading. That doesn't have anything to do with an adjournment motion.
Okay, I want to make sure I'm clear that I don't view that as a fair option here when we just had 10 minutes of discussion on it and one other person wants to talk and gets cut off. Thank you.
So Councilmember Benedict, all this was Councilmember Glover saying what he was going to do. And then there was questions about what we're going to do. Councilmember Parker, if you want to talk about it, it's not before you at this moment. If you want to talk about it, that's fine, but we're actually on bills on introduction and first reading.
I would like to just say one thing. I mean, like, look, one council member is leaving. That happens in meetings a lot. We generally don't just like in the meeting because of that. I've got zoning bills up that I don't particularly think that I'm going to ask my colleagues to stay later because they're super special. But these are zoning bills that I have delayed because of tornado, because I have delayed because of power outages in my district during virtual meetings. I just feel like just because one council member decides to leave, like we shouldn't just derail the meeting. I think we should just keep moving. We've spent like 13 minutes on this now, not proceeding with the agenda. So I would just like it if we could just move forward personally.
Well, you'll get a chance to vote on that motion when it comes up, but we're on bills on introduction, first reading right now. All right, so we're on bills on introduction, first reading. Any objections? Anything needs to come off that calendar? Then we're taking all the bills at the same time. If there's no objection, consider all other ordinances, all bills on first reading at this moment. Is there a motion to adopt all bills on first reading?
So moved.
So moved, properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Bills on first reading are approved. All right, now we're on bills on second reading. So I think Councilmember Glover, I think you should make your motion here. There were 3 bills I know people wanted to take up, and then there was an adjournment motion. But at this point, it sounds like we're going to go through the calendar. So if you want to make the motion, or you don't have to.
So Mr. Cooper, let me ask you to where I do this properly. Do I make the motion and after we hear the 3, or do I go ahead and do it now and we figure out, and it's a straight up, because it's non-debatable. So what's the right way for me to do this, Mr. Cooper?
There's really no good way to do this at this point. I mean, if you want to move to take the bills out of order and have a vote, or the vice mayor can just say, we're going to take them out of order without objection. And then if somebody objects, then, I mean, there's several different ways it could go.
Okay. Well, I mean, obviously there's some bills that people feel like need to happen tonight. I'm not trying to infringe, but I'm also being very straightforward, saying
that's fine.
I can't stay and play anymore, and I don't like walking out of a meeting. That I'm not comfortable with
that's
that.
Okay.
Okay.
All the suggestion was.
So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to move for adjournment.
Okay. Okay. So there is a motion to adjourn, properly seconded. That's a non-debatable motion, as far as I understand. It's just a motion to adjourn.
If it's a main motion, I think it is.
Okay. So it is. Say it again. It's not debatable. So it's a motion to adjourn. It's properly seconded. We're voting on the motion to adjourn. So
have a this information. So if we vote this up to adjourn, does that mean we can't take up the 3 or 4 bills that were mentioned? Because that means we adjourn immediately. Is that correct?
That is correct. I think initially it was going to be take those 3 bills up and then move to adjourn, but now we've switched it.
Okay.
Thank
you.
Okay.
We do have to do that thing.
Request to speak, Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized.
So with this, thank you, Vice Mayor. So with this motion, are we not setting another date, or this is just a motion to adjourn without saying?
All the bills will go to the next meeting, which will be July the 7th.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
It's just the bills don't go away; they just get deferred to the next meeting.
Right. I realized that we were talking about setting another date, a special meeting, so that's what I was trying to get clarification on.
Right.
Thank you.
No, they'll just simply go to the next meeting. So there is a motion to adjourn. Councilmember Murphy is correct. There were discussion about dealing with 3 bills, but that sort of got that's not what the motion is. The motion is to adjourn the meeting right now. It's a non-debatable motion. We're on the vote. All those in favor of adjourning the meeting, say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, say no.
No. No. No. No. No. No.
Okay, we're on the board. We're going to have a roll call vote because I can't tell the difference. Okay, so Madam Clerk, if you would open up the machine. Well, not open. You can't open up the machines. You can have a roll call vote. It's just a simple motion to adjourn. If you're in favor of adjourning, say aye. If you don't want to adjourn, say no. Madam Clerk, open up. Don't open up the machines. Just take the vote. You can't discuss this debate. It's a non-debatable motion.
Have to vote on this motion that's pending.
It's a non-debatable motion, but then you could make a second motion right behind it if you want. Okay. So we're voting on whether you want to adjourn or not. All right. Madam Clerk, take the roll.
Councilmember Mendez. Yes. Councilmember Hurt. No. Councilmember Allen. Yes. Councilmember Glover.
Yes.
Yes. Councilmember Hall.
No.
Councilmember Suarez.
Hold on just
no.
a second.
Okay. Councilmember Hall.
Councilmember Hall?
Councilmember Toombs. No. Councilmember Toombs. No. Councilmember Gamble.
No.
Councilmember Swope.
No.
Councilmember Parker.
No.
Councilmember Withers.
No.
Councilmember Benedict.
No.
Councilmember Van Rees.
No.
Councilmember Hancock.
No.
Councilmember Young.
No.
Councilmember Hager. Councilmember Evans.
No.
No. Councilmember Evans.
No.
Councilmember Bradford.
No.
Councilmember Roten. Councilmember Syracuse. No. Councilmember Welsh.
No.
Councilmember Sledge.
Abstain.
Councilmember Cash.
No.
Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember Roberts. Councilmember Roberts. Okay, someone thinks you said yes, Councilmember Roberts. Can you confirm that? I think you're having.
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Taylor. I think that's a no. Councilmember Hauser. I'm having a hard time hearing. Councilmember Ruffle.
Yes.
I think that's a yes. Councilmember Murphy?
No.
No. Councilmember Pulley?
No.
No. Councilmember Johnston?
No.
Councilmember Nash?
Abstain.
Councilmember Vercher? Councilmember Porterfield?
No.
Councilmember Sepulveda?
No.
Councilmember Rutherford? No. Councilmember Stiles?
Yes.
Councilmember Lee?
No.
Councilmember Henderson?
No.
Councilmember Rosenberg? No. Six in favor, 30 against, and 2 abstentions.
We are on the calendar. Bills on second reading. We're on BL 2020-127 by Councilmember Hall. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, zoning ordinance to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, change from SP and R40 to MUNA zoning for properties located at 6404 Eatons Creek Road, 3580, 3612, 3613, 3622 Old Clarksville Pike, Eatons Creek Road unnumbered, and Old Clarksville Pike unnumbered, approximately 215 feet west of Jolton Community Center Road, 53.22 acres. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
Committee report, please.
Planning and zoning, Councilmember Murphy. Somebody's going to need to unmute, I think, or mute because you're getting some feedback. Councilmember Murphy, planning and zoning. Councilmember Hager, I think it's yours. Councilmember Murphy, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I need your committee
Can you
report.
hear me? Thank you. On May 19th, we voted to defer this to the first meeting in July. 15 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, so this wasn't, you just didn't get it. This was before it was deferred?
Yes, it's been deferred to July 1st, the first meeting in July.
So, Councilmember Murphy, was this bill on your agenda, this meeting? Did you all hear it?
It's been on our agenda. We voted on it May 19th, but the councilman has not been present in the council meeting, and so we did not continue to reconsider it because we had previously voted on it.
All right, so you had a previous recommendation to defer until when?
The first meeting in July.
Okay. So I guess the question is, well, at this point, it will be deferred to the first meeting in July. It'll actually show back up on the calendar that day. So, Councilmember Hall, are you on the call?
I am.
All right. Do you understand what's going on? You can try to override that, but it's deferred to the first meeting in July based upon planning and zoning. I'm not sure why it's on the calendar. Councilmember Hall, what do you want to do?
I'm not either because we did it again today in planning, but we can do July 1st, but also have it re-referred back to planning and zoning.
Okay. So the motion is to...
It doesn't have a referral. We didn't pass it. It just was deferred in our committee.
Okay. So it's basically, it's going to be back on the calendar the first meeting in July, and it stays in your committee. Is that right? Okay, so there's really no, I'm not sure if there's any action that needs to be taken at this point. It's just deferred automatically. So 2020-127 is deferred automatically. Substitute Bill BL 2020-147 by Councilmember Murphy. This is an ordinance to amend Chapter 2.196 and Section 2.222 .040 of the Metropolitan Code regarding lobbyist registration and disclosures. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized on Substitute Bill 2020-147.
Thank you. So this past week, I met with, I had more meetings with some industries that are very confused about our current lobbyist law. And so we've worked out some language to make them basically clarify what is in the law that I was not changing. And so I'm going to defer this to the second meeting in July and re-refer it to rules. That way we all hopefully will have a little bit more mental capacity to think through things rather than dealing with it at 3 in the morning. So with that, my motion is to re-refer to rules at this time.
And defer to the second meeting in July.
Okay, hold on just a second. So you're simply deferring to the second meeting in July. That's the proper motion?
Yes, and re-refer to rules.
And re-refer it back to rules. That's a proper motion, proper second.
Yep.
Any discussion on that? Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
Yes, I would like Councilmember Murphy to also re-refer to budget and finance so that we can make sure that the fiscal note of the implications of the execution of it is also reviewed in the same timeline. She would be so kind as to re-refer to both rules and budget and finance.
So it's not before budget and finance at this point.
Right, it's a positive fiscal note, so I'm happy to send it there.
Okay.
It was not previously there. There's no reason to send it there, but I'm happy to discuss it with y'all as well.
Okay. So
I appreciate that. There'll be some expenses involved, so I just want to make sure and tie that knot off. Thank you.
Right, a positive fiscal note you can look at.
okay, so the motion is to take Substitute Bill BL 2020-147, defer to the second meeting in July, re-refer it back to rules, and then refer it to budget, because it hasn't been in budget, correct? Right. Okay.
Yeah,
so,
if the chair would like it to go there, I'm happy to oblige.
okay. All right, so that's the motion, proper second. Any discussion on that? Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
That was from earlier when I was hoping we could get to the timely bills and go to bed.
All right. All right, let's see if there's anybody else in the queue. All right, so the motion is to defer to the second meeting in July and re-refer back to rules and also refer it to budget. That's the motion, properly seconded. Any discussion on that? Seeing nobody else in the queue, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Opposed, no. Any abstentions? So I know we've lost some members. I think we're not sure how many we have at this point.
We're still on second, so maybe we can just keep going until we get to anything on third reading.
Okay. All right. We're going to have to take a quorum call, I think, at the beginning of third. Councilmember O'Connell, for what reason?
Of anything else on the agenda, we've got one item that actually does have a deadline. So I would see if the chair would consider taking that up if we still have a quorum.
And that's fine. I think we're here until we finish the calendar. That's why I wasn't going to take it out of order.
My concern is that other members might start to depart.
Okay. All right. So Councilmember O'Connell has asked to move, it's BL 2020-296, which is on the last page, to take it up right now. Is there any objection to doing that? All right, seeing none, we are on Councilmember O'Connell's bill, BL 2020-296. An ordinance to provide for the designation of public property within specified areas of downtown Nashville as a temporary special event zone during the time period beginning at 9:00 p.m. on July 2nd, 2020, and ending at 11:00 p.m. on July 5th, 2020, relative to the use of these areas in conjunction with the 2020 July 4th celebration-related activities and events. Councilmember O'Connell, you are recognized. Both committee reports are in.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval.
Okay, so Councilmember O'Connell has moved for approval of 296, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor of 296 say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? All right, bill passes
Passes.
It passes. I'm not sure how many people are here, but it passes. It has enough votes to pass. Okay, so 296 passes. Okay, so now we're back on, all right, now we're back on page 9. So we're back on BL 2020-235 by Councilmember Mendes, Henderson, and others. Ordinance amending Metropolitan Code Section 2.62.040F and Metropolitan Code Section 12.56.170 to increase special event permit fees. Councilmember Henderson, Councilmember Mendes has left. Councilmember Henderson, you've got the bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Through a procedural quirk, this is back on our agenda, but this was already in committee deferred to the second meeting in July. So I would move, please, to defer to the second meeting in July with a re-referral.
All right.
With a re-referral to Public Works.
So Public Works deferred to the second meeting in July. Is that right?
Yes, at a previous, not at today's Public Works Committee meeting, but at a previous meeting. And so perhaps Hannah or Mr. Cooper can speak to why it came back up on the agenda. They sent me an email about it, but I am too tired to find that right now.
It's because we adjourned the night that we were here till 5, whatever, in the morning. We adjourned before getting to.
That's why it showed up. Okay. Okay. All right. So the motion is to defer to the second meeting in July. Okay. Second meeting in July. Proper second. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the motion is to defer to the second meeting in July. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Vote is 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Okay, so the bill is deferred to the second meeting in July. BL 2020-276 by Hall, Virtue, and others. An ordinance amending Title V of the Metropolitan Code to develop a development impact fee. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
Committee report, please.
Let's see, referred to Codes, Affairs. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized. Councilmember Sledge. Councilmember Withers, do you know what the report was out of Codes and Affairs?
Sorry, I had trouble getting them muted. It was on 276. It was 8 in favor, 0 against to approve on second, and then re-refer on third.
Okay, so it was a pass on second and re-refer on third?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so Councilmember Hall, you're back on your bill 2020-276.
Move for approval.
Okay, so there's a motion to approve, properly second.
Vice Mayor, my hand's been up. This is Council Lady Murphy.
All right.
There have been some requests to refer this to the Planning Committee.
Okay, so hold on. So let me make sure I've got the motion right. So the motion, Councilmember Hall has moved to approve this on second reading, all right, and then re-refer it back to Codes. All right, he has moved it properly seconded. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you. There have been some requests because this has to deal with development and then land use, and therefore planning. And as we go down that rabbit hole, there's been some requests to have this sent to the planning committee for discussion as well. So I'd like to see if the sponsor would amend his motion, or I'm happy to make a new motion to refer this to the planning committee as well.
Okay, so there's a point of order. Hold that motion. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized.
Is there a substitute and an amendment to this?
It looks like approved with a substitute by the Budget and Finance Committee, but it doesn't look like Codes has taken that yet up. That's what I'm not sure. We could put the substitute.
It was approved in Codes with the substitute.
We did the substitute, yes, but not the amendment.
All right, so Codes took up the substitute or did not?
We did. We took up the substitute and recommended it 8 in favor, 0 against, and then we recommended the bill as substituted, 8 in favor, 0 against, with a re-referral to Codes on Thursday.
Okay. Okay. So Codes took up the substitute, passed the substitute, and then re-referred it back to Codes. Councilmember Murphy wants it re-referred back to referred to planning. Is that right? And then Councilmember Hall. Have you put the substitute on this bill except for in the committee?
So we put it on, and it passed in Budget and in Codes, and I referred it back to Codes on third.
Yeah, but you're going to have to move it. You're going to have to move it now.
Right. So I move for approval with the substitute added, but I have a quick question. I'm not opposed to other referrals, but if Attorney Cooper could clarify, does it need to go to another committee?
Okay. Mr. Cooper?
By rule, legislation needs a vote from a committee. There's no specific requirement for the number of committees. It's up to the body whether it wants it referred to planning and zoning when it gets to third reading.
So, okay, so we've got a couple things going on with this one. It looks like it's gone through Codes, Fair, and Farmers Market. The substitute was approved, but they want to re-refer it back to Codes. Councilmember Murphy has asked for a friendly amendment from the sponsor to send it also to planning. And then Councilmember Hall, you're going to need to move the substitute. We need to get the substitute on the bill tonight. Okay? So there's a couple of different things going on. Why don't we start with just getting the substitute in place? So Councilmember Hall, if you don't mind, if you would move the substitute, then we can get that before us.
Let's move the substitute.
Okay, so Councilmember Hall has moved the substitute, properly seconded. Back to you for a discussion of what the substitute does.
So the substitute was clarification in the language. We're trying to track with the state. Attorney Cooper has done a fantastic job of making sure this mirrored as closely as possible with what the state legislature could do. There's been some conversation about some changes that could be made, would it be an amendable on third, or if that would be necessary. In the other committees, we discussed it and moved it with the substitute, but saying that we would not change it until after we saw what the state was going to do. So it does not, even if it's passed on third, it will not move or go into effect until the state has ruled.
Okay, so you've heard an explanation of the substitute. Councilmember Hall has moved the substitute, properly seconded. Discussions on the substitute. Okay, seeing nobody in the queue, we're ready to vote on the substitute just to get it before us. So all those in favor of the substitute say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? All right, so the substitute passes. Well, the substitute passes with no negatives and no abstention. Okay, so now Councilmember Hall, your bill as substituted, you want to pass on second and re-refer it back to Public Works. I mean, I'm sorry, you got the wrong, back to codes. And then, so that would be your motion, and then either you can take a friendly motion or Councilmember Murphy can amend onto your motion, try to get it back all to planning. So Councilmember Murphy, what is your request? I mean, sorry, Councilmember Hall, what is your request on your bill?
Pass on second, refer to codes, and refer to planning.
Okay, so that's the motion, properly seconded. Any discussion about the motion? So I do have people in the queue. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess I'm confused here. Mr. Cooper, can you explain, if this bill passes on third, we will not be able to assess these fees. Am I correct about this?
That's correct, and only if and when the state enacts enabling legislation authorizing the impact fee.
Okay. I will be perfectly honest, I don't see the point of passing a bill that is contingent on law that does not exist. We don't know if this is going to work in this way. We have not had discussion because there is no law to base our discussion on. I can't support this bill. Thank you.
All right. Other discussion? Councilmember Roten, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I had conversation about this with the sponsor on the House side. I asked him what would be the result if we passed this at the council. He said that it would box him in at the state level because we would have a certain dollar amount on the bill that we passed, and if he needed to negotiate down a little bit with the Republican majority, he would not have any way to negotiate. And so he asked us not to move this. And so I'm asking that we not move this as well. So thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
All right. All right, so other discussions? Councilmember O'Connell, come back to you. I've actually got Councilmember Allen, and I can come back to you. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I have an amendment that I'm not going to move because it needs more work apparently, but I just want to acknowledge at this point that a tool that many other cities use to incentivize affordable housing is to waive impact fees. And we've never had that tool available to us because we don't have impact fees. So again, within the confines of what state law will allow us to do, I just want to make sure that if that opportunity becomes available to us, that we're all aware that that's something we should be trying to do. I've learned from Mr. Cooper that the language that I used today was not effective, so that may be something I bring back on third reading, or it may make more sense to work with the state folks and try to get it right at that level and then finish this up here. But I just want to get that thought on everybody's radar.
Okay, Councilmember Allen, it sounds like you've got a potential amendment for this bill, but you don't want to put it on right now. Is that right? Okay. All right, other discussion? I've got Councilmember Roten back in the queue. Councilmember Roten.
Sorry, I think I accidentally hit my button, Mr. Vice Mayor.
No problem. All right, so here's where we are on this bill, on BL 2020-276. Councilmember Hall has his bill is now substituted. He wants it approved on second reading, referred back to codes, and also to planning. That's the motion. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I'm a co-sponsor on this bill. I think it's a very important thing for us to add to our toolbox. But I also am in support of making sure that we don't derail this based on what is happening at the state. So I'm not going to support it tonight, although I will remain as a sponsor on the bill because, again, I think this is fantastic. Not fantastic. I think this is a good tool for us to have. Thank you.
Okay. So we're going to have negative votes on the bill. Any other discussion on the bill?
Vice Mayor. Councilman Hall.
Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
So I'd be happy to talk to the sponsor at the state level. We've not had any contact or conversation recently. He reached out or spoke to Councilmember Roden, but I've not heard back from him. So that's actually news to me. I have talked to others of his colleagues. And again, to make the same point that there's a reason why both the finance director, the comptroller, and the mayor went to do this a few months ago. And so we're trying to keep this as in line as possible with what was suggested then and why it was sent back then. The reasoning behind that, because one of those questions was asked, why had we not passed it at the council level also before coming to them? So we're just trying to keep this as closely in line. Like I said, Attorney Cooper's done a fantastic job in trying to keep the language and the structure as close to possible as what the state would do or has been doing. And so that's why the re-referral back on third to committees.
Okay. So the motion is to approve on second, again, re-refer back to codes and also send it to planning. We are on the bill. Any other discussion on the bill? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of the bill passing on second reading as substituted, say aye.
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 Opposed, no.
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 No. No.
All right, so there are more no's than yeses. So Mr. Cooper, I assume we go on the board. This, if it doesn't, it has to have.
It's on second reading on a voice vote. It's your call, and then if you want a voice roll call, they can request it.
Okay, what does it have to do to get second reading? Just a majority vote, right? Okay, so based upon the no's, it is a no. It doesn't. It's not receiving a majority yes. It is failing on second reading. So, but just to be on the safe side, I think we ought to have a roll call vote. Okay, so Councilmember Hall, do you understand what's happening?
Yes.
Based upon the voice vote, you got more negatives than you got positives on this bill. So based upon just the listening to it, the bill fails on second reading. It's gone. But I am willing to take a voice vote to see if it can pass.
Vice Mayor, I think we've been through this tonight. I mean, if you're unsure of the voice vote, then we go to the board. But if you just determine that what the voice vote was, the ruling of the chair, unless somebody challenges the chair's ruling.
Well, that's why I'm asking whether anybody wants to challenge the rule. I'm giving you enough time to challenge it if you want to. Based upon the interpretation, it doesn't sound like a lot of people voted, but there were more no's than yeses. Councilmember Hall? So my ruling, right now my ruling is there were more no's. I heard clearly more no's than yeses. The bill fails on second reading.
Done.
Okay. Okay. Sorry. Bill dies. The bill is dead on second reading. All right. BL 2020-297 by Councilmember Robertson Henderson. This is an ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County to abandon existing public water main easement and to accept a new fire hydrant assembly for property located at 5320 Centennial Boulevard. Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized on 2020-297.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Mayor. No reports being in. I move for approval.
All right. So Councilmember Roberts has moved for approval on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of 297 passing on second reading, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Bill passes on second reading. BL 2020-300 by Councilmember Benedict and Bradford. Ordinance amending chapters 9.30 of the Metropolitan Code to restrict construction noise between the hours of 7 o'clock p.m. and 7 o'clock a.m. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized on 2020-300.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee report.
Codes, Fairs, and Farmers Market, Councilmember Sledge. Councilmember Sledge? Councilmember Sledge? All right. Councilmember Withers, you know what happened in that committee?
My recollection is this one was deferred by rule.
All right,
I concur with that.
We're looking it up.
Yeah.
Councilmember O'Connell, do you have your hand up, or you? Okay.
Yeah, that's, Vice Mayor, that makes sense. I was not able to make that meeting.
Okay.
So I understand it.
All right, it's deferred by rule. One meeting, Councilmember Benedict. All right, BL 2020-301 by Councilmember Rosenberg, Hurt, and Bradford. An ordinance amending Chapter 10.18 of the Metropolitan Code to prohibit smoking on playgrounds owned by the Metropolitan government. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized on 301.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee report, please.
Councilmember Hurt, Health and Hospitals. Hold on. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The Health and Hospitals voted 4 in favor and 0 against.
All right. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bans smoking on playgrounds. It's the Robert Swope honorary bill to prohibit smoking, and I move approval.
All right. Councilmember Swope, any comment? Hearing none. We're on the bill on second reading. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye.
No.
There you go. I knew there was one. Any abstentions? Bill passes on second reading. Councilman Swope, you got work to do. BL 2020-302 by Councilmember Murphy. Ordinance amending Section 13.08.015 of the Metropolitan Code pertaining to the report from the Planning Commission and the Emergency Communications District Board for proposed changes to street names. Councilmember Murphy, you recognized on 302. You need to unmute. Councilmember Murphy. There you go.
Sorry. I requested committee reports for myself, and it was 13 in favor, 0 against. And so
Okay.
with that, I'd like to move it.
All right, so Planning and Zoning approved 13-0. Councilmember Murphy moves for passage of 302 on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. You adopt. Okay. BL 2020-303 by Councilmember Pulley. Ordinance approving the enrollment of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department in the Carfax Investigative Tools Program and Carfax Crash Report Distribution Program platform. Councilmember Pulley, you're recognized on 303.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'll give the committee report for public safety.
Okay.
Public safety recommended approval of Bill 303, 6 in favor, 0 against. And with that, I would move approval on second reading.
All right, Councilmember Pulley moves approval on second reading of BL 303, properly seconded. Any discussion? Nope. Seeing none, we're on the bill. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Bill 303 passes on second reading. Bill 2020-304 by Councilmember Withers, Murphy, and others. Ordinance to amend GIS system street and alley centerline layer for the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by renaming a portion of Summer Place between South 4th Street and South 5th Street to Jerry Newson Way. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Could I get committee reports, please?
You certainly can. Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you. We deferred this one meeting, 13 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, Public Works, Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm sorry. We're on
304.
Thank you, sir. Eight in favor, 0 against, recommending approval.
Okay, so 8-0 recommending approval. Planning and Zoning moved to defer one meeting. Is that their first deferral, deferred by rule? Okay, so Withers, Councilmember Withers, that bill is deferred by rule 1 meeting, okay?
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor, that's my understanding. The ECD board is supposed to meet on that later this week, so we should have a report from them for second reading, first meeting in July. Thank you.
No problem. Okay, Bill 2020-305 by Mendes, Murphy, and Henderson, an ordinance accepting the donation of certain properties located on West Hamilton Avenue from Piedmont Natural Gas and approving the conveyance of easements across certain other properties to Piedmont Natural Gas. Councilmember Murphy, I think you've got this one.
More than happy to. Committee reports, please.
Okay, Budget and Finance. It was 12-4-0 against. Planning and Zoning, you got your own.
13 in favor, 0 against.
And Public Works, Councilmember Henderson.
8 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Councilmember Murphy, what do you want to do with your bill?
I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, Councilmember Murphy moves approval for BL 2020-305 on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Bill passes 2020-305 on second reading. BL 2020-306 by Councilmember Rosenberg, ordinance readopting the code of the Metropolitan Government prepared by the Municipal Code Corporation, including supplemental and replacement pages thereof, containing certain ordinances of a general and permanent nature enacted on or before December 20th, 2019. Councilmember Rosenberg, there you are. You're in the chamber. Councilmember Rosenberg, you recognize on 2020-306.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rules voted 6 in favor, none against, and I move approval.
Okay. Councilmember Rosenberg has moved approval of 306, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Henderson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just had a quick question for Mr. Cooper on kind of the adoption of Muni Code and the cycle that we do that on. I've seen with past legislation, it lagging quite a bit. Do we do this in a standard pattern, or could you just share that with us, please? When we put stuff into the Muni Code online.
Yeah, so Muni Code periodically sends packages of updates to, I think it goes directly to Metro Legal. They then review all of those updates to make sure that they're accurate. They then go back to Muni Code with changes if there's something that was missed or incorrect. And then once that process is done, it's submitted to the council. So it's usually done 3 or 4 times a year, I guess.
Okay, thank you, sir.
We are back on Councilmember Rosenberg's Bill 2020-306 for passage on second reading. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Opposed.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Bill passes on second reading. Bill 2020-307 by Councilmember Murphy and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County to abandon existing sanitary sewer main, sanitary sewer manhole and easements, and to accept new sanitary sewer main, sanitary sewer manholes and easements for properties located at 3717 Wesleyan Avenue and 101 Leonard Avenue. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized on 307.
Thank you. Committee reports, please.
One of them is yours.
Well, I just thought I'd let Councilor Henderson go first, but planning did 13 in favor, 0 against.
Okay. Councilmember Henderson? Councilmember Henderson?
Yes, sir. Public Works recommended approval, 8 in favor, 0 against.
All right, back to you, Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you. I'm going to move this on second reading. We might need to stall it on third, but right now I feel comfortable moving forward. So with that, I ask for approval.
Okay, so Councilmember Murphy has moved her bill on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Okay, bill passes on second reading. Bill 2020-308 by Cash, Murphy, and Henderson. An ordinance authorizing Vanderbilt University to install, construct, and maintain underground encroachments in the right-of-way located at 2525 West End Avenue. Council member, I hope he's still not on the phone. Council member, oh, there he is. Council member Cash, you're supposed to be getting some rest. You're recognized.
I'm good. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Planning and Zoning, Council member Murphy. Councilmember Murphy, you're muted.
Yes, I just thought you could read my lips. I was testing you all.
I could read your lips and it didn't look good. Okay. Councilmember Murphy, what was your vote?
Happy to see Councilman Cash. It is 13 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Public Works, Councilmember Henderson.
Public Works recommends approval, 8 in favor, 0 against.
Okay. Councilmember Cash, you're recognized on 308.
Thank you. Move approval.
Okay. Councilmember Cash moves approval of 308 on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Bill passes on second reading. BL 2020-309 by Councilmember O'Connell, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing SMH Holdings, LLC to install, construct, and maintain underground encroachments in the right-of-way located at 1708 Pearl Street. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
He left.
Okay, Councilmember Murphy, I think it's your bill.
More than happy to carry this for him. Committee reports. Planning voted 13 in favor, 0 against.
Okay. And Public Works, Councilmember Henderson?
8 in favor, 0 against, recommending approval.
Okay. Councilmember Murphy, what do you want to do with the bill?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, move for approval, please.
So the bill moves on second, 309, proper motion, proper second. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Opposed, no. You adopt. Councilmember Henderson, you got your hand up.
Yes, sir. Having completed all our second reading bills and it being 3:30 in the morning, I wanted to move to adjourn with, I guess, those bills that were mentioned as being urgent on third, that were timely, and have that be at the discretion of the Vice Mayor, please. Is that a proper motion?
Well, so what you want to do is adjourn, but there were two bills that we wanted to take up. One of them, Freddie's bill, was taken up. Let's see, one was by Councilmember Van Rees, which was 293, and the other one was 277 by Councilmember Syracuse. All right, so,
yes, sir. That would be my motion.
All right, so Councilmember Henderson has moved to adjourn before.
He wants to do that Whites Creek bill.
Okay, so Councilmember Hall is saying that Councilmember Hall wants to do BL 2020-292 as well before we adjourn?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so those would be the three bills. Councilmember Henderson, that's her motion to adjourn, that it's a non-debatable motion. So all those in favor of adjourning with hearing those three bills say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no?
No.
No. No.
So all it is saying that she wants to adjourn after the three bills. Well, no, she's just saying that she wants to adjourn. Adjourn after you hear the three bills. So I couldn't tell by the motion anyway, so we're on the board again. No, it's a not, so it's a parliamentary inquiry by Councilmember Rosenberg.
Mr. President, I think it would be a proper motion to, for Councilmember Henderson to move to bring those 3 bills to the beginning of 3rd reading, and then following that, make a motion to adjourn, at which point I would simply ask to amend to be able to amend my bill before so the amendment gets on the website before we adjourn for the night.
All she did was say she wanted to adjourn, hear those 3 bills, and then adjourn. So I think that's a proper motion.
Having made the motion, may I rescind my motion to make another motion in line with what Councilman Rosenberg said. So
well, hold on.
The motion I would make.
Well, hold on just a minute, because we actually voted on your motion. So.
Oh, yes, sir. I'm sorry. It's so late. I'm sorry.
So I'm going to make a ruling that we rescind your motion before we take a final vote.
You can make a ruling that it failed on a voice vote.
Okay, so I'm going to say it failed on a voice vote, and then you can redo your motion. But I'm not. What is your motion at this point?
Having completed all our bills on 2nd reading, knowing that there are some timely ones on 3rd, I would move to the 3 bills in question that the Vice Mayor has stated. I would move those to the front of the 3rd reading agenda, and I appreciate Councilman Rosenberg saying on the record that his intent would be for 48 just to move his substitute so that could be online for transparency and visibility about that bill, and then subsequent to that to adjourn.
Okay.
Is that a proper motion?
We're just checking.
Yes.
Okay, so that's a proper motion. Second? Okay, so that's a proper second. Okay, so we have.
So really, the motion is just to bring those out of order. That's what.
We'll tell you that Councilmember Rosenberg's 2019-48 is the first bill on 3rd reading. So he wants to get to that, and then it's to bring the other 3 bills up right behind it, and then to adjourn.
Yes, he wants to get the amendment on it. Yeah.
But not vote to adopt.
Right.
We put 48 and then the other ones.
Do we have a quorum?
So before we do anything, we are going to take a quorum, because I don't know how many people we have. So let's.
There are a lot of people that their name's still here, but they haven't voted in a long time. So I think we may not have a quorum.
All right, so we're going to, so there's been a request for a quorum call. So we're going to do that. That may settle the question anyway. But then, Councilmember Henderson, if it's okay, we'll have to take the quorum call first. Then I'll come back to you for a proper motion. I think you've got a proper motion, but if we don't have a quorum, then we can't proceed anyway. Okay? So, all right. So, Madam Clerk, if you would take the roll.
Councilmember Mendez. Councilmember Hurt. Here. Present Councilmember Allen. Present Councilmember Glover. Councilmember Suara.
Present.
Councilmember Hall.
Hall's here.
Councilmember Toombs. Councilmember Gamble.
Present.
Councilmember Swope.
I'm here.
Councilmember Parker.
I'm here.
Councilmember Withers.
Present.
Councilmember Benedict.
Present.
Councilmember Van Rees.
Present.
Councilmember Hancock.
Present.
Councilmember Young.
Present.
Councilmember Hager. Councilmember Evans.
Present.
Councilmember Bradford.
Present.
Councilmember Roten.
Present.
Councilmember Syracuse. Present. Councilmember Welsh.
Present.
Councilmember Sledge.
Present.
Councilmember Cash.
Present.
Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember Roberts.
Present.
Councilmember Taylor.
Present.
Councilmember Hauser.
Present.
Councilmember Druffel.
Present.
Councilmember Murphy.
Present.
Councilmember Pulley.
Present.
Councilmember Johnston.
Present.
Councilmember Nash.
Present.
Councilmember Vercher. Councilmember Porterfield.
Present.
Councilmember Sepulveda.
Present.
Councilmember Rutherford. Present. Councilmember Stiles. Councilmember Lee.
Here.
Councilmember Henderson.
Here.
Councilmember Rosenberg. Present.
We have 34 members present. Is that right? Okay. All right, so we can proceed ahead. So we are back. Councilmember Henderson, on your
34.
On your request to move 3 bills up in front, I would think you'd put them right behind the second substitute. It would be
Actually put them up first because Councilman Rosenberg doesn't intend to move 48, so he would get his amendment on, get that approved, and then a motion to adjourn could be entertained.
after that. But she wants the other 3 bills.
The other 2 brought up first.
Okay. Okay. So there were 3 bills. One is by Councilmember Syracuse, 2020-277, 2020-293 by Van Reese, and also 2020-292 by Councilmember Hall would be brought up first, and then we would put them in front of the second substitute bill, BL 2019-48, as amended. And then I think what Councilmember Henderson has asked for is that happen, and then would it be, would she move to adjourn now or just move to adjourn after? Okay. So Councilmember Henderson has requested that those 3 bills be brought up to the front. Is there any objection to that? We don't necessarily need a motion. I can just do it as long as there's no objection. Any objection? Seeing none, those bills are done. So we're now on, and Councilmember Henderson, what you would do is you would adjourn after that second substitute if that's what you wanted to do, okay? So the first bill up is Substitute Bill 2020-277 by Councilmember Syracuse. It's an ordinance amending Section 17.40.660 of the Metropolitan Code to allow non-conforming structures destroyed during the March 3rd, 2020 tornado to rebuild regardless of the percentage of floor area destroyed. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Okay, Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you. I had a late filed amendment that the committee considered, and it passed 13 in favor, 0 against. And then the bill, as substituted and amended, was passed 13 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, Councilmember Syracuse, I'm coming back to you, but it sounds like Councilmember Murphy had a late filed amendment she's got to get on. She
had a late filed amendment, so does she need to ask for a suspension of the rules?
Yeah, she would have to. So once you move your, you move your bill as substituted for passage on 3rd reading.
Gotcha. No, I didn't have a substitute on this, right? Oh, I did. Okay, yes, it's a substitute bill. So
yeah,
I
you just want to move for passage on 3rd reading.
Right.
Properly seconded. Now, Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized for a late filed amendment on the bill.
Yes, I'd like to move to suspend the rules, and I did go before the Rules Committee.
Okay, Councilmember Rosenberg? You okay?
I was not present in the meeting at that time, but my understanding is that everything was good.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. So Councilmember Murphy has a late filed amendment that she wants to put on that she's going to have to suspend the rules for. Councilmember Murphy, what does the amendment do so people will know?
Yeah. So I struggled with this bill because it's an issue that a lot of times I'm having to go to the Board of Zoning Appeals for, and so I struggled with whether I was supportive or not, and how does that match up with what I argue at the BZA. And so I would feel more comfortable if there was, when I actually looked at the language of the bill, it doesn't have an end deadline or a sunset clause. And so if somebody's home was partially destroyed or somewhat destroyed, they could pull a permit in like 20 years. And the whole legal theory behind non-conforming use policies is that they eventually start to conform to the new zoning codes, laws, and things like that. And so, so what I suggested, and I ran it by Codes Director Bill Herbert and Planning Director Lucy Kemp, and they both were comfortable with a 5-year sunset. They felt like that gave people like more than enough time to like work out whatever they needed to work out with insurance and whatnot, and still be able to pull a permit. So all my legislation does is tack on a sentence to the end of Councilman Syracuse's language that says that it would sunset in 5 years.
Okay. So Councilmember Murphy has requested that we suspend the rules to get that before the committee, before the council. Any objections to suspension of the rules? All right. Okay. So no objection. Now you're on your amendment to amend onto that substitute bill.
Thank you. So and the explanation of why it was late was the explanation of the amendment. So happy to, so I'd like to move that amendment, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. So there's a movement on the amendment, properly seconded. Discussion on the amendment. All right, seeing none, we're voting on the amendment. All those in favor of the late filed amendment by Councilmember Murphy on to Councilmember Syracuse's bill, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, say no. Any abstentions? All right, a late filed amendment goes on 34 for, 0 against, no abstentions. Any corrections on that? Okay, so Councilmember Syracuse, you're now on your substitute bill 2020-277 as amended.
Move approval as amended with brief explanation.
All right, so Councilmember Syracuse has moved for passage, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation.
Thank you. So I appreciate the planning chair for bringing this forward. My intent, of course, was to help our neighbors rebuild now. So I understand that within 5 years, community plans could change, things could be different. So I'm fine with the sunsetting of this. And if somebody was going to wait that long, I guess that they had the option to go to the BZA if they wanted to. So with that, I appreciate it, I support it, and I move approval.
Okay, so he moves approval, properly seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none in the platform. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye. Thank you, Councilman Syracuse.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Bill passes 35-4, 0 against. I'm sorry, 34-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. All right. We're now on. Let's take Councilmember Hall's bill because it's next in line. Bill 2020-292 by Councilmember Hall. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from RS-15 to RM-9 zoning for property located at Ashland City Highway unnumbered at the northwest corner of Ashland City Highway and Cato Road, 3.74 acres. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
Move for approval.
Okay, you got to get a committee report, planning and zoning. Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you. This was deferred by rule.
Oh, okay. Then Councilmember Hall, it's deferred by rule. Okay, so it's deferred one meeting. Okay. All right. So we're now on to where am I? Oh, Councilmember, we're on BL 2020-293 by Councilmember Van Rees. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from RS-10 to R-10 zoning for properties located at 3049 Hillside Road, approximately 250 feet south of Broadmoor Drive, 1.67 acres. Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
Committee report, please.
All right. Planning and zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
Sorry, it was approved 13 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Councilmember Van Reese, you're recognized.
With that, I move approval.
Okay, Councilmember Van Reese moves approval, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Bill passes 34 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Okay. All right, now we're back. We're on second substitute bill, BL 2019-48, as amended by Councilmember Rosenberg, Young, and others. This is the ordinance amending section 17.16.250 of Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws relative to home occupation. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the chance to get started on this bill. I'd appreciate if before anybody tries to make an adjournment motion, if we could get at least one amendment on this. So I think y'all are pretty familiar with the bill. It continues to allow home businesses as an accessory use only. Same thing as we've got now, only as an accessory use. Adds a whole bunch of protections, reducing the noise and allowing code to enforce against bad actors, enhancing the ways in which codes can conduct enforcement by not requiring them to personally observe violations. It allows a limited number of clients by appointment only during certain hours. It strengthens the provision against business-related noise by requiring it to stay in the building. It strengthens the provision against signage. It strengthens the requirement for retaining residential character. It creates a prohibition on commercial deliveries that doesn't currently exist. It creates a notice requirement that doesn't currently exist. It creates a requirement for validation by affidavit that doesn't currently exist. And it creates a post-revocation waiting period that doesn't currently exist. Those last few provisions are what makes up this First Amendment that I'm going to make a motion to put on. It sets a flat maximum of 1,000 square feet, no matter how big your accessory building is. It sets a cap on the number of resident employees that may be involved. It requires an affidavit certifying that you're in compliance with HOA rules, and that if you're a long-term renter, that the property owner is okay with it. It also sets some standards around revocation, including a 1-year waiting period following revocation and a $50 fine per day per any violation. So with that, I'd move the amendment.
Okay, well, first let's get committee reports, because it looks like you got re-referred back to everything. Budget and finance, I'm not sure if anybody knows what happened about
Budget and Finance elected not to take it up again.
Okay, all right. Codes, Fairs, and Farmers Market, Councilmember Sledge?
Yeah, so we recommended Amendment 1 by Councilmember Rosenberg, 7 in favor, 0 against. We also recommended Councilmember Rosenberg's late file amendment, 7 in favor, 1 against. Councilmember Parker's late file amendment, 8 in favor, 0 against. With those 3 amendments, we recommended the second substitute as amended, 5 in favor.
Councilmember Rosenberg, can you relay what he just said?
Absolutely. Councilman Sledge was saying that the committee approved 3 amendments.
Okay.
It was this amendment and a late file by Councilman Parker and a late file by me. All those were, I didn't grab the count, and then he said that the bill with those amendments was approved 5 in favor, 2 or 3 against. Councilman Sledge?
Point of order.
5 of 3.
Point of order, Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Henderson?
Yeah, I just want to be clear that Councilman Rosenberg has just moved his one main amendment, Amendment 1. So I appreciate that that's the committee report, but I think the agreement before the body for transparency was just he was going to move his larger collaborative housekeeping amendment to get that kind of reset the baseline. So I just want to be clear with the body. That was the understanding.
Yeah, I'm going to go back. He forgot to ask for the committee report, so I went back to make him figure out what had happened. But when we get back there, he only moved 1 amendment. I got that.
Thank you.
All right. So, but it sounds like there were only three amendments considered in the committee. Is that right?
No, Mr. President, it's just 3 that were approved.
Okay. So there were, I'm just checking, there were eight amendments. There were 5 timely and 3 late filed. So only 3 got on. Is that correct? Okay, all right.
Yes.
Okay, planning and zoning, that committee report, Councilmember Murphy, what was the results there?
Sure. Do you want me to run through like all the amendments we voted on?
Sure. There were eight. That's what we're trying to figure out what got approved and which ones did not.
But Vice Mayor, respectfully, just we're trying to limit kind of the. Okay, right. As long as the motion is only the one amendment, but I just think it's confusing to the community that we're speaking to all these other amendments. That's part of, it just, we talked about this for an hour in committee. So I just think whatever can bring clarity and simplicity to what we're doing right now, that would be helpful to the community that's watching this closely, please. Thank you.
But Councilmember Henderson, as we normally do, we get the committee reports. I'm not worried about. I just need to know what happened in the committees because they actually did take this up. When we get back to the amendment, then we can just focus on the one amendment and figure out what happened. But I can't even tell which amendments got approved at this point. So, Councilmember Murphy, what happened at planning? It's just a committee report. Tell me what happened.
On the amendments or not the amendment? All the amendments, right?
What did you all do anything? Did you have a swimming party? What happened on this? What happened here?
Well, we tried to move it outside, but we're all in different locations.
I understand.
So what we did was there was 13, so for the Rosenberg amendment, there was 13 in favor, 0 against.
Okay.
For the Alf amendment, there was 0 in favor, 11 against. The Druffel amendment had no recommendation. The Johnson amendment had 0 in favor, 11 against. The Henderson-Johnson amendment had 0 in favor, 10 against. The Henderson amendment that sunset and had a delayed start, I wrote down just 1 against, but I didn't write down how many in favor. I'm sorry. I guess that would be 12 in favor. I'm sorry. I did not write that one down right. Is that right, Council Lady Henderson? I see your head nodding.
It is. My recollection is there's only 1 vote against that amendment.
Okay, so I just did the math that there would be 12 in favor, 1 against. The late filed Bradford amendment had 0 in favor, 10 against. The late filed Parker amendment had 13 in favor, 0 against. And there may be floating around another amendment that we did not consider because it wasn't brought to our attention and we were time constrained.
Okay.
Oh, and then overall, we voted on the second substitute as amended with the Rosenberg and the Parker amendment, 10 in favor, 3 against.
Okay. So you put 2 amendments on and then voted for the amended bill, 10 for, 2 against? Is that right? Did I say that right?
Favor, 3 against.
Okay, 3 amendments got on. Okay. All right. So
No, 2 amendments got on.
Oh. Okay. Okay, so tell me, so Councilmember Rosenberg, now that we have the committee reports in, what do you want to do tonight?
I would like to move Amendment 1, please.
Okay. All right. So you are moving Amendment number 1, and can you tell me, just so I'll know where that it fits on this, whose amendment? Is it your amendment?
Yes, sir. This is my amendment.
That's your amendment. Okay.
Yes.
So Councilmember Rosenberg has moved Amendment number 1, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the amendment.
Sure. This amendment sets a absolute max on the square footage that can be used regardless of accessory buildings. It sets a limit on resident employees that can be included. It includes a technical correction. It requires an affidavit confirming that it complies with HOA and other regulations, an affidavit confirming that the property owner is aware and okay with the home occupation if it's a long-term renter. It includes a requirement for notification of neighbors, and as far as revocation, It creates a 1-year waiting period in case of a revocation and says that other violations are punishable by a $50 per day per violation fine.
Okay. All right, you've heard the explanation. We have people in the queue. Councilmember Hauser, you're recognized.
Yes, I have a couple questions. Is this where I can ask those questions about it?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. I know one of your amendments had mentioned, or maybe it may have been in your chart, that there was neighbor notification. I was wondering, does there need to be neighbor approval? Is this like a, this is kind of like a zoning change, so do neighbors need to approve it, or are they just told, hey, this is happening in your neighborhood?
Councilmember Rosenberg?
It's not a zoning change. First of all, thank you, council member. Right now, home businesses are allowed as an accessory use, and that continues to be the case. It will only be allowed as an accessory use to a primary residence, and it's just a notification by certified mail, so folks know that just as a courtesy.
Okay, and I have one more question. Because the emails that we're getting from neighbors that are upset about this reference the slippery slope of short-term rentals. So is there any kind of reevaluation of this after a period of time to see if it is being misused, something else needs to be done, or what kind of safeguards in there that this won't become a slippery slope like short-term rentals have?
First of all, this is nothing like short-term rentals. Short-term rentals introduced a whole new industry into neighborhoods and allowed people to strangers to stay overnight in unoccupied homes. This invites people over during daytime hours by appointment for a short period. I know that one of the talking points that's being handed out by a group talks about short-term rentals, but that's really just obfuscation. I would add that this has a number of protections against any sort of things, and this is a case where the ground is flat and not slippery. We have a lot of requirements to ensure that this is a property owned by an individual and not an LLC, that it's being applied for by one individual at one property only, that it's being used for a proper purpose. Also, Councilmember Henderson brought an amendment earlier today that was considered in at least the planning committee, at least planning and zoning committee, that suggested a sunset on it that would require the council to renew it by resolution before the end of this term. Most of the conversation on her amendment, which also delayed the effective date, focused on that sunset. So I also late filed an amendment that only creates that same sunset date without the delayed effective date. So there are a slew of protections involved just for folks who are concerned that this bears similarity for short term for whatever reason. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Hauser. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate all the work that the sponsor has done on this, and I think it's commendable to work to bring an industry that has made Music City what it is out of the shadows that that currently is kind of a don't ask, don't tell sort of system. But right now, we know that people work really hard to be invisible because they have to, and I think whatever this becomes needs to be just as good at making sure that that happens. I still continue to hear from lots of folks in support, but a number of neighbors who are just concerned about enforcement and how that will happen. I know that during the planning committee meeting, there was discussion of maybe having one more workshop or opportunity to work through amendments, and I would just ask if the sponsor would be willing to do that in the time that we have between now and when the next meeting happens. Just to make sure that we've gotten comfortable with the amendments that are not going to be dealt with tonight, so that, again, perhaps we can consolidate them. So I would make that request to the sponsor. Thank you.
Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Councilmember Allen. I think the more engagement, the better. You know, it's been fantastic getting to get so much input over the last 8.5 months since this was introduced, and I'm all for taking advantage of the time that we've got left.
Okay, Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yeah, so I guess we are still on the amendment, but I just wanted to speak to some of the concerns that have been raised. I think that we're moving in a really great direction with this bill. I don't know if we're going to move anymore.
Point of order, Vice Mayor. Point of order. Like, we're not debating the bill in full and all the various amendments. I think we're creating confusion for the community. My understanding in rescinding my adjournment motion was that Councilman Rosenberg was going to move his singular amendment, so for transparency, the community could see what that is. And so now we're getting off into the intervening time, becoming a debate around the bill, the various amendments. My amendment has been mentioned. That's not before us right now. I mean, just respectfully, can we hold this back together? And it is 4 a.m. Can we please just move the amendment that Councilman Rosenberg committed to move and then adjourn?
Well, so Councilman Parker, you had just started, and it sounded like you were talking about the amendment. Is that right? If you're talking about something else, then, but it sounds like that's where you were headed.
It was, Vice Mayor, and I'm in full support of this amendment that the sponsor has offered. I was also going to speak to what I thought the process might be this evening, but I think Councilmember Henderson has maybe brought up some points to that. Okay, my question here is, do we want to put any of the other amendments beside this one on there so that people can see that and that's the product that we're working from for the next meeting, or do we not want to?
Well, so that's...
I realize it's super late.
You're just supposed to... Right now, we just have one amendment in front of us to look at. After that, after you get the amendment on, then you can request whether you want to put some additional amendments on. But at this point, Councilmember Rosenberg has only moved one amendment. So hang with that at one amendment, and then you can figure out if you want to try to talk to the council member about putting on additional amendments. I know you've got one too, so you can certainly move to put yours on as well. But right now we're just debating. Right now, Councilmember Rosenberg has moved to put his amendment on this bill. That's what he wants to put on. That's the one that's before us right now. Depending on what happens with that, you've got one and you can put yours on. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm in full support of this amendment.
Okay. All right, so we're just on still Councilmember Rosenberg's amendment. So you're in support of his. After we do that, then I'll come to you and you can put on an amendment if you want, okay?
Sure.
Okay, got it? Okay, so I've got Councilmember Hauser's hand is still up. Councilmember Hauser?
Yes, I'm confused. So we're not voting on the bill. We're just voting on the amendment. And
That's
then
right.
The bill's going to come back again later, right?
Yeah, we're just working on one amendment at this point.
Okay, but see, as a newbie, I was confused about what are we voting on. So we're not voting on the bill. We're only voting on the amendment.
Well, so what has been said so far is that we're just voting on one amendment. The bill is on third reading, and we are not...
Confusion, because I thought when it was on third reading, that was it. But then we're talking about next time.
Well, so Councilmember, let me, and Mr. Cooper can help me with this, I think. So Councilmember Rosenberg has the second substitute bill, 2019-48, as amended. It's on third reading. At this point, it sounds like Councilmember Rosenberg is interested in putting one amendment on the bill. But at this point, nothing else has happened yet. So there was a discussion about adjourning after that, but that adjournment motion could fail. We could be back on this bill as amended, and we could actually be taking it up tonight. We don't know yet because we haven't voted on that yet.
And also we need to do the urban council and
Vice Mayor, I move to defer to the second meeting in July, please.
Yes, please.
Second.
Okay, hold on just a moment.
Motion, she wasn't recognized.
There's a motion on the floor. So Councilmember Henderson, I have not recognized you yet, but I'll come to you. So Councilmember Parker, you have the floor. Are you finished with the discussion?
I'm in support of the amendments at the floor at the moment.
Okay. All right. So Councilmember Henderson, I can't come to you yet. There's people in front of you. Councilmember Bradford?
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move to defer till the second meeting in July.
So say it again.
I would like to move to defer to the second meeting of July.
You want to move to defer this bill to the second meeting in July. That is a proper. That's a proper motion. Now, I will tell you where we are procedurally. Councilmember Rosenberg has a motion to approve an amendment, which we haven't taken up yet, but the motion to defer takes precedence over all of that. So Councilmember Bradford has moved to defer this bill to the second meeting in July. Properly seconded. We're on a deferral motion. So now I have people in the queue on that. Who wants to be heard on the deferral motion? Councilman Rosenberg, I assume you do. Councilman Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would urge a vote against a deferral motion to the second meeting in July. I would like to get this amendment on and then move it. I'd like our next council meeting's not for 3 weeks. We've got a bonus week, so one meeting will be plenty. But I would especially like to get this amendment on so that it will be up and applied and give us a better starting point for next time.
Okay, so again, Councilman Bradford has a motion to defer to the second meeting in July. Councilmember Suara, you're recognized. On the deferral motion?
Yes, Chair. I think we spent a lot of time on this, but I don't think we should defer until we got the amendment on. That's why we stayed this late. So let's cancel or vote against the deferment, get the amendment on. Then we can all go sleep or do whatever we need to do. Thank you.
Okay, I think I heard what you said, but right now the motion before the amendment is a deferral motion. You have to defeat the deferral motion in order to get the other amendment on, right?
Yes,
okay.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, that I'm encouraging folks to let us defeat the deferral motion so that we can get the amendment on.
No, it was. There was a proper second on it. So, so now we have a deferral motion. So again, procedurally where we are is that council member, we're on second substitute bill 2019-48 as amended. Councilmember Rosenberg has moved his amendment to put on the bill. We were in the middle of discussing that. And then Councilmember Bradford has moved to defer the whole thing before we could vote on it to the second meeting in July. The deferral motion takes precedence. That's the motion we're on right now. Okay, I've got people in the queue. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate what I offered in committee, and this will really be up to the sponsor and some of the sponsors of the amendment to reach out to, I guess, Rosie or Matthew or John. I am happy as planning chair to host a little workshop because this is a lot of amendments, and some of them conflict and some of them work together. Some of them are friends and some of them are not. I'm happy to host that. Like we said, we've got a bonus week. It's normally a week that I like to not have extra meetings, but I am more than happy to do that if that means it will make a smoother meeting in the long run for us later on. So I just wanted to throw that back out there to the amendment sponsors and to the bill sponsor. Y'all can, I'm happy to schedule it. You're happy to come or not come.
Okay. Okay. And Councilmember Murphy, that might be really helpful. Okay. So again, we're still on a deferral motion. So let me see if anybody else is in the queue. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized on the deferral motion.
Call the question.
All right, so Councilmember Allen has a previous question. We are not voting on anything, the deferral motion or the amendment yet. We're just voting on whether we want to vote on the motion to defer, okay? All those in favor of the previous question, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no?
No.
I think the yeses have it. So we are on the previous question. The previous question is, do we want to defer to the second meeting in July? I can't. So Councilmember Hurt has asked that just let his amendment go through, but we have to do the deferral motion first. That's procedurally the correct thing. I understand that, but I didn't ask for the motion, okay? So we are on a motion to defer this bill to the second meeting in July. All those in favor of the deferral motion say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
I think it failed. Okay. So the defer fails. We are back on the motion to amend Councilmember Rosenberg's bill. Let's see. So we left off with Councilmember Parker. Let's see if there's anybody else. All right. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized.
Sorry about that, Vice Mayor. I was a little too quick.
Wait a minute. Oh, you just mishit it? Okay. So
if I may move, I don't want to make a movement if we're already on it. What I'd like to do is move the bill as amended. Defer the bill as amended. I'm just going to let the sponsor talk. Pardon me.
So wait a minute. What do you want to do with the bill?
I think that last deferral motion was potentially meant to be to defer it with as amended, and so that's what I was thinking about moving. But I don't want to do that until the sponsor speaks, if that's okay with you, Vice Mayor.
It sounds like it. I think I just heard what she said. She wants to put the amendment on and then defer it. Is that what I heard? Or we don't know? Okay, I mean, we're trying to be very procedurally correct.
Listen.
So right now, the only amendment, the only thing before us is to put Councilmember Rosenberg's amendment on the bill, okay? And then we'll figure out where we go from there. So I think nobody else is in the queue. Well, wait a minute, we haven't voted yet. Councilmember Parker, your hand is still raised. Are you good?
I do not need to be recognized.
Okay. All right. So we are on Councilmember Rosenberg's amendment to his own substitute bill. All right. All those in favor of the amendment onto Councilmember Rosenberg's bill say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Councilmember Rosenberg, congratulations. You've just delivered an amendment to your bill. Okay. Now, Councilmember Rosenberg, where are you? Councilmember Rosenberg's in the chamber. Councilmember Rosenberg wants to be recognized. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
I'm up to the will of the body if they want to adjourn, or if anybody else wants to amend and then adjourn, and we can go home and call it a night.
Well, I will tell you, Councilmember Parker had talked about amending his bill. Councilmember Parker, I did say I'd come back to you. Do you want to amend your bill? I mean, not your bill. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
I'm comfortable with looking at these amendments in a work session or whatever between now and then. That's fine with me. If someone wants to move to adjourn, I'm not going to do it, but if someone would like to, I'll entertain.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
So hold on. So I haven't recognized anybody. So is there a motion to adjourn? Who wanted to be recognized?
The motion to adjourn.
I have to know who it was. Who did it?
Councilmember Stiles.
Councilmember Stiles has moved to adjourn. That's a proper second. Okay, which means that everything just gets moved to the next meeting. All right, so it's a non-debatable motion. All those in favor of the adjournment motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no?
No.
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 I'm pretty sure it passed. So I'm going to declare that this meeting is adjourned.
And so the Metro Council has concluded about almost a 10-hour meeting. Actually started a little bit late tonight, so some of the times out would have some adjournments while they were trying to get into the budget debate. They had some more systems problems tonight with the voting system and things like that. The headline from tonight, a 32-8 vote in favor of a new budget for Metro. It includes a 34% property tax increase. It's the alternate budget offered by Councilman at Large Bob Mendez. The actual tax increase was approved 38-2. We still had 2 council members who voted against the tax increase when the actual tax levy came up. Council went about 5.5 hours, I think, on the actual debate for the budget. They went through well over 30 amendments and defeated or rejected 2 other alternative budgets, one from Councilman at Large Steve Glover, and the other one for Freddie O'Connell, who had his as well. So that long process the council has been in this entire month, and really dating back into the month of May. The budget process is now over, and we now go on. Now there's a possibility that we could come back and amend this later if additional revenue suddenly becomes available between now and about the middle of August. Council would have to do a number of special meetings to do that, but there seems to be a commitment to do that if indeed the revenues start to come in to the point where perhaps they could take the tax increase down a bit. Other things the council did tonight, they approved $24 million in a late resolution that would allow the city to move ahead, the school system move ahead with buying with federal COVID money the computers they need, laptop computers they need for all the students, as well as the hotspots, the internet hotspots for all the people as well, so they make sure they have internet access. This is in order to start school in time. At this point, whether it'll be starting in classroom or being started remotely, we don't know. But anyway, they want to have that ready one way or the other. That had to come in tonight in a late resolution in order to get it done. Some council members were not happy doing that because there's a lot of money. It's come to Metro about $121 million, but slowly it's being allocated to other places, and they haven't had a chance to have a committee get together and come up with an overall recommendation for how to spend that money. Also tonight in the area of schools, the council announced that there's a vacancy on the school board due to the death of the board chair, Anna Shepard. They're going to have a vote by July 21st. We're asking people now to come in. If you're in the 4th district, 4th school board district, you can apply to take over that job. The council will interview the people on the night of the 21st. That's the second meeting in July, and vote that night. Whoever is elected by the council will serve until the 2020 election in November, and then whoever's elected in 2020 in November will then continue on through the end of Ms. Shepard's term, which was set to end sometime in 2022. And so the council has concluded its business. It's been a long June. We've had every one of the meetings for 3 straight weeks go into the wee hours of the morning. On June 2nd, it went till 5:15 in the morning, which I think is an all-time record for council meetings. We got close tonight. It was almost 4:30 in the morning before they ended, and the meeting between that ended at 1:15 in the morning. Council now takes 3 weeks off. The next time we'll be here will be on July 7th, the first Tuesday in the month of July. We'll be here at that time to provide live coverage. Until then, for the 3rd time in a row, we say good morning from the council chambers. Tonight's meeting of the Metropolitan Nashville and Davidson County Council has been coming to you live from the council chambers and is a public affairs presentation of the Metro Nashville Network.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.